Ladies and gentlemen, as another attraction, we wish to present those Loco Americanos. We hope you like them too many. Thank you.
I hope you like us too. Hello, friends. Hello, traders, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. Got an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show like ours that offers everything in one: education, support, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Mr. Rogers, and I'm Lady Elaine. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you there are 3 ways to ultimate success. The first way is to be kind. The second way is to be kind. And the third way is to be kind. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, got your game plan ready?
Check.
Checklist checked?
Check.
And journal ready to go?
Check, check.
All right. Well done, son. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring on our good friend, John the Hoagland. Good morning, Jonathan. How are you, Johnny?
I'm doing great, Eddie. Doing great. Feeling good. Tuesday, January the 23rd. Looking forward to, always interesting and always challenging trading day today.
All right. Me too. And I hope everybody else is. And of course, our wonderful traders in the YouTube chat, our community. Let's get ready for some news here. I'm going to fire it up. U.S. stock futures mostly hovered around the flat line today after equities surged the previous session that was on hopes of a strong upcoming corporate earnings and ongoing enthusiasm around the artificial intelligence. We did see that the S&P, NASDAQ, and Dow broadly unchanged. A recent rally in the main averages continued yesterday with the benchmark S&P jumping to its 3rd straight positive close. That was the first time this year. And the tech-heavy NASDAQ rose by 0.3%. Meanwhile, the 30-stock Dow climbed to 38,000 for the first time. Upbeat sentiment will be facing series of tests this week with a fresh batch of corporate earnings. Several of the big names are set to report quarterly results. And, of course, our good friend Hoag will give us a little more detail on that. SEC says that fake X post linked to a phone number swap. Well, top security, U.S. security regulators said that a false post that appeared to announce its approval of the spot Bitcoin came after a bad actor took control of a phone number associated with its account on the social media platform X. So hope they find that person, whoever it was. Bank of Japan leaves the dovish stance unchanged. We had the Bank of Japan keeping its interest rates at historical lows today, and its yield curve control policies unchanged. The Bank of Japan left its short-term interest rates at a negative 0.1% and said that it's going to maintain its yield curve and control its 10-year yield to fluctuate in the range of 1% to a target of 0%. Central Bank also offered no changes in its asset purchase programs. So that's what I've got so far, John. What do you got for us?
Well, it's a relatively quiet day as far as economic numbers are concerned. At 9 o'clock today, we've got the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index.
Joy.
At 10 o'clock, there's a 4-week, an 8-week, and a 4-month bill announcement. 10:30 we've got the 52-week bill auction. At noon, there is a 2-year note auction that might be widely viewed. And at 12 o'clock, also the money supply comes out. As far as earnings are concerned, overall, the earnings that are already out this morning beating the street: Johnson & Johnson. Procter & Gamble missed a little bit on revenues. Verizon was pretty much flat as far as earnings per share, but beating on revenues. And all the rest of them, the big ones anyway, GE, Lockheed Martin, and 3M beating the street in both categories. After the close today, of course, Netflix and Texas Instrument due out. I got something stuck here. Sorry about that. As far as like the VIX, last I checked, down just a little bit, 1317. The dollar index, slightly higher from the close from yesterday. Last I checked, at 103.09, and the yield on the 10-year holding above that 4% level, 4.12%. Hasn't been doing much as far as movement is concerned, but just kind of overall holding just above that 4% level. So that's what we've got as far as information. Economics. Just remember, we're in the vortex. The vortex.
Good Lord, it's my time.
Or is it memory?
Yes. Take advantage of it.
This is
let's read come back in.
This is interesting. But not
I came back in. There is it there?
I think I just saw Jerry Garcia.
Wow. That was a trip to the future.
What'd you have for breakfast? Like a bowl of mushrooms?
Holy smokles.
We're back. All right. As we were. That was fun. Dude, where's my crude? Oil prices are lower today, reversing earlier gains. No, just kidding. That were driven by a fresh round of strikes by the U.S. and British forces and the sites of Yemen. Iran-backed control most of the populace of Yemen, have disrupted global shipping through the Red Sea, raising concerns that crude supplies to important Asia market will be impacted. We did see the U.S. crude futures lower 0.6 and the Brent also slipping 0.6. So the latest U.S. crude inventories from the American Petroleum Institute is due later this session, and the forecast fall by about 3 million barrels in the week of January 19th. John, you play golf, right?
Hey. If you can call it playing golf.
All right. Do you do putt-putt? You do miniature golf? Little putt-putt?
Yeah, I mean, once in a while. My kids are older now. We used to do that a lot more often, but it's always fun.
Well, check this out. This is not fair. All right. University of Alabama sophomore won the American Express golf tournament this past Sunday, becoming the PGA Tour's first amateur to proclaim that victory in more than 3 decades. Quote, Nick Dunlap, everybody's got doubts, said the 20-year-old, as his big win at the Peter Dye Stadium course in California. Dunlap, only ahead by 1 stroke heading into the final hole, made a 6-foot putt to clinch it, finishing 29 under. Gads, he knows how to play golf. But one of the bittersweet results of being only 20. Dunlap technically won the $1.5 million prize. $1.5 million. But because he's an amateur, he's not eligible.
Oh my goodness.
What kind of fart gas is that? My God.
But anyway. It's like having the winning lottery ticket, but losing it.
Oh my God. Yeah. But anyway, I'm sure he's going to be getting some calls from sponsors and so forth. So maybe that'll make up for it. But anyway, talking about big money, big. Powerball is at $145 million. And hey, happy National Pie Day. Today is National Pie Day, not to be confused with the PI pie 3.14, which is March 14th. This is the edible pie day. So get yourself a slice and enjoy. Tip of the week, James. Let us not forget the tip of the week. There it is. Motivation. You know, one thing here with motivation, I found out that I get more motivated. This is for some, not for others, but celebrating small wins. Acknowledge and celebrate your achievements, okay? No matter how small. Recognizing progress boosts confidence and motivates you to keep going. Little, small, adding on, and getting that foundation or safety net. John, what's your take today?
I like that, Eddie. Just, stacking up small wins, building the account brick by brick. I mean, that's great motivation. Little wins, little successes always, kind of reinvigorate my motivation. So, great thought.
There you go.
And
all right.
And yes, pizza is pie. You can have a pizza and celebrate Pie Day today.
I agree.
It's the perfect.
I agree.
It's the perfect food.
It is. It is, Johnny. It's all you need. Pizza. All right, Johnny. Let's get to charts. John, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right, taking a look as always with the daily and the E-mini S&Ps. Well, we had a big breakout on Friday, and we've been really just kind of biding our time up here, just showing acceptance of higher pricing through time. Value was higher yesterday. There's no reason to think that this market can't continue to move to the upside. These markets are extremely resilient, and over the last 40 years of watching the S&Ps, it's just something that they do. If there's no bad news, they eat shorts and grind higher. What did we do yesterday? Well, yesterday we basically had an entire range above the range from Friday, at least in the S&Ps. A little concerning with the excess high on the daily chart here, but when we look at it on the 30-minute chart, it is a weak high, so I'm not that concerned. And I'm not even going to be concerned. I see this market could easily pull back all the way back to the weekly kickoff high 48.30 without losing any kind of upside structure. As a matter of fact, something like that I would view as something healthy, perhaps, for upside continuation. We don't know if that's going to happen, of course, but any pullback down to this level does not break market state. It still says that, when the buyers came in, this area here is where they came in. They'll probably protect that area, and a move back to that level might be a decent opportunity to get a pullback, to look for opportunities for continuation to the upside. We did add 16,000 in open interest yesterday. One of the concerns is in futures, we stacked up less volume than the previous day on Friday. Well, of course, Friday was going to be a big day. That was the breakout day. I'm not that concerned about the lower volume in futures, as we still put up 4.3 billion shares on the New York Stock Exchange. So stocks are still high volume, while relatively high volume compared to what it's been while we've been range bound. So we're still bringing in volume. And that open interest yesterday on higher range, higher value indicates that buyers are still willing to come in and buy this market. Take a look at the 30-minute chart.
No more sound effects, John. We had enough.
I know. So here is that range from yesterday. Here's Friday. Friday's close here. We opened with really not a lot of overnight inventory yesterday. Here's that weak high we put up on the highs here yesterday. It did happen in regular trading hours, which I view as a positive for potential continuation. But we really just kind of ranged, and we ranged kind of magnetized on this trend line that comes off. We've been talking about this trend line comes off the 20th across the 27th. Was the target for the eventual termination of the upside move on Friday, and it's really just become magnetic. So yesterday, we had a push to the upside. We ranged, and I think that is again something that is going to end up being a healthy activity for us for continuation to the upside. If we've gotten too long, all of this ranging that we're doing here is doing a lot to even out inventory and allow buyers to come back into the market to possibly move prices higher. We could call yesterday, as our good friend Dan used to call it, hangover day. The market ranged. We still brought value higher. We brought open interest at higher levels. Volume was lower, not that concerned about it. Our initial support today, we'll look at the last week's low. Yesterday's low tested right to it. So last week's low looks kind of interesting. It also lines us up with the 100-session moving average on the 30-minute chart. Do we have any overnight inventory? No, not really. We started looking a little bit long up here, but we're already coming back to this level. We're going to be opening inside range, inside value, which suggests to me that the chop that we're currently in after that big push to the upside, the consolidation that we're in, it still remains. It still remains. So I'm going to suggest trying to stay patient today. This trend line here, magnetic, inside range, inside value, inside current short time frame balance. Again, try and remain patient. Let the market establish the initial balance and look for opportunities on those extremes is generally the way I'm going to be looking at this. I'm probably not going to be taking the opening range trade today because of the fact that we're really kind of falling into range here. It's short time frame range. I'm not expecting it to last very long, but because we're opening in range and in value, I might think about not doing the opening range today. I won't be on fast markets. We got RIPS on today. I know you guys are going to enjoy that. That's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll see what these markets bring. As far as the profile is concerned, it was a normal variation, somewhat extreme, Dave. The points of control were a lot lower. But again, looking at the no excess high here, no excess on the high after the open yesterday. We looked higher. We tried to go higher. We took one tick above the previous high. No excess up here. Looks like excess on the daily chart, but in the shorter time frame, this is a no excess high. Price, was willing to go back to that level in the next 30-minute period. Anything even like this is generally considered a weak high or a weak low because there's no excess. Price didn't get too expensive. Buyers didn't back off and sellers didn't take over in a fast fashion in a quick way. So that makes this kind of a weaker high. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. I don't want to get too wordy here as we get along here. So again, we had the big rally on Friday, high volume, high open interest. Yesterday in the NASDAQ, however, we lost open interest. On the daily chart, this looks like an excess high because the market looked higher and closed, it closed a little bit higher, 20 points higher. It's a red bar, but that's from after the close. Still largely, value moving higher. We're still in that range, having a little bit of difficulty overnight at our weekly kickoff high here, 17,525. Keep an eye on that number. We've got this trend line, same trend line from the 20th to the 27th, kind of showing a little bit of magnetism, like a good-looking person, big magnetism there. So what do? Well, yesterday we pulled off. We have an excess high in the profile. We don't really have a very strong low, but still yet there's a little bit of excess down there. 100-session moving average, finding a little bit of possible support. Did we accept range value from yesterday in the NASDAQ? We tested into it a whole bunch of times. Right now, it's looking like we've rejected. There's that yellow trend line right there. That's that same trend line in the S&Ps that the market is really treating as a magnet. At some point there may be an opportunity to move significantly away from that level. But again, because we're opening inside range and inside value, I'm going to stay patient. And wait for opportunities as the day goes on. The B-shaped profile in the NASDAQ indicates long liquidation, which is supported by a 4,700 contract loss in open interest. So a lot of those longs that were holding some of those longs decided they were going to take some profits yesterday And profit taking actually takes selling power away from the market. Now, anything, of course, can happen. Just kind of trying to, again, put the markets in some sort of usable context, always remembering risk management and staying patient in our trades. Take a look at crude oils. Crude oil, the rollover is over. The February contract has expired. So now we're going to get a little bit more clear information moving forward. So yesterday, I mean, what are we doing here? We're still relatively range bound. Weekly kickoff high 75.75 has been there. Oh, I think for a little while now. 75.75. Where am I? 75.75, 75.73, 75. Yeah, so it's been there for a couple of weeks, and it still remains resistant. Overall, I mean, this market is in short time frame control. It is in balance, and that may change now that we are past rollover. We had a kind of a triangle formation here yesterday, but the market did come up and tested that 200 session moving average, kind of flattening the upside of the current area of balance. So anywhere between 75.40, 75.75, there may be some decisions made there as far as longer time frame traders. Looking at the 30-minute chart here, we've got scaling. There we go. So the move to the upside yesterday was a trend day. I mean, the market opened, balanced for an hour, and then every bar on the upside was a green bar. That on profile or a 30-minute chart or any chart you're looking at was a trend day to the upside. We added 21,000 in open interest on that, but was that open interest longer time frame or shorter time frame? My concern is at the end of the day, we put in the highest volume bar and it was contrary to the upside move, indicating to me that most of the buyers that moved this market to the upside yesterday were shorter time frame. We've been saying that crude oil is in short time frame control, no major decisions being made by the major players, and this pullback at the end of the day yesterday certainly indicated that a lot of the longs that were accumulated yesterday were shorter time frame. Don't forget, I mean, we did add 21,000 in open interest, so there was more to it than that. If it were me, I'd be, if I were a longer time frame, and I'm not, I would probably be trying to protect the low from yesterday, which brings us right down to the 200 session moving average just before the open. Overnight inventory was short. So all of our overnight shorter time frame, weaker hands traders were holding short positions, and those are already being reconciled. You can see after the open, we tested this 200 session moving average, and the market is moving back. It wouldn't surprise me for price to come back in and come right back up to basically settlement. I mean, that's really where the market opened last night. So we'll see if that plays out. Just the fact that we're still in range and now back in value suggests to me to stay patient. I can hear D saying, looks like I really want to wait for the initial balance before I get too involved in this, if nothing changes before then. Of course, take a quick look at gold now, and we'll get ready for fast markets. So the daily, it's entering rollover. Do not change to the April contract just yet. It's going to probably be another week, but by the end of the month, we'll be trading the April contract. April showers bring May flowers. Hopefully those flowers will grow into oodles of money if you're trading gold. Anyways,
hey, John,
yes,
Johnny, you know what Mayflowers bring?
What?
You know what Mayflower? Pilgrims.
Oh,
that's a dad joke. April showers bring Mayflowers. What are Mayflower? Pilgrims.
All right.
Continue, my friend.
A little dad joke for everybody here this morning. Thank you, Eddie. Test a weekly kickoff low yesterday. Within about a buck of it, found a little bit of support. The market opened. It's looked higher. We had some overnight inventory to the long side. The medium time frame structure of this market is still to the upside. We're putting in higher lows. Are we still putting in higher highs? Debatable. In the short time frame, we're in a downtrend here. Lower highs, lower lows. Weekly kickoff low is going to be important and pivotal for us if given the opportunity to trade there. Here's the 30-minute chart. Let's scale. All right, so overnight inventory got a little bit ahead of itself to the long side. Here's where we opened last night, right about here. We got too long, already reconciled back to the downside. Opening where, in range, but above value, moving back inside value. Be patient is, again, when we look at this on the 30-minute chart, there's lots of demand zones down here. There's lots of supply zones up here. I'm going to focus on those levels for opportunities throughout the day today. The profile yesterday, normal variation day. Look at the excess low on the profile from yesterday. Price got pretty close to that weekly kickoff level and swiftly rejected that area. Right. So we're looking at potential demand at this area, just around settlement and below.
Okay.
So that's, I think, where we're looking at. Let's take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, and creative, and centered in your trading today. And let's have a great trading day.
All right, coming up next, Fast Markets with RIPS. Going to be exciting. We also got Power Players with France. And, of course, market stalking with Deeyana later this afternoon at 1 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with Fast Markets. Don't go away. Welcome back to Fast Markets. And hey, we're inside a minute, so let's get our all-stars in the gates. Good morning, Rips. Good morning, Michael. I hope you're
What's
up
up?
for a
How you doing?
day. Ready to go here.
Good morning. So what I'm looking at here, I have it up on my screen share already. What I'm looking at, markets are open here. What I'm looking at is for us to hold at this 480 level. If we're flushing below that, we do have some room to the downside here, all the way down at 433. Markets were looking pretty toppy this morning. We did catch a trade there to the top side earlier. Currently up money in some combines, but we're looking to see, I want to let this initial balance kind of open up and show us the range this morning. I'm not going to jump in a trade super early because there's a lot of stuff to clean up from the earlier order flow that I'm going to be looking at here. So I just want to see if we have something kind of trading down perhaps to that 433.5 level, which I'm watching right down here, which is right below this bullish order flow. This is the 15 chart. 15-minute chart here on the NQ. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm not going to take any quick trades here off the open. I'm going to wait and let to see the balance kind of take place first here. How about you, MP? What you looking at?
I put a position on last night. I got stopped out. But I was looking short. I was looking short at the just because of weakness at the end of the day. And it just grinded higher. It wasn't anything I was really looking to sink my teeth into. But right now I'm down. I'll work myself out of the hole. And
how much money are you down to start the day?
I'm down 800 right now.
Oh, that's nothing. So I'm up 33.30 in 3 combines that I copied this morning live on my stream. Caught a really nice trade on, let me see if I can bring that up here. Just going over to my screen here. This is my Ninja Trader. These are my executions here. So we caught this dip right around 500, added into that dip and scaled out as it was cresting the top side and got stopped out on our final lot there on that flush. So as we're having this initial balance kind of opening up here, happy to kind of discuss this trade that we're taking. And that's the one that we caught this morning live on stream. That's what produced $3,300 in profits, copied across 3 Topstep combines. They're trading the 150K combine. So now, again, going back to this chart over here, we are looking for whether or not this bullish order flow can kind of hold things up here, have a lot of action going to the sell side. If we're looking at the Mag 7 right now, big pullback from Apple, big old pullback from Microsoft, NVIDIA. We are drilling to the center of the earth here in the NQ, but I do want to see if we find a backstop down here at 433.5. So shorts are getting paid on this opening print and seeing if we have any kind of give back through this move through 433.5, because that's where we saw a draw of liquidity from this morning. We had this big takeout candle here. We had a lower high that formed, and then we drew liquidity all the way up to our level here at 23. So watching down here, whether or not we solidify bids down here towards 433.5. If we do, and that is strong, we would be looking to take this potentially back all the way up to 480 here, which is about 30 handles away.
Yeah, I got 434 is yesterday's low, correct? I got it in...
Exactly. It's right down there with yesterday's lows. It's been a level that we've been tracking for sometime here in the NQ. It was support, but right now we do have a lot of bleeding going on. Microsoft, number 2 weight of the S&P and the NASDAQ here, bleeding heavily. NVIDIA as well, giving some back, trading around 590 in NVIDIA right now, 395 in Microsoft. So a lot of give back this morning, a lot of profit taking going on. And it looks like that might be the potential temporary low as we are finding some bids here towards that 433.5 level right now. So still no trades off the opening print here. Just want to see if we have anything that can kind of guide the trade. If we are going to continue to dump, I do want to look for that first kind of sign of relief here that we can potentially step into. So looking at that across the board right now. Magnificent 7. The only really powerful one out of the whole Mag 7 right now is Tesla, which is a very interesting story, given that Tesla was the one that was weak yesterday, where the rest of the Mag 7 was relatively somewhat strong before they started to roll in the afternoon there.
Yeah, yesterday had that melt up and then sold off the rest, pretty much the rest of the day. But that's why I'm wondering if this thing's going to consolidate. It has been ripping 1, 2, 3 days easily 3 days prior to this.
Yeah, what was concerning to me yesterday on the trade yesterday was that this was the low that we made yesterday, and that was very unimpressive from the bears. So we would have expected to see a lot more downside pain after such a rally, and we just really didn't see that. We are now blasting below those 433.5. We are kind of coming down to that area that we had. Let me go ahead and drop a little line here. Coming down to that area right at 420.5, seeing if we can find any kind of a stop in that area. Let's see here, green. See if we have any kind of holding at that area. But right now, Tesla is bursting, but giving back some gains, some early gains. NVIDIA is literally leading the loss here to the downside, but S&P is still kind of holding up. So if the S&P starts to roll, I want to see us kind of give up that 48.80 in the S&Ps. If we have that, we would have potentially a really nice short. If we have that convergence between the NQ and the ES right now, and we could potentially see a nice short down to 387 3/4.
7.
So again, the levels I'm watching this morning, 17,387 3/4, 17,433.5, 17,480, and 17,537.5. Those are the levels that I'm tracking here.
Say that one more time so everybody can catch that.
17,000 3/4, 17,433.5, 17,480 flat, and 17,537.5. Those are the levels we're watching.
Got it.
So yeah, this is coming down. We broke below the pre-market lows here. The pre-market lows were set and settled at 420.5. We have taken out those lows. We drew some liquidity down there. Some big bidders stepping up right around 411.5 for now. Tesla really is holding things up for the time being. Google is starting to turn around here. I'm just keeping my eyes really peeled on the S&P here because the S&Ps are holding up above 4880 for now. So let's see if that is going to be the low here off of this opening range. If we are reclaiming 433.5 with strength and retesting that area, I could potentially find a long, but I'm still sitting on my hands here this morning.
Uh-oh, we got somebody at the door.
Who's here? Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Who's
shoot.
this handsome gentleman?
What's up, fellas? How's the mic sounding? Better?
You sound
It's
amazing.
Hot on my end. You're hot.
Oh, thank you. Thank
That's
you. Yes.
slow.
How's the trade going, guys?
Now it's too low.
I think James is changing in the background.
Porridge.
What's up, fellas? Yes, much better. Oh my God. I was like, what was that? Andre Dolby time of Q. There he is. What's up, guys? Is the mic still coming in?
Hey, what's up? Getting a little better.
You
Yeah.
sound great on my end.
Better.
I think you sound
All right,
wonderful.
good.
There
Yeah, I
it
got
is.
the headset
Yeah.
on. Yep. Nobody. So good to see you, man. So good to see you today. All right, guys. How you guys trade? I see the market just early sold off on that open there. And
Yeah, big sell-off there, right down, tucking below that 420.5 level, which was the overnight low. We took out those lows, we swept liquidity, and we are bouncing heavily, 410, almost up to 460. So a 50 handle bounce. Welcome to the NQ, folks. This is wild stuff.
Man, you guys
It is
are in
wild
that party.
stuff.
This party gets started real quick.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Have you guys made any trades yet? Any overnight trades? What are we looking to going into this market? I'm playing a little catch up right here, so I'm leaning on you guys and my trading buddies in the crowd, in the audience. What are you guys looking at for the day?
Yeah.
Well,
I would like to get levels
ahead,
in the chat. Yeah, I'd like to get
Yeah,
some people dropping levels in the chat and then a why behind them. This is a learning lesson for all of us. I like this level because of blah, blah, blah. So we're doing this together. So having some participation here on levels and then your why is great. It's great.
Absolutely. We're looking to keep it light and tight this far. I like that. Everything's good until Andre joined. Said nobody. Thank you, nobody. Good to see you too, my friend.
Yes.
If Andre could talk less, that would be great. Man, everyone's feeling me this morning. Good to see you. Good to see you this morning, baby.
That's a great
Hell
way
yes.
to welcome Andre here. That's
Hell
going to
yes.
feel real nice in the morning.
Let's freaking trade. Let's make some money together. Let's do this shit. God, I love this chat. The chat is live and well. As long as you guys are talking, I'm happy.
Well, you
Hi,
know,
Michael.
what is the opposite of light and tight over there, Andre? We all know what that is, right?
Grip and rip, baby. Let it rip. All gas, no brakes, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm curious
We
if
got
anybody
Rick.
caught
We
that
got-
move to the top side off those lows when we swept those lows at 420.5. I wasn't quick draw McGraw with that one, but I'm curious. Did anybody in chat catch that? If you did, drop a W in chat. I'm curious about that. If anybody caught
sir,
the
we need
reflex trade there.
Oh yeah, we need lots of W's today. Michael, how'd the rest of the trade go for you yesterday? I know you kept it short. It was pretty quiet.
I don't think I traded it. I don't think I traded after that. No, I was.
Like that.
I'm trying to get a lot of shit done right now.
I got you. Rips, how'd you trade yesterday?
Before.
Good to see you again, my man.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to see you, Andre. Always love being on here chatting with you and MP. It's so great to be here. And look at all these W's in the chat, by the way. Give it up for yourselves. You know what we call that? It's the SLG gang in the building here.
That's what we call it.
What's the SLG?
That's a sack lunch gang, baby.
Bag, baby. We're trying to get here to secure the bag, baby. Let's get
I love
that
it.
money.
Absolutely love it. But I've been on a tear lately. In my live account, we've been stacking bricks. In the last 3 days, I'm up over $6,000 in my Topstep live account. So really feeling good about that.
All right.
Anybody who's wondering how Rips is doing, we shared it yesterday up at his live account. We will share here at Topstep, aka verified trading. So we always ask anybody to challenge your tradefluencer, whoever you're using, to make sure you know what account they're on. If somebody is selling lots of accounts and flipping through lots of accounts, and they don't even have a live account and they don't even have a funded account, question that one. It's just something to do. So we're going to be sharing that more and more this year. We're working on something right now to validate all the traders that want to be validated, and we're going to be challenging everybody to say, "Hey, would you like to be validated?" That is in the tradefluencer world. I'm calling them tradefluencers.
Ooh, tradefluencer. I'm on a live account, SSS live account. for the 8th time.
I'm taking a long here as we are pushing up. I'm going to move my stop a little bit lower here as we are kind of sweeping this liquidity, seeing if we can have anything go. This is in a combine, by the way. So trading in a combine here, seeing if we can hold this 455 level or not. If we can, I do want to look at adding in a second lot for that pushback above 470. This market is kind of holding for now. Again, I'm keeping my eyes locked on the S&Ps. If we are holding above that 4880 level in the S&Ps, I do think that we do have some more potential upside here, targeting 480 to the top side here.
Okay.
Yeah, we got long here. Topstep community in the open positions on tilt right around this area. Well, right at the open. Big longs. There you got flushed out.
Well, that open looks nuts. That candlestick looks nuts on the 5-minute. I was unfortunately trying to mess with the technical stuff in the background, but boy, that thing moved. Whoa. Hey, The Rock is on CNBC right now. Sorry. Distracted me first.
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry.
Pro financial
everybody
there.
All right, everybody flip over. He's got some good
stop.
He's got some good trading advice.
I don't know what he's talking about. Sorry, I just saw The Rock on CNBC.
Oh, he's talking about WWE Raw. It's coming in.
That's right. Netflix signed that contract. That was the news release from Netflix. They are reporting after the bell today. So that was the big release out of Netflix this morning.
Thank you. I was like, what the hell is The Rock doing on CNBC right now? Trying to look sophisticated with the
that is big
on
stuff. We have a second lot going on here, looking for this cresting above 465, by the way.
All right, let's go.
So we had the flush out of the gate, and then it firmed up, and now we have a little bit of this right above settlement, went through settlement, right at VWAP, NASDAQ right at VWAP, S&P above VWAP for the VWAPers.
Oh, yeah. How we looking?
I took off Michael, one lot there. We're going to let the other one run. I'm going to move my stop just below break even there.
Chicken, I like it. Michael, any trades today? Live. Wow, Michael, up 1150 already? Shoot, what did I miss?
No, that's down, Andre. I had a position on overnight. Got stopped out.
Oh, my bad. Down. Oh, what was the position? Sorry, I'm just playing catch up. What we got?
I was short 84s, 462s. Hold on, let me see. That was overnight.
You stopped out?
464s. I had 50 handles in it. I had 50 handles in it for a while. Yeah.
I mean,
well, hold on.
What were we going for?
Hold on. What did I have?
You're just waiting for the floor to fall out.
Yeah. Especially after yesterday. If you look at a daily, no, I did not have. I had about 20 handles in it. If you look at the daily, it was definitely one of those that melt up for the last 2 or 3 days. Yeah.
The zombie rally with on low volume. No kidding.
Yesterday, yeah.
All
right. So what do we on for you right now, MP, or you have something on here?
Nothing right now. I'm looking at I'm watching your 61s.
Yeah, I'm back to flat. I got stopped out on that one. So about a scratch trade on that. We got stopped out on our second lot there. So right around a scratch trade. We're looking for those 470s to push up. We're looking for that 480 level. But we are looking a little bit toppy here. So we might have to switch our bias here to the short side if we are topping out these 470s. So that's what I'm watching over here.
All right, just catching up here on any econ numbers. Pretty quiet day. We got Richmond Fed at 9 a.m. Chicago time. Besides that, we got 2-year auction, high noon Chicago time. Netflix earnings after the bell. Something to keep an eye on. Besides that, it's going to be pretty quiet for equities, that is. Earnings call at 3:45 Chicago time for Netflix. Looks like they are going to announce this WWE deal like RIPS was just talking about.
Yeah, Netflix earnings after the bell are going to be very interesting. Usually when they release a press release like that prior to earnings, we might have some pain coming in. Although we're talking about this in the clubhouse, basically the analysts, when they were giving out these numbers for all of these earnings, they were shooting pretty low. So I do expect that we do have, we've seen it already from P&G, J&J, a lot of these names that reported. We're seeing these analyst expectations very, very low. So we're seeing beats on at least the top line. Some of the bottom lines are missing, but top and bottom line beats are going to be happening during this earnings season. I think a lot of folks are going to be looking towards tomorrow for Tesla earnings. Tesla, of course, is in the Magnificent Seven. It's carrying heavy weight in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ. So we do want to see how the Tesla earnings are received. I'm not expecting a firecracker simply because of Elon's temperament lately. I don't think that he, usually he starts juicing up things before earnings come out if it's going to be a really strong earnings. So I'm not really expecting a firecracker of an earnings. We've seen no real buying strength out of Tesla. We've been seeing a lot of slumped lows here, and we've seen it kind of curling out at the bottoms, but we're just not getting that push out into the 220s right now. So we will have to see how Tesla earnings react. And then following Tesla earnings the next day on Thursday, it's going to be a jam-packed day because we have PCE, GDP, and job numbers all coming out on Thursday. So I'm saving a lot of my firepower for Thursday of this week.
I like that. Rips, I like that. Just keep the powder dry. That's what we teach here at TopstepTV. These Monday and Tuesday light econ numbers. Keep the powder dry. Don't make or break your weeks. Definitely don't break your week. Hey, real quick, we got 83%, 84% long in crude right now. 84% long in crude. You seen that? Yeah, I'm seeing super tilty. Yeah. Super tilty for all you crude traders out there. Keep an eye on that. Let's take a peek at what's going on in crude oil. But yes, getting super tilty. And oh wow, it's a big rally in crude. Trading 74.60s, maybe market stalker D. Keep an eye on that. Keep us updated in the chat. But yes, crude oil very, very tilty right now. Looking at S&Ps, 58% longs, 50-50 there. NASDAQ as well, 50-50, so nothing popping there. Crude oil, 82% long as the market rallies. Sorry, Rips, you were saying about Elon gets a little testy going into these earnings?
Well, he did have sort of he was kind of adding some concern to me. I like to follow this stuff. It's a great story to follow. I love following the macro environments. It's like a new episode of your favorite Netflix show every single day, and then you get to trade it, so you're putting value on the line. It's my version of sports betting, if you will. So, I follow this stuff very closely. Elon's temperament, he was coming out and saying that his board voting ability, the way that he's seated on the board right now, he wants more power and he's just not getting it. The board is not giving it to him. And so when you have sort of that temperament, it really kind of leans in towards, him and Kimball are not really going to be pumping up the stock going into earnings, so to speak. So I think that we will see possibly some good earnings, some good forward-looking guidance, but I'm not so sure if that we're going to see a firecracker of 10, 20, 30 points off the rip. We might see some positioning, but I don't think that we're going to see, what people are expecting usually out of Tesla, which is just a crazy, crazy move. I don't think we'll see that. And in fact, I think that we have more downside potential than anything. I think the analysts are giving a plus and minus of about 15 points for their earnings right now.
Interesting. So Elon's saying doesn't have enough power these days. Interesting. I like that.
That's what the man is saying. Apparently,
that's my guy.
You would think owning the largest town square in the world, you'd have a little bit of power.
What an animal, dude! I love it, man. Oh, poor me, Elon. I love it. Anyways, all right, boys. So we're both flat. We're all flat right now. We're seeing got some size orders here in the ES. I'm being told we got 300 offered at 87 even, and we got 300 on the bid at 48.80. So we've got liquidity upside and downside. Currently, where we're trading right now, we're trading in the middle around E4 in the S&Ps. Let's see how that crude play. Crude still 80% long in crude over there. So for all you crude traders, keep an eye on that as we need to rally. How many trades have you guys taken this morning?
So I took one trade earlier before I came here on TopstepTV. I streamed that live in the Market Clubhouse YouTube channel, which I think is you guys and gals in here, you folks link that. But I stream live every single day at 8 o'clock in the morning over there. Stream that live for about 1,000 people early in the morning. Nailed that trade. It was a textbook trade. Bought the dip at the 500s in the NQ. Took that to the top side for about 20 handles and made a crappie across some accounts. Made about $3,000. Came on stream here, took one trade, and we're sitting at about scratch on that one right there. How about you, MP?
I just took a few in the morning. I took that one overnight. That's put me in the hole. And then so far, I bought this and on the first pullback, right at settlement, and it kept ripping through. So that cost me 300.
We buy the dips from here on out. All we do is buy dips, Michael. That's what we're doing from here on out.
Yeah, what was really getting me long this morning in the pre-market session, we had some data that came out from the Philly Fed. Their non-manufacturing activity came out. It was favorable for what the Fed is looking for. So that gave me the impetus to go long, as well as the fact that we had that beautiful takeout. If you're looking at my chart right here, before the open, we had this beautiful takeout down low here where we drew liquidity below 433.5. And we just continued to kind of make a higher low here. And right around 500, we were solidifying some bids. It was just a really nice setup, and I just had to take it there to the north side. So that was what I was looking for. Now we're just kind of chopping around. We are breaking above 470 here for now. Again, what I'm looking for is as long as the S&Ps are holding up that 48.85 level and not going below 48.80, that's where I think that we'll find strength in the market to rally higher. But there's a lot of things on deck this week. We talked about it just a little bit. We touched on Netflix. We touched on Tesla. There's also earnings out from IBM as well as Intel, and they are related to the chip sector. Obviously, what sparked this entire rally was the Taiwan Semi news, their forward-looking guidance, their great earnings report, and the fact that we are in an AI boom cycle right now. So we're seeing a lot of stuff really ripping to the top side that's related to AI names. So we're talking about Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, a lot of these names that are very heavy hitters in the AI space. So I think that a lot of eyeballs right now, especially large institutional funds, are going to be looking at what is going to be happening in the chips this week. Because again, IBM, Intel, and Lam Research, all related to that sector, as well as, Tesla, you could say, definitely has their hands in the AI pot right now.
I like that, Rips. Rips, now, for those that may not know, you're always watching the Mag 7, correct? As you trade the NASDAQ, you're always watching the Mag 7. Yep. So what's leading and what's lagging in the Mag 7? Is it typically Apple and Tesla? Who's doing the heavy lifting typically in the NASDAQ?
So the number 1 and 2 weight in the NAS and the S&P are matched. And number 1 is Apple. Number 2 is Microsoft. So if you have convergence, if you have convergence between those two names, let's say Microsoft and Apple are both ripping to the upside that day, then you can have the NQ and the ES ripping in tandem. Some days you will have divergence. Let's say Apple's up, Microsoft's down. It just depends, right? So you're looking for a lot of convergence across the board. The more dualities that you have in Microsoft and Apple, the more that they're moving in the same direction, the more likelihood that you're going to have a cleaner trade. So I look for that generally. And then, of course, the other Mag 7 are all very much weighted in both of the indices, both the S&P and the NQ as well. So just watching all those. Amazon, super important to watch. Google, of course, important to watch. And like I said, a lot of these names all share the same thing right now, and that is the AI sector. So it's not something to be ignored. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago where I was saying that I don't think that AI has even emerged to see new higher highs yet. So I think that we do have more potential upside in the moves here.
Where do you think we are? If in terms of a baseball game, are we still in the first inning of where AI is? Not even? Are we still in warm-ups, batting practice for where AI
we're
could go?
third.
We're in the third inning?
Yeah, I'd say somewhere between the first and the third. I agree with you, MP.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, it's in its infancy. This thing's gonna explode. I mean, we're using it. Topstep, we spend like $200,000 a year. I think something like that for the chat service. What's that?
How do we use it? In what aspect?
Chat. We use ChatGPT. I mean,
yeah, that's AI for sure.
Yeah, so we use it to. I mean, it takes every email we've ever sent. It takes every email we've ever gotten. It takes every reply. It takes what people say on the internet. I don't know. It takes all that, and then our blog posts and our whatever, our help center. It pulls all that in, and then it starts to help talk to you. Now, it can be a lot better. Humans talking to computers, it still isn't fluid, but hey,
We've been working on that. Yes.
Yeah, and of course, Microsoft are the largest investors in OpenAI, who owns ChatGPT, and they're using that to power their Copilot service, which they are expanding upon. And not only are they doing consumer-facing AI, but they also have internal AI that is doing a lot for their companies right now. And it's not them alone. You also have Google, who's been working on Bard, which actually has been surprising in their updates, although I do believe that they are mishandling private data. I did ask a question of Bard about 3 weeks ago, something very personal about myself, to see if it was reading potentially my Gmails, and it did answer back with some private information. I asked on a second account that wasn't connected to my Gmail account and provided the same answer. Then they released news later in the day that they said they had an emergency update to Bard, and that the answer was no longer being repeated. So I do think that they're scraping private conversations over Google Meet. I think that they're reading your Gmail, and I think that they're looking at calendars, at your Google Docs, at everything. So it's definitely something to be wary of. I think that Google is Skynet more than ChatGPT, OpenAI is, although Windows and Microsoft are getting everybody's data usage on that.
Dude, they're reading our emails, what you're saying, Rips.
At the very least, yes.
Come on, man. Well, that's lovely.
Hey, so I also, what we're looking to do on Topstep, since we have everything in a data warehouse now, is taking all the data, your past performance, your patterns of behavior, and all that kind of stuff. Again, I'm investing in this stuff for Topstep to have our digital performance coach start to feed you a little bit more relevant, helpful information about you. We're not telling you where to trade, where to get out, where to get in. That's not the business that we're in. That's your business to work with trade influencers like RIPS, like all the folks that we have on here. Yeah, and get to know what strategy works for you, but patterns of your behavior, they need to be known. That's in the data. So if you've been trading with us for a while, you have a large data set here at TopStep, and we're going to help you learn that. We're going to take away Coach T and Trader IQ here very, very shortly and bring it back better than ever. So you guys will see an email about us removing Coach T. Coach T right now is not connected to Chat GPT or anything AI related. So we're working with a group that's going to help us. And I don't know, that's something I believe. I've always believed that if you give people feedback, no different than yelling in a dugout, keep your bat up, lay off the curveball, Andre, because you're not good at the curveball. Wait for the slider. Right. You're not 12-6, huh? So yeah, that's something that we're looking to. I want to invest in this. These are all things that I'm working with after the show. How do we get this? How do we get people this information and do it in a relevant, timely way? So
now, are you also working on the reporting system, MP, the back end reporting system? Because I know that is kind of the holdup for folks being able to trade 10x the amount of micros to minis. And I know that that's a hot topic right now because people really want to trade 10x the number of micros to minis.
Yeah, that's one we're very much looking at, how we're going to restructure our like stack and our database on that one, because we were trading we were out before micro. Yes, we were out before micro. So then our trade report does break if you have a micro mess up. I don't know if other companies how they do it or if they don't have trade reports and they just know if you bust out. So yeah, we're working on that one, and we're working on static, and those are kind of the product things that we're working on for an H2 or H1, first half of 2024. We call it H1, and then as a bigger thing, hiring quants and the AI stuff you guys are talking about, taking all that data and helping you. And then there's like a machine learning. Guys, really quickly, a guy showed me, or not a guy, a company consulting group said, all right, we got to get all your data in an order. So just think about all these Legos that are out there, different colors, different shapes, different sizes. Put them all in a data warehouse. Once you get them all in a data warehouse, then you can start to work on what information you're pulling. Then you get going on that one. Then there's a machine learning. It's kind of like the last piece of the whole thing. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a country kid from Nebraska. And when they're saying all this, I'm like, well, okay, thanks for the Legos analogy. How long is this going to take? It's going to take a while. So we got all of our data in a data warehouse. That's the first one. Spending a lot of money on doing that one. That's an investment. So it's like an investment in the foundation. So that's what TopStep's working on right now as well.
Love that. Hey, really quick, just to circle back on that crude. Crude, we saw 85% long. If you faded crude, you probably made a pretty penny there. As you saw a big pull off. We pulled off from 74.50 down to 40s. You were able to pull 10 cents. No, more than that. Hell, 15 cents out of that market. The market definitely ripped back, pulled back on that 85% long. We are now looking at a 70% long buy still. So starting to see some of those longs peel off and the market pull back. So if you're a little fade crude there, you might have made a couple bucks. So good on you if you did. Market Stalker D, please chime in the chat. Let us know if you took advantage of that.
Was Deeyana trading some crude this morning?
She is trading some crude this morning. She trades it all day. She was on with us yesterday, made a couple bucks. I know it was a slow day for all of us, all markets pretty much. But yes, she was trading crude, and we love to see the action of the crude. As you and I, we're only equities traders here, so we got to spread it to all fields.
We do have some data coming out. It is the Richmond Fed manufacturing activity coming out for January. That's going to be out in about 40 seconds here. So definitely, if you are holding any positions, be careful because it can get very volatile during these prints. You'll often see the order book clearing out before that.
Yes, you will. You can see in the yes, you can. You'll see it in the dome. It gets super thin, super wide. Even for a Richmond Fed. Eddie, you're there. You're going to keep us updated on that number once it comes out.
I am watching. 30 seconds here.
Thank you, Eddie. Uh-oh, I think we got someone at the door here soon. Queuing up their trade
early 27. 15 is the read versus a -8 estimate.
What the? Who the? Oh,
Hey,
We're having dinner.
There's the man.
Get out of here.
Yeah, we're having dinner. What's up, Johnny? There he is.
yeah, the phone always rings. Somebody else comes by during dinner.
Coming in at 15, right? Prior was 11, and expectation 6. Coming in at 15, Richmond Fed Comp Index.
got nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of a minor number.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, nothing happened. What's happening, John? I know you were out taking care of things. We missed the opening range trade. I'm not sure it actually would have worked. As you look at the chart,
It did not.
It would have been a sloppy open, man. Yesterday's opening range trade was money. Was money.
Yes,
good stuff yesterday.
Yeah, at least initially, but the market opened right in the range from yesterday, indicating very little change in the perception of value of the S&P. So it was. I said in the opening call, it probably wasn't going to take it. So I finished the opening call, went outside with the dog, let her take care of things, played with her a little bit, came in and saw a request for me to come in. I'm honored to be here.
The people,
Rips in here, Hoag. It's so great.
Yes, Rips was making the request, and we're like, well, why the hell not?
I missed you on Last Fast Markets. I go, where the heck is Hoag? I need my trading buddy in here.
That's right. Oh, hey, speaking of trading buddies, can we put a poll out there? If you guys want, would you guys be interested in having a trading buddy here at TopstepTV, Topstep? Pairing you up with a trading buddy, team trading, or something of that aspect. I know we did a poll question yesterday that was like 75% of people trading by themselves, trade alone. Very few about people even have interest. I'd like to see if there's interest in finding a trading buddy, or is TopstepTV sufficient enough as a trading buddy? I see in the chat we got a bunch of yeses.
Ooh, yeah.
Good job, Robert. Who wants a trading buddy? Simple question, yes or no. We were talking about this in a meeting here at TopstepTV. Just wanted to see if there'd be any interest in that, and we can go from there. If there would be interest, we can start putting the wheels in motion.
Yeah, trading is a lonely business. Everybody
really
wants
It's a lonely business. Yeah. And we've always tried to figure out how to put trading buddies together that makes sense.
How would we do it?
Two from 80. I'm short 2 from 81, but now I just covered 1. So
nice trade there, MD. Great trade.
Look at you, silent assassin over there.
Well, you guys were talking, and it's not here. I'll show you. There's my position right there. Short 1, 81.75.
That's a real count.
I need to get some
real number.
I need to get some. All right, I cut my day in better than half.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good trade.
TopstepTV is a great trading buddy.
It is a good trading buddy. I wonder if they want something more personal, or is TopstepTV sufficient enough to have it trade? Consider a trade.
We've tried this in the very beginning when we started TopstepTV. How to put people into a Discord. How to put people in a Discord and connect them. Now, you might be like, dude, I just got connected with a weirdo. I'm not trading this guy, and then you bail, and then that's the first. and then your first experience with a trading buddy is bad. But like, keep going, man. You're gonna find Andre and I have been talking shop since 2008, maybe 2009,
financial crisis,
yeah. John and I have been trading buddies since 2010, 11. So. It's just, and then I have other ones too that are still on my text message that we talk. None of them are really active. The text message guys are not really active anymore. They had their whirlwind, took the money out, and did whatever with it in a smart investment way. A little hint for anybody who takes money out. But yeah, stick with it.
That's how I used to trade NASDAQ. Right. I used to send text messages to my buddy who was a broker in the NASDAQ. He'd fill my orders. I'd give him a stop. It was during the tech bubble, so all you had to do was wait for a break and buy it.
Right. I had a trade buddy in 1998.
How fast would you get filled on that stuff, or would you give him kind of a working order there, Hoag?
No, I'd give him a working order and put in a stop. And as soon as the order got filled, he'd have a runner run the card to me, and I'd turn in the card. And if I got stopped out, I got stopped out. But it was. The tech bubble was I don't want to say easy. There were definitely pullbacks that you could get ripped on. RIPS.
RIPS. There it is.
But if you timed it right, and you could just kind of just sit there in it and let the market just pay you all day long. So it was a lot of traders in the pit, and we're talking about getting Pax Kina on here. He's a big NASDAQ trader, and he'll tell you, man, the tech bubble was one-sided, right? And when that changed, a lot of people didn't, and they had a real hard time remaining profitable when the market kind of turned, and they had to learn how to sell it. It was a difficult time for a lot of traders.
imagine. Hey, real quick, just on that trading buddy, yesterday 75% did not have a trading buddy. With almost 1,000 votes, 76% want a trading buddy. So this is something we'll marinate on and we'll talk about it. We'll figure out the best way to do it. We've been talking about this forever. What's the best way to find a trading buddy, to stay accountable to another trading buddy? You got to share the same product in the same hours. You have to share trading ideas, share P&Ls. There's a lot of steps in there. There's a lot of moving parts to make that successful, I would say. But something we'll keep.
So there's 70. It's like 75% of people don't have a trading buddy, and 75% of people want one. Sounds like everybody that doesn't have a trading buddy wants one.
That's right. So maybe come up with like a Tinder for trading buddies or something like that. I don't know, Match.com for trading buddies. Something
Tinder
like
trading.
Yeah, Tinder. It's a match. You swipe right.
Something like that. I'm not sure. Something like that. But yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll work on that.
Yeah, I think back to my days before I had any kind of trading buddy, and it's just not, you got to have a trading buddy. You have to have somebody that's holding you accountable, because you'll get into the ability to just really easily lie to yourself and take trades that you know that you shouldn't be taking. And if you don't have that report card at the end of the day with your trading buddy, you know, somebody who's going to humble you and say, hey, you shouldn't be doing that stuff. You know, it's tough. It's tough to do it without a buddy. So highly recommend anybody who doesn't have a trading buddy out there, you ought to find yourself one.
I think I think there's a lot of criteria that I would want for a trading buddy. I would actually want you to be local or close to me, so to speak. If I'm in Colorado, how about that? I'm in Colorado, and if you're in Colorado, that would be sweet. If you, of course, you have to trade the same product that I would want to, or that I'm trading. Time frame would be similar.
Yep.
So,
hey, real quick, we got 87% long. 87% long crude right now, as we're seeing crude rallying. So people are getting paid with the momentum right now. Thank you, JD, for that. But yeah, Michael, you're saying about trading buddies. Same geographical area.
Just whatever criteria that my criteria would be those geographical area, same product, same time frame. I don't care about age, because in 1997, I was in the AOL chat room trading, and I became buddies with a guy who sold his heating and air conditioning business out of Wisconsin. And I was a Nebraska kid who was 18, and he was like 50-something. And we were trading buddies, trading the same thing. Now, don't get me wrong, he lost $600,000 or more in all his heating and air conditioning profits because he got bought out. He actually cried to me. On the phone on how much money he lost. Now, he was a cool cat who was always trying to get better as a trader. But if you ever feel down and despair and all that kind of stuff, to have a trading buddy to talk to is also another great one. So that's it for me on trading buddies. I know they're very, very important because I've had one my entire life. We're back up here at the 81s, right? 83s where I got short.
Yeah, market's a very, very range bound, at least in the NQ right now. S&P super sticky here. Really not seeing that breakout. I'd really like to see either a breakdown below 48.80 in the S&Ps or a break above 48.95. And we're just not getting that right now. The rest of the news on the docket, the only things that I could see moving the needle right now is the Treasury auctions. We have a 52-week bill auction that's due out at 11:30. And then at 1 p.m., we do have a 2-year note auction. So depending on the participation in those auctions, we may see some volatility injected into the market. But outside of that, Netflix earnings is, I think, what most of the large funds are waiting for in their positioning here.
Hey, Ralph, you said trading buddies have to be smarter than I am. Well, I would challenge it because, like, there's areas where they're better. Like, they're more empathetic. They're better emotional, like, understanding, support system, all that kind of stuff. If I'm looking at somebody who's just a better trader than I am, that's hard to do because you should be growing together. But, you know, to each its own on what you want. That's what I talked about criteria. So if that's part of your criteria, for sure, do that. But they're going to find days where you're smarter than them. So, however you find your trading buddy, that's what we're going to work on at some point, not right now, on how to pair people up. The best way we can do it is go into our Discord. We could drop the link in there. There's a trading buddy room. You can just go in there and you know, say, trading buddy, here's my criteria. If you meet it, you know, ping me and check in. We have a trading buddy room now, actually.
That works for now, I'd say.
Yeah. Until we get a swipe right.
You know, it's not like, that every trader is a genius on every day. You know, I think RIPS said last time, sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. You know, everybody has their vision, and some days your vision is on, some days maybe your trading buddy's vision is on, but at least you have somebody accountable to you know, just to say, you know, what are you doing? You know, you said you weren't going to do this, and here you are doing it. Oh, you're right. You're right. You know, I gotta back off, or, you know, this is your level. Where aren't you going to do something here? Well, I was kind of double clicking or double clutching on this, but yeah, you're right. I should take this trade. This was my plan. So I mean,
to add to that,
even if they're
go ahead.
even if they're not a better trader, even if they're not a better trader, at least you've got that.
Exactly. Sounding board at the very least.
To add to that, it really comes down to really finding somebody. The litmus test comes down to, is that person holding you accountable? And if they're not, then it's not a good trading buddy, because in trading, I say this often, there's nobody coming for you. There's nobody going to stop you. If you're being a knucklehead, the only person who can stop you is you. And if you have a trading buddy who's not holding you accountable through that knuckleheaded behavior, it's not worthwhile having that as a trading buddy. You need somebody who's going to be holding you accountable, exactly like Hope just said.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, we got new highs here in crude oil with a heavy tilt to the upside, 84% long as we approach new highs in crude oil. Hopefully people are making money on that rally. Also, I'm being told we got 400 plus on the bid on 48.80 in the S&Ps, 300 lot on the offer and 48.87. If you take a look at the dome, you see 300 lot sitting to the upside, and to the downside, you'll see that 400 lot sitting on the 80s. So, yes, likes to gravitate towards liquidity. We'll see if that does indeed play out. Which side, upside or downside? Yeah, we'll find out.
I don't know.
Andrew,
if Dee is in the room,
yeah,
but I can feel
Andrew,
her. I can feel her. She is long, and she is in this. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Eddie. I'm sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
No, not at all. Andrew, busted out of a funded account your sixth time. Don't get discouraged, my friend. Don't get discouraged. If people have busted out, you can go to some influencers and see 500 bust out in a year, stuff like that. So, like, I've busted out before. I'm struggling this month, down on the month. So, to each his own on your own personal journey. But again, tune in, find out what you're working on, look at your trade reports, journal, all this kind of stuff. Do not throw the baby out with the bathwater unless you completely are like, well, I'm going to change products and I'm going to change my strategy. And if you're going to do that, then make sure you give yourself a lot of time to get yourself back, get yourself in tune with those two things, the product and your strategy.
Jab,
what does
jab,
that mean
jab.
To throw, jab, jab. What does that mean to throw the baby out with the bathwater, Michael? What is that? What does that say?
I mean, start all over. Start all over. New kid. A new kid.
Throw the kid out with the that kid's screwed up, man.
I can make those jokes. Yeah, I can make those jokes. I got 3 of them.
In trading terms, it means if you're blowing your XFA, it's probably not something wrong with your entire strategy. It's probably just a couple tweaks that will get you there.
I got you.
Thank you. If you got funded really that important. Many times, yeah.
That's really important to say, Rips. I mean, it's not, you don't throw everything away. It's gentle changes in the trajectory of your trading plan that might be just enough to make it profitable. You can't just throw everything away, like throwing away the baby with the bathwater, right? But yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just a small change can make a big difference in the long run.
100%. And I mentor a lot of folks, and a recurring thing for most of them is that they are getting too much size on and they cannot handle that at a psychological level. So simply sizing down when you're in that XFA can do a lot. And yeah, you're going to miss out on those home runs that you're dreaming about. But at the end of the day, this is not a home run game. This is brick by brick. It's boring, but to get there, it's how you have to do it. And a lot of people don't want to hear that. A lot of people want to see 15 lots on, slamming it all the way up to the upside and hoping that you get it. But that's not how you trade. You have to take it brick by brick by brick, and you have to be patient. And it's all about hitting those dingers. And before you know it, you look back at your month and you say, wow, all those dingers really added up for the month. And this is a great month.
Yeah, right.
It's slowing down.
Funny how that works. Yep, that's how it works. I mean, you look at this price action here. The S&Ps and NASDAQ. We're barcoding here. If you look at the 5 minute, not a whole lot happening. Like I said, lately in the afternoons, we'll start getting a direction. The mornings have been pretty much sideways, and we're only 45 minutes into this trade, so we're not seeing still early in the day. Looks like the action right now is in crude as we keep making new highs, and 84%, 83% long buys to the upside. Hopefully D is one of those, but yes, the action seems to be like in crude right now as opposed to the equities. So, sit on your hands if you're trading equities. Keep your hands on your butt, as John would like to say. and we'll stay patient. We'll outlast this market. That's what we're going to do this week. We will outlast this market. And Rips was saying meat and potatoes comes later in this week. Some of the inflation numbers and earnings coming out. So there's plenty of opportunity. The market's open for 23 hours a day. You don't need to trade it all the time right now.
I think one thing that newer traders struggle with is the idea that you don't have any control over the market. All you have control over is your entries and exits in the market. And if the market's open, don't be fooled that there's going to be a setup. Unless you have a setup where it's meeting your exact criteria, there's probably not a reason to trade. And like what we're seeing, what Andre just said in the NQ specifically right now, which is the product that I trade, we're barcoding right now. This isn't a setup. And because the market's open, doesn't mean I need to be taking the trade.
Exactly. Yeah, we're starting to see a little push to the upside here in the S&Ps. Very minor, no confirmation that we're going to keep following through. We'll keep an eye on that. But yes, well said, Rips. Yep, we're going to stay on our hands, and we're going to display patience right now. This is kind of what trading buddies do with one another. Hey, we'll wait for it. Yes.
Speaking of trading buddies, you want to
really quick, if I could just chime in on crude.
Go ahead.
The two levels that I'm watching for the upside on crude, since we do have some crude traders in here, 75 spot 20 and 76 spot 14. Sorry about that, MP.
Go. Crude ripping higher, 82% long, crude ripping higher, new highs going on. Sorry, Michael, you're saying.
Longs are getting paid. No. Crude oil's ripping higher. Cut me off if I do this, but this is going to be me. To everybody here that's a trading buddy, because I'm going to show you guys transparency. And this is 100%, I'm sorry. And I'm going to say I'm sorry because I was 100% wrong. Who right now had an XFA issue from January 12th and has been in here shouting from the rooftops that you have an XFA issue? If this is you right now and you're listening, and since January 12th, you got funded and something happened where you didn't get your account. Micro, that's you. You get your activation feedback. Freddie, you get your activation feedback. Exotic, you get your activation feedback. Aaron, you get your chart trading. All you guys that had this issue, you all get your activation feedback. We effed up. We found a break in our script where some people didn't pair up and it would be dropped. I came on here every day and told you guys that it was all okay. I got some bad information, which this is on me. Buck stops with me, 100%. Every one of you guys will get your activation feedback. Do not jump in there and say, hey, I want my activation feedback, even though you got your account. We know. But everybody in here, you pay your activation fee, it's administration. It gets administration, provisioning the account, the risk managers watch the account and all that. That's what an activation fee is, because you don't have any charges when you're on the funded level, except when you go live pro. That's a pro data fee we pass through. All you guys that had this issue, I sincerely apologize. This shit stops with me. It always will stop with me. We're working with our team. Resources are going to be added. Process is going to be improved. And the shit will never happen again. And if it does, then I'm going to come back on here and I'm going to do the exact same thing. And I'm just really going to apologize to you guys. So I'm sorry to take you guys out of your funk. The traders that were trading very, very well and made it to their XFA and waited on their XFA and have been sitting there in limbo. That shit is not okay. So I apologize. Now, they'll be following up with you guys. Yeah, they'll be following up with you guys shortly and letting you know we're going to refund all those activation fees and get you back into the markets. So I apologize for getting you guys out of sync. We all know how important it is to go from funded to trading combine, graduating, meeting the objective, and quickly getting on a funded account so you can keep that rhythm and rhyme. So there you guys go. I apologize. I was wrong. And I'm going to work on that with my team.
Shout out to the boss. There you go.
Apology tour. Like a Kanye apology tour.
You're a little bit more humble than he is, and you own up to it.
I would never be even remotely close to Kanye, so sorry.
You own up to it a little bit better. But that was really sweet. Yes, we make you whole here at Topstep, and I know this will keep Michael up at nights, shit like this. So yeah.
I found out about it. Yeah, I found out about it yesterday after I kept hearing you. And this is why I would love the fact that you guys are here, because in chat you let us know, you let me know if there's anything wrong. We ping our tech team, our support team, our funding team, our finance team, all that kind of stuff. We say, hey, what's up? Why are people talking about this? So that's why. So I apologize to anybody here that I push back on and be like, hey, just contact support. That's on me. And for the finance team, guys, we just launched Wise. That's kind of got buried into the announcement of excitement. We just had added Wise as an option for a payout option. It's much quicker to get your money too.
Damn, dude, you're a real one, MP. Not gonna lie. Hey, real quick, Crude, stop me if you heard this before. Crude, I know. Stop me if you heard this one before. Crude's still making new highs as the tilt is 82% long. They ain't budging. They're staying long as crude continues to rally. No rips. Price target 75 even. I believe you said rips in crude oil.
75 spot 20 was what I was looking for the upside.
75 spot 20, 75 20, 75 20. Gotcha. All right. Well, we still got some room to go there, but we continue to make new highs, and we are heavy long.
Just to say, weekly kickoff high in crude oil is 75.75.
75.75. Got it. Yep. Equities kind of going sideways right now. I know we were taking a peek to the upside. Sellers came in, range bound trade. If you can execute that strategy, but good on you. Actually, a breakout will happen. So when the sideways trade ends, the breakout will happen. But right now, we're just trading sideways. Market, there she is. Market stock
trading sideways. We're getting a little bit of a roll in the NQ here.
Low rollover, correct?
Yeah, we are.
Market stock. Real quick poll we just put up. Do you focus on one instrument or look around for one that is moving? Two options: focus on one or look for movement. I focus on one, but I do look for movement and other ones just to see some action.
What's your pick of poison over there, Andre? What's your favorite to trade?
Yes, for sure. It's more my speed boy. Hey, real quick, Nasdaq crude oil almost 87% long. That's a pretty heavy number. I haven't seen a number that heavy before. So we continue. ES for me, but I also got the Nasdaq charts. I got the dollar up. Keep an eye on crude just in case it does. If crude prices get super crazy, like into the hundreds, it will bleed into the equities. But yeah, crude continues to rip higher.
Yeah. So some people are asking if TopStep's hiring. Yes, we are hiring. We're adding more people under our support team, and I think our funding team. But usually, if you're on your support team, you can make your way. If you're kick-ass, you will make your way through different areas of the company that you can really provide an impact to. We have people that have gone from support all the way up to product manager, managing certain areas. And we pay six figures for the product folks. So that's good. And you start at 50-some thousand or something like that. So there's an opportunity there. And you're around other traders. So that's really, really cool. So those that are asking, check out our career page. If we could put the link in there. And yes. So if you guys have some questions, I'll jump in and ask those ones in between on dead times.
Hey, we got some news. Our first news package for today. Check, what do you got for us?
Quick financial story. There was a cool article from Bloomberg today, if you want to go check it out. Moody's and someone else researched, and I can't believe there's this many companies, 475 million companies. And 21 million of them got red flags, these shell companies, for things such as there were 2,200 companies with directors aged 123 and above, including one company that had a director that is 942 years old.
Respect.
Jeez.
Incredible.
In addition to that, exactly, just a couple percent a year. It's like that Futurama episode. Also, there was some wild stuff in there. One company had one employee. One Chinese textile company had one employee and $2 billion in revenue. That's a high performer.
Hey guys, we have the markets, S&P and NASDAQ starting to roll over pretty hard. Rips, what are you seeing down here? Here's your 34s again.
Sellers.
Yeah, I ended up taking that short and ended up taking a 3 lot. Took 2 lots off. I have my runner on for my final lot here. Stops at 445. So nice trade on that one.
Ooh, I love runners if it runs. And it's hard to find a runner.
We have room all the way down to 420 and a half here.
Hi, Jack. What do you got?
Lastly, one last thing. If you're into the betting markets, the Oscar nominations came out today. Oppenheimer is the odds-on favorite, followed by Killers of the Flower Moon and Poor Things. The ones that I have crossed out there in red did not get nominated today. So if you want some long bet, I think it's going to be Oppenheimer. But if you want some long bets, the zone of interest and the holdovers.
Barbie got nominated.
Plus 1,200 plus Barbie. 1,000. If you make 1.4 billion, Michael, you get whatever you want.
Did it really make 1.4 billion?
They did not make as much. Barbie did not make as much as that one Chinese textile worker, though. So some work to do.
Well done, Chad. Well done. Thank you, Chad. Yeah, sellers.
You stopped out of my trade there, by the way, MP. That's going to put us totally up on the day now, $3,650.
Hell yeah! And those are in your that's in your combine, right?
Yep. Just trading combines. I'm always very transparent about that. If I'm ever trading my live, I definitely preface with that. So only combines.
Oh, we talked. Yeah, we talked about your live yesterday, and that's what I really appreciated. You're talking about those, and I also appreciate your
what
patience.
segment was that? I must have missed that. Were you guys talking about that on Shoulder Tap or just on the regular program here?
We talk about you all the time, buddy.
What was it? Was it Fast Markets, I believe?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. We get updates throughout the day in our Slack channel of what's happening with the live folks, and then Eddie or who's ever driving the boat it jumps in here and updates, or Jack or whomever. So we talked about you.
Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, I like when that happens when we're doing well on the live account. It always feels good. And that goes back to kind of the trading buddy thing. That's another good reason to have a trading buddy, because if you're doing well, sometimes it's easy to feel that you're doing lesser than, because there's so much noise out there, especially with social media. If you have people that are posting, oh yeah, I just made $100,000 here, made $1 million here, your trading buddy will keep you in line usually and let you know, hey, you're doing really, really well. So appreciate the shout out there, folks.
And that's impressive profits today from such a small range, Rips.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Like a little Elvis.
Somebody asked in chat for Zoo, said, hey, Rips, what time frame do you trade? I usually am finding my trades early on in the morning, starting the higher time frame, which I believe that most folks usually do. Starting the 4 hour, dropping into the 1 hour, looking at the 30-minute, 15-minute. I'm usually trading off of either a 15-minute or a 5-minute chart. What you have up on the screen, or what you had up on the screen here, is a 30-second chart. And the only reason that I use a 30-second chart, which is this one right here, this one showing on stream, the only reason is so that you can see exactly all of my executions, because it's, again, like MP talks about, is that we need to have more transparency in the space so you can see all of the executions that I took and just not take me for my word. So on that short here, we got short right here in this area, and we flushed down to that. We covered at the near lows there, and we are bouncing back up. And that's why we trade with stops. We got stopped out and made, looks like, about $500 on that trade.
Yeah, and to continue transparency, somebody's asked how many live traders do we have? You'll be able to ask that during Shoulder Tap. I'm looking at right now 80 live traders. We have thousands of XFA, thousands, like a big number. But then a percentage of those get their account big enough that we're just like, some of them get it big enough that we're like, we're going to wait on them, keep them in XFA. They have their own proprietary system on this, which their batting average of picking just stellar ponies, so to speak, or stellar traders at that level that are going to continue trading at a higher level. Rips has a live account. He got brought up. We've had other people that we share all the time on their live trading. We'll have it up here, the top 10 live traders, what their balances are. There's another transparency thing. If there's anything you're going to get out of Topstep this year, is more and more transparency in the space. So as you get other people that don't share P&Ls or don't share charts or tell you this and that, again, that's just makes it really hard to know what's behind the veil, curtain, or whatever.
I think that's going to help out a lot of traders too, because it's going to show the realistic side of trading, where a lot of folks out there are posting these massive days, but then they're going to hide from you their big losing days. And that's just not what trading is. If I came on and I told you I made $100,000 and then I didn't tell you about the million I lost yesterday, is it even real? I'm still 900K in the hole if that's the case. So, I think if anything, it's going to help out a lot of traders, because I think a huge problem right now with social media is it's making people feel lesser than. And it's just tough, it's tough for people. So having that transparency will show people the real side of trading. I'm trying to get up to Piranavon's level, who's just dynamite trader here on Topstep, and he's been knocking it out of the park lately. He's my idol lately. He's just been killing it.
Well, that's what's cool about what you're talking about, Rips. So you're humble enough, and you don't talk shit to other traders, and you don't get that guy's blah blah blah. And so Piranavon is crushing it. You're a live trader,
Absolutely.
So you're technically in that basket of 80 people that are kick-ass. The Red Bull athletes of Red Bull. I always wanted to kind of put it in that fashion, but yeah. So then you look at this other athlete out there, so athlete of the marketplace, and you're like, holy shit, that is stellar trading. And then you have mad respect. No different than they did some crazy ass trick during X Games, and like he's a Red Bull helmet on, and you're a Monster Energy guy. Well, you're not. You're sponsored by two different people, but you're still high-fiving and be like, that you have mad respect for that talent.
Exactly.
So that's what we're going to really get into. That's when the league's going to start. We're going to eventually have the league going. So these are the things where we make sure you guys will then be able to snuff out any of the trade influencers out there that aren't sharing the stuff. You could ask them, hey, and then the whole industry. And I'm going to ask probably Apexes and the Lilos and their industry. Be transparent about what's happening with your traders and things like that. It's just going to be a request that we all should be making. I like to have it not only for my own, but for everybody in the community.
I think that Snowmass Internet got the best of Michael right there.
Uh-oh.
You there,
bit
Michael?
of a snowstorm over there.
Oh, he's gonna get hot. He's gonna get super hot. Hey, question we've been mulling on back here behind the scenes. We want to throw out to the viewers. Do you have a brokerage account? We're just curious to see, yes or no. Do you have a brokerage account, Robert? If you throw that poll up there, I just want to get a temperature on that. See where we are at with the viewership. If they do have a brokerage account or not. MP, you there?
I'm here, but I don't know if
all right, cool. Through. There you are, buddy. You're on a good one too, dude. You have a brokerage account, private brokerage.
Yeah, I'm just talking about transparency. It's anything that we're all part of the community, even outside of Top.
He's gonna lose. He's gonna get hot after this one. Still got a little some internet's having some issues there. As we're seeing a sell-off coming up to settle here in the S&P's settlement play. Nasdaq finally is gone negative. And continue to break rips. Any levels you're looking for to pull the trigger on some more trades? I know you said we were trying to catch a runner in the Nasdaq on that sell-off. Well, sure enough, you got stopped out because the market did turn around on you. Any levels you're looking for here in the Nasdaq?
Yeah, so for that breakdown there, we ran kind of into that level that was 433s off the lows. We hit as low as 428 there. So that, again, was where my caution flag went out. I jumped in front and covered some there on the bid as I was short as we crested below that 433 line. So that's what I was looking for on that trade, and I was happy to leave one runner. That was a 3-lot position. And that's what I'll often do is that I'll put on size and I'll peel off anywhere between 25 and 75% of the position based on where we are in the trade. If I'm late to the trade, I'm probably peeling it off pretty quick, but I'm leaving runners on. And that's why I use stops. Everybody out there, believe it or not, I mean, for me, it's second nature. But if you're not trading with stops right now and you think you're okay trading with a mental stop, I'm telling you right now, you should always be using stops in your trading. The market makers are not looking for your stops, especially on your Topstep accounts. There's no market makers that are looking for your stops. Even if you're on a live account, your 15-lot position, they're not looking for it. So just use stops if you're not already. They will save you a lot of money in the long run. It's okay to use stops. And I think that if you're not using them right now, today's the best day to start using them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have to use them.
Go on, John. Yeah, market makers are not hunting for our stops, right, John?
Well, there are predatory algos that look for like really short time frame stops, but just because you put a stop in does not mean the market is targeting your stop. You have to put in stops, even if it's just a catastrophic stop. If something goofy happens, you want out, you got to put in that stop.
John, there's a question here in the chat. Can we hear what Hoag is thinking and seeing? Yes, John, we'd love to hear what you're thinking and seeing. Let's talk about the ES. Have you made any trades yet today? Have you taken any trades? People have you taken any trades? Have you taken any trades yet today, John? Or looking to?
I took a trade. I took a trade early before the open today. I took a small loss on it, but when we look at where we are, there's value high from yesterday. There's value low from yesterday. Nothing has changed in the last 24 hours. The market is really just kind of hanging in a consolidation. So I'm focusing really on the extremes of that consolidation. Now, if I were going to be looking for a cheap long, right now the initial balance low is in. It's right here. This could be a cheap long, but we're seeing some liquidity down here. We've got 416 down here at 78.70. 78.75. Value low from yesterday is all the way down here. That's the volume value low. TPO value low is 48.7850. I'm just gonna take this because it's cheap and just to kind of show. I mean, I'm gonna go a little bit beyond that liquidity there. We're taking just a very small risk on this trade. If the low holds, then we may see another rotation higher. I mean, I don't know if I see it necessarily happening, but I feel like it's so cheap, I got to do it. We've seen demand here. We've seen demand here. We saw, demand below this level yesterday. And if we're going to continue to look to buy weakness, this would be a weakness that we could buy. So I have no idea if this trade is going to trade out, but if it does, we may get a 2-to-1 reward over risk on this if we do rotate back to point of control or back to value high. We'll see what happens.
A lot of would you say it would take a lot of energy to get through all these bids here to the downside in the S&Ps with all this liquidity here?
Yeah, but the market does tend to head to that liquidity, so I'm looking for it to take out that liquidity, and that's going to kind of make a kind of a weak low here. The low value low from yesterday, and TPO is 78.5. So we're a point below it, and as far as our stop is concerned, this is a cheap trade. If it works, great. If it doesn't, the loss is small.
Yeah, I like that strategy a lot there, Hoag. And I also employ that when I'm trading momentum. If I'm coming up to an area of confluence, if I have certain areas in the chart and I already have a position on, and let's say my stop loss is maybe 8 ticks below, I will generally look to add into that position if I see the bids that are holding, because that second lot that I'm adding to my position, although it's doubling in size, I'm getting lower risk on that because I'm only risking 8 ticks on that new lot.
Right. I would probably add to this if it was going in my direction, but I'm not looking for anything really substantial as far as a bigger move. So, right now we're getting a nice push off that low. We put in a weak low, not real happy about that, but again, the risk is small. So,
all right, guys, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, guys, we have a poll and we need your help with it. And we want to get to over 1,000 people voting. And this is going to help us as we talk to certain folks out there. We want to get an understanding if you have a personal brokerage account or not. So if you do not have a personal account, that would be no. If you have, that would be yes. So please fill this out. It will help us greatly understand the folks that are here. We've got probably a couple more coming throughout the week. Understand and get a better idea how we can support y'all. So in here, in the chat, you'll see at the very top or whatever above your chat window, do you have a personal brokerage account? Click that and move on. Oh, thank you. Right, 700. We want to get to 1,000 just because 1,000 is a good number. And so if you have a personal brokerage account, say yeah, not say no. TB, I'm definitely getting an IT guy in Aspen. Because if I'm broke again, it happens every day. This exact time.
He's in trouble. That IT guy's in deep shit when he shows up.
They do it on purpose because they want you to go. They want you to go skiing. They don't want you. They don't want you working. They want you skiing.
Oh yeah.
Thankfully, it's happening on a very choppy day in the markets too.
That's true. That's true. Bad day. Yes, Michael.
I'm giving Natalie screenshot shots of upload, which was 0.2 when it was roboting or 2, something like that.
Better now.
Which is usually at 30.
Oh, Natalie, I feel for you, Natalie. It's a bad day to be Natalie today.
Yeah, I know. She's a sweet girl too. I bet it's her tech guy that she's like, give me a direct line to tech guy. Let's see how that one goes. Right, so we got 1,000 votes. We're gonna keep it up. 67% of people saying yes, they do. 30 say no. Thank you guys for that one. That is super helpful.
Somebody asked in chat here what levels I'm going to be watching here. In the NQ, I'm looking to see whether or not we're going to push above 480 here. I'll go back to the trading view screen. So I just have my peepers peeled here to whether or not we're going to be cresting over this 480. When I see a lot of wicks like this on the 15-minute, it's a bucket of yuck. And shorter time frame trades are generally what I'm looking for on a chart like this. So I don't have hungry eyes when the trade is developing like this. I'm not really seeing anything I like yet. If we break above 480 and we retest, we find some bidders at 480, I could potentially find myself long. But I think you can agree with me on this, Hoag. I think that we see a lot of larger funds that are just waiting to see what happens with the chips, what happens with Netflix and Tesla this week in their earnings. And especially we have Jerome Powell coming on next week, FOMC, not coming on here, unfortunately, but coming on to do the FOMC. And I think that's what a lot of large positioning traders are waiting for. Would you agree with that assessment there, Hoag?
100%. And basically, when you're this range bound, I agree with the idea that anything you take is not expected for huge profits. I just made what 2.25 points on that. It took it up to the 200 session moving average. I took the profit on it. It was a cheap trade. If it extended the range to the downside, I was out. So that was for me an extremely short time frame trade, but that's what it was designed to be like. So we just took a small profit on that, happy with it, and now we just look for the next opportunity. Like Fred says, with this week low, I'm not looking for this week low necessarily to hold. We only have a 10 handle range in the S&Ps. 10 handles. A 10 handle initial balance is not expected to maintain for very long.
Yeah, we sort of had the same thing going on in the entire Globex session in the S&Ps. It's been not a great advantage trade right now in the S&Ps. So if you're again looking at the market with hungry eyes, then you're not going to be served very well. I like what Hoag did there, where he's seeing the profit, taking profit. That's what makes sense in this market right now. Market's not in your control. You have to take what the market gives you, and if it's going to be 2 points, you take those 2 points with a smile.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Nice trade, Johnny. Yeah, nice trade. Seen it well.
I'm not feasting. I'm not feasting. I'm nibbling.
A couple nibbles. I like that.
Hoag still got it. They say, damn right, still got it. Got the fastball. Nice trade. Yep. With all that liquidity, saw that cheap trade. Upside. I mean, range bound trade. Yep. In, out. On to the next one. I think eventually we're going to see a push down. We're going to see if we can fill this liquidity down below here.
Yeah, we're really likely to take out this poor low right now, which is going to extend below the initial balance. So we could see a potential failed auction or a value or rejection from today if we do maintain price below this level. The things that I'm looking at down below as far as support levels are concerned is last week's high, 48.74 quarter. That's where we found support yesterday. That's where the market kind of finished the week last week. So, that is a level that I'm focusing on for a bigger time frame or a larger opportunity trade, is if we do get down to that level. Again, yesterday, we got there, but we didn't spend a lot of time. We rejected that level. Does it happen again? It lets us limit risk. If it doesn't, always think about limiting risk before you do anything. The next thing I'm kind of looking at below that is this afternoon pullback high here, 48.60 approximately. This is a 5-minute chart, and these are new charts to me. I don't really look at short time frame charts, but I'm trying to adapt my trading style and strategy to be a little bit more active, just to look for some smaller opportunities and maybe even kind of define better trade locations.
How does it feel stepping outside of that comfort box there, Hoag?
Well, right now, Rips, I feel like I'm torn between time frames, and we're always adapting as traders, Rips. You know this as well as anybody, and this is a new adaptation for me, and it's going to take a little time and a little tweaking of ideas and strategies and thoughts, but I relish the challenge. I mean, that's the one thing. We're talking about motivation yesterday, and my brother's motivation was he likes trading because of the challenge. He likes to challenge himself to be, to earn money in the markets. And, I'm looking forward to always learning more and more, because there's always something to learn. So we've extended the initial balance. We're right down to value low, TPO value low from yesterday, right there to the tick. It traded down to it so far, but we're gonna see if we get a failed auction down there, which would put me more in the mind of looking for opportunities to buy weakness for the rest of the day. Right now, this market is moving lower. I mean, we've got lower highs, we've got lower lows. You know, and on the daily chart, you know, I'm not looking at any major changes in failure of this move above unless we get back down below 48.30 and show some meaningful participation. So this market could put all the way back down to that level and still remain, you know, a market that I'm looking to buy weakness in. Now, we don't know if that's going to happen. That's a long-term look. Pretty much everybody I've been reading and checking out and we're looking at says, yeah, if we hit back down to this level and we start looking lower, look out.
There you go.
But
Here we go.
There we go.
Yeah, we're starting to see some cracks forming there in the S&P. Just to give an update on market internals, because I think it's important on a choppy day like this. The NYSE volume is at 152 million 52 million shares, not years. 152 million shares traded so far, which is 14.5% above its 1 month average. The NAS, on the other hand, has 1.675 billion shares traded, which is 1% above its 1 month average, which will show why we're getting so much chop right now. NASDAQ is housing a lot of these names, and the advancers are leading decliners only by 1.2 to 1 in both the NYSE and the NAS.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, Johnny, it's going to take some energy to get through this, but all these resting bids seem to get filled and pushing to the downside in the S&P.
Yeah.
NASDAQ's
Always
still
goes to
going sideways.
liquidity, right?
It's crazy. It's crazy how that works. NASDAQ's still going sideways. It looks like the party's in the S&Ps right now. Go figure.
Yeah. Andre and Rips. I mean, I'm looking at the NASDAQ with the high of the session and the opening range. The first minute remains the high of the day. The NASDAQ is not extending the range lower, and we have negative delta. There is a little bit of a hint of delta divergence in the NASDAQ today. You know, I'm seeing negative 2,400 approximately in delta in the day session today, Rips. We're usually a little bit off on that, but still in the same direction. But
I see about 2,500 negative in the NAS there.
Yeah, okay, so we're aligning pretty closely there.
And I have 5,500 negative in the S&Ps.
Thank you. Look at this. We're simpatico. You already knew what I was going to ask.
We're right. Yep, we're right.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I love
right
that.
On, Rips. Yep, we're right on. But the S&P's movement is congruent right now. It's extending the range to the downside. It's not congruent in the NASDAQ. It's, there's maybe a little bit of a divergence there because the NASDAQ isn't putting in new lows on negative delta. It's above the point of control. It's above even the halfway point that way. So there may be a little bit of a divergence there in the NASDAQ. And, NASDAQ, I think, is probably going to end up leading in either direction, but we'll see how this plays.
Yeah, it's one of those markets where if you wanted to take this short, you really just want somebody just to lean on it just a little bit, because if you do, this thing is going to plummet to the downside. It is good to note before you get to your segment there, Andre, it is good to note that we did have a 618 retracement, a fib retracement from the lows on the NAS. We retraced up to that 618, which is at 17,481 and a quarter. We have kind of seen that as a toppier zone right now. So if it respects that and we do have this rolling over in the S&Ps, there is a good chance that we would see everything start to roll over just a touch. But if you looked at yesterday's price action, we're not seeing the bulls or the bears really take control of the market. We are continuing in this range bound, and with us creeping as low as we have been, you would expect the bears to take control and start to lean on this thing and push it down, but we're just not seeing that attack plan unfold just yet.
Awesome. We haven't seen that in a month.
Hey guys, we just posted another poll. We're curious to know your thoughts. We're looking to expand partnerships in the space. And obviously, you can see what we're hinting at here. So the newest poll question: would you switch to a brokerage that allowed you to fund your account with a debit card? We'd like the big sample size. The more votes, the better. More accurate understanding of where you guys' heads at. Some directions in which we can go here at TopStep moving forward. Like to grow the company and like to provide to you guys. Michael, are you there? How's the internet connection coming through? There,
robot.
And please don't fund your account with a credit card. Do not.
No, do not.
Are there any brokerages that actually allow you to do that?
I would hope not. I have no idea.
I've never heard of that before. Maybe back in the crypto days.
Let's get those votes up. Give us a better idea as to where your guys' head, what your guys' thinking is. But yes, the more votes, the more accurate picture we get for you guys moving forward, and obviously us moving forward as well.
Yeah, the S&Ps are just refusing to break down here. It's pretty wild to just watch this, just rinsing around. And again, I just go back to what I was talking about earlier. I believe the fact of the matter is that we're just having the larger institutions that can push this market over. They want to wait and see what the data is going to be, because FOMC is going to be a large positioning trade, and that's going to be coming in, 1 week from tomorrow. So, wow, that crept up real quick there. So I think that's why we're seeing the lack of any kind of larger move here.
Any movement. Yeah. And folks, we're not talking about using credit cards. We're talking about using debit cards, money you already have, and risk capital is money you can afford to lose. You don't want to do that. So we're not talking about using a credit card or for anything. Only debit cards, money you already have.
All right, guys, let's do while the market's moving sideways. Doing a little recap, looking ahead here, what we got for the rest of the day. Shoulder tap, of course, with Hoag and Mick coming up here at 10:30 in about 40 minutes. Then we got power players, Eddie, myself, and France H at 11 o'clock. Power players, 11:45. Top quiz, Jack and Vanessa. 12 o'clock. Group coaching, Hoag and JD. Hoag, how are we looking on the questions? Do we got enough questions, or do we need some more?
Oh, we've got we've got a bunch of questions that we can always go back to, things that we haven't gotten to. We've got we don't see any new questions or today. Still some questions from yesterday. So if you do have questions, make sure you get them in, and we will do our best to get to as many as we can and answer them as clearly and succinctly as we can. Just to kind of further clear things up, Topstep is not be getting into the brokerage space. Just know that.
Also, then at 1 o'clock, we got Marcus talking with D, Eddie, Hoag, myself, and Deeyana. Deeyana's in the chat. She can tell us about her crude oil trades, as there's been a lot of movement in crude oil. So we'll see how that played out for her. Then Power Hour, Gobi, myself, Cammy Capital. That's always a fun time, and that'll be it for then. Keep in mind, we got RIPS back on Thursday. RIPS, you're going to be back on with us. We're going to do some Power Hour and
do some wild power hour action again and see if we can get loopy again.
Last time was a trip, man. That was a lot of fun. That was a hell of a lot of fun. So as that being said, S&Ps keep looking to the downside, Johnny.
Yes, they are looking to the dark side here. I'm just going to be patient here and see if we show any kinds of failed auction down here. But if we open in the next 30 minutes below the initial balance, that may be an indication of potential continuation to the downside. It could be value rejection from yesterday, value acceptance perhaps from Friday. That's all the way down here, though. I don't know, man. I don't know. We just got to use the market generated information to take advantage of opportunities. That's all we're doing here.
Right, Rips. Any levels you're looking at? I think you're talking about fib retracement right before we were talking about these polls. Anything that you're looking at here in the NASDAQ? NASDAQ's very quiet today. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, surprisingly quiet. It's sort of mimicking yesterday's trade, and I'd be looking for a clean break of 433.5 to the downside. But again, we're going to have to see that confluence, that congruency between the S&Ps and the NAS here. Because again, I just want to reiterate, I just think that most of the larger funds, most of the large institutional traders that can actually move these markets are just running simple algorithms where they're sweeping between 10 and 15 handles, and they're just buying the lows, selling the highs, shorting the highs, buying back the lows, and they're just rinsing retail in this chop. And that's a great way for them to pick up those pennies that people are dropping dollars from. So this is the type of trade I do like to try to hang out of. I like to see bigger trades where we have bigger range. We had some nice movement in the pre-market, and there was some nice movement in the NQ on Globex. But outside of that, we've just been seeing this range-bound tight trade in the S&Ps, and that's what's keeping me grounded here, keeping me from pressing the buttons. And I just know that how much we have on the table that's going to be coming in the future. We have Netflix earnings after the bell, which should shake things up a touch. We have Tesla earnings coming tomorrow after the bell. Then we have the chips up on Wednesday and Thursday. We're looking for Lam Research, IBM, Intel. Those are all going to be very, very important. And Jerome Powell is going to grace us with his presence next Wednesday. So that's a week from tomorrow. Lots of stuff in the future keeps me from trading today if the setup isn't good.
I like that. Patience. Monday patience, today patience. Take your money. Don't go too crazy with the trades. Like you said, the meat and potatoes coming up tomorrow through Friday. So yeah, thanks for that, Rips. Good stuff. Michael, you there? How's your internet coming along, Michael? I'm sorry. He's so pissed over there. Sign language today, Michael. Sign language. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me after this one. Anyways, yeah, still trying to chug these bits in the S&Ps. Sorry for that.
Michael, I'll sell you 10. I'll sell you 10 more.
Hand size. We're gonna have to do the 6. I'm sorry. I have to make light of this shit.
Sell you 10.
He's a hostage. Oh, shit.
He's a hostage. Michael, of course, in the light and tight program. Well, we all over us three here are in the gripping and ripping program today.
Blink if you're okay, Michael. I'm kidding. Anyways, yes.
Hey, D is here. You had a good morning, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Market Stalker D. I think you had a good morning.
Much better, Michael.
How's that?
Yes, much better. Yes, D will be back up. D will be on with us. Market Stalking with D at 1:00 Chicago time. Definitely going to recap how the crude oil trade unplayed. I know it was got some good movement over there, and I'm hoping she took advantage of that volatility. What's up, Michael? How you doing?
Not much. Natalie and I have been talking.
Yeah, a bad day to be Natalie, man.
Yeah, she's the building manager. She's the one who I go to. She's the one who made me, or she's the one who signed the lease with me that says we're going to provide exceptional internet because I asked. So,
well, you're coming in great now. A lot better than before.
Loud and clear, Mike.
Yeah, it's 25 megabytes upload. Before it was like 0.6.
Oh,
0.6. Downloads like 600.
You're cooking with gas over there. Sorry.
Yeah, I can bring it down. I can bring it down. I can't push it up.
Turn that sucker out, man. Anyways, yeah. All right, Michael, we got over 1,100 votes in that poll. I know you had some interest in that. Would you switch to a brokerage that allowed you to fund your account with a debit card? 58% saying yes, 42% saying no. So what is that? 600, just over 600 people, 650 saying yes, that they would you switch to a brokerage that allows you to fund your account? Thank you for answering, everyone. We appreciate that input.
Yep, thank you. That we can take it down. That is good to go.
TTG. Okay, crude 50-50 in the tilt, ES 50-50 in the tilt, NASDAQ 50-50 in the tilt. No strong opinions
50-50. No kidding.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. 50-50 seems about right.
Yep. Yeah, that 85% in crude, that was super heavy. Market did come off of it a little bit in crude oil. Yeah, but guys, NASDAQ someone's got to poke it with a stick or something, wake this sucker up. We got nothing happening over there. Like Rip's saying, patience is the name of the game today.
It's got me thinking again here, Andre.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking, John? What are you thinking,
well,
Johnny?
I mean, here's the overnight low. Right there. We looked below and we came back in. If we can't open and leave single prints back to the initial balance, this is going to look a lot like a failed auction to the downside, but I've got to be patient. I got 2 minutes to wait and see if we start to leave single TPOs. And by single TPOs, I just mean this. This is our range extension. This is current price. Okay. We know that the overnight low was a little bit higher, or is actually a little bit lower. So if we reject over the overnight low and we leave a buying tail here, this is a failed auction. Price moved lower, couldn't bring in new selling, buyers take over, and the move would be to the upside. But I've got to be patient. I got to wait another minute and a half to see if we start leaving single TPOs and show acceptance below the overnight low, which is right here, overnight low. 48.77 quarter, but with the NASDAQ just sitting here doing nothing. What is it?
It's crazy.
What am I supposed to do?
Well, that's gonna be a long minute and a half right there, John. So while we wait, I think we have some stats that we can bring in to see before we close out that last bar here in the next minute and a half.
You got it, Andre. Hey,
thank you, buddy.
You know what? A lot of education, a lot of tradertainment. I'm enjoying this episode, just sitting back watching this. I have not seen too many likes here for today. We've got over 3,000 people watching the stream here. And we would appreciate it if you hit that thumbs up button. And don't forget to subscribe, because we are very close to 60,000. And boy, do we have a surprise in the oven for you. So we do have our stats coming up here. And Jack, James, what do we got?
Waiting for the sound effect.
It's alive! It's alive! It's alive!
It's alive!
Well, we'll get to the live, folks. First, the hot streaks. It's mostly the XFA crew. Not alive yet. JD's notes from here. Dimitri K fell off the leaderboard after a whopping 23 straight days. Tough beat yesterday, but 23 is nothing to sneeze at. Allen's back in the markets to tie with Juan in the top spot, 21, tight up at the top. But we're tracking down the data on one trader that switched between a live and an XFA account. I won't pooch their record yet, but if confirmed by our Guinness committee over here, it could be one of the longest streak we've ever had. But that's just a teaser for tomorrow there.
Awesome.
Ooh.
Really?
I'm excited.
Yes. Let's take a look at yesterday's P&Ls. There we go for these accounts. Great days there from everyone there. KO in fourth place, Derek D. And then we have our top 10 funded, which we always start with numbers 6 through 10.
It's alive! It's alive!
Alec, Isaac.
It's alive! It's alive!
Yeah.
And now the number you've all been waiting for, numbers 1 through 5, where Justin R has topped the list for a second straight day. Now our top funded trader, he might be coming alive too. This is through 3 XFAs. He had a huge day yesterday to take that spot, and we look forward to seeing what he can do.
Jeez.
Gentlemen, on the top of the leaderboard. Please request a payout. Please request a payout.
Seriously.
Please
Yes.
request a payout. We want to see our traders get paid. Some of them are like, I'm going to build my account. Why? We'll give you the same buying power. We'll give you a shitload of buying power. Even if you cut your account, you got 100 grand, cut it down to 25,000, 75 grand out. And we'll still give you size to trade. We'll still open up your daily loss limit if you want. We'll tighten it up if you want. We'll bring you down in size if you want. We are here to help you. So I just plead with some of these traders that like, I'm just take money, get paid for your trading. This is not an investment account. This is not grow at compounding interest. You don't get it here. All that kind of stuff. So payouts and great trading, by the way.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
100K club.
Man, that's wild.
Right?
Yeah, take the payouts.
Are there plans
Make that
to
money
release
real.
some 100K club merchandise there, MP?
Now, if you hit it, yes. We're working on it because we had a lot of merch made for the 5s, the 10s, the 20s, because it's a smaller number on the 100s. But now we have hats for all of them. We already have pins for all of them. And those that don't know, I don't have it here. I have it in my other office. But you get a pin here in Aspen if you get like 100 days or more. It's like coveted. Sure, it's like 5 cents to make, but it says 2023, 24 ski season, 100 days. So yeah, so we have these exact same pins for 5K all the way up to 100K. And when you get to the 50K, the pin's like a gold pin. It's pretty damn sweet. Put it on your lapel. You can smash it into your monitor and have it sitting there.
Very nice.
To look at. Do whatever you want with it, Rips. But yeah, and then we'll ship you out it's a box, cool Topstep box. It's like get an iPhone, slide it open, it's all packaged nicely and all that kind of great stuff with a few awesome things. Anybody in here I want a 25-cent pin, Richard. Richard,
More than 25 cents, man.
You can get your 25-cent pin if you take out $5,000. So it's a pretty
Like
good
$5,000 25 cents.
Yeah, $5,000 25-cent pin. No, it's actually a badass pin. So anybody in here gotten a 5K gift from Topstep? And if not, those that have hit the 5K payout, let's drop the link in there. Only people at Topstep TV, if you're tuning in, to hit that link, and then we'll confirm that you did it, and then we'll send it. It's kind of the benefit, again, of being on Topstep TV as part of the crew here. We're all part of the crew. All right, Stack of Bananas got one. Yes, sir.
Nice.
Ian got one. Damn Skippy. Hat and pen. Yep, got it. See, there's some folks in here that got it. If you guys have pictures of it, send it to TopstepTV at Topstep.com. TopstepTV at Topstep.com. We'll get it. We'll share it whenever we get a good handful of them to show y'all what it looks like. And I don't know if Jack, James, do we already have a rough idea of what it looks like? I thought we had a picture. There's your Google
I'm
form.
sure we can bring that up again.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this is what you'll get in the mail on us.
Pretty cool.
Thank you, Vanessa. It is top of your screen. Anybody who's taken $5,000 in payouts or more, because if you're taking 20 or something like that, you're going to get the 20K hat with the 20K pin. So I'm not just saying this isn't just 5K over. It's 5K and above.
Drop. Hey, crude's still 75. Boy, crude's been super tilty today, guys. 75% long. Crude just made new highs, too. 75% long. A lot of action out there. We'll be checking in with Deeyana this afternoon, see how that played out. Yeah, not a whole lot. Ooh, buyers came back in, John, the S&Ps. Back up to settle.
Yeah, the NASDAQ is pushing back up to that 618 retracement at 17,481 and a quarter right now. So it is kind of pushing up towards that level. But again, I'm still not trading this over here. We did take 2 trades live on stream here, but outside of that, it's just that choppy range bound day. And as I said earlier, myself, the way that I look at these markets, I know that there's better opportunities on the horizon. So for me, there's just no point in trading this right now.
That. How many trades have you taken today, Rips, would you say?
Overall, so we had one in the pre-market that I traded live on my stream over on Market Clubhouse. Made $3,300 on that. Took a trade right with you folks here in Fast Markets. Had a loser on that one, about a scratch trade, and then took a follow-up trade. Made about $500 on that one. So in total, 3 trades today to be up what looks like here $3,650 in the profit today.
Well done. Well done. And you say 3 trades in a day. It's a pretty light day for you comparatively to a normal trading day for you, right?
Well, it depends. You know, if there's an advantage to be scalping in the market, I will be scalping, and I could take, anywhere between 5 to 15 trades. If it's more of a trending day and I can capture a piece of the trend and I want to leave a trade on, I take what the market gives me. I wish I had control over the market and where it's going to go in a day, but I have to play the market in front of me. So it really depends on the market conditions. On a day like today, 3 trades for me is exactly where I want to be.
Hey, Rips, so then right now you're considering it what type of market state? Because if you look at a 30-minute, you could say, you still be, if you look back at since the open, you'd still say we're right in the middle of the range. We're right by settlement for the most part. But then somebody goes in here, if it chooses a direction, I'm going with it. I think that's sometimes a little scary too, because it could, John, you talk about a head fake and then it coming back into the range. So what type of market state would you consider this one in, guys?
Well, for me personally, the way that I look at it, I keep the macro environment at the top of mind. And we talked about this a couple of times so far on the segment here. But if I didn't know anything about the macro environment, I would just look at how range bound we are right now, maybe look at the ATR. And I'd be looking at that and I'd say, you know what, even if we did have a breakout, we might get a shakeout. We get a breakout, a fake out, and then a shakeout. And if we do that, I can be giving back some of these healthy profits that I've built up on the day. So again, for me, when I'm seeing a very tight range like this, you want to jump in because you're thinking we're going to get a breakout to the top side. We're going to get a breakdown to the downside. But more often than not, on a day like today, where volume is on a steady decline, right? We're showing declining volume throughout the day. On days like today, it's just best for me to keep my hands away from my mouse and not continue to trade. So that's the way that I look at it.
Yes, well said. I think it's pretty range bound. Like what you called a breakout, shakeout, and what was it again, Rips? What was that?
If we get a breakout, a fake out, and then get shaken out of our position. Breakout, fake out to shake out.
Pretty much. That's what we're seeing. I know John was taking because needs some energy to the downside S&Ps, we did not see that. We bounced back up to settle. Yeah, it's hard to predict when the breakout's going to happen. If it does it all today, we're trading sideways, folks. And today's a good day to exercise patience. Switch over to that practice account, switch over to that sim account. Maybe not today's not the greatest day to be trading live money. That's okay. Not every day is going to be. Got more stuff on the way, and I can't believe we got Powell coming up next week. So if you're having a rough month, having a rough week, just know that there's more opportunity on the horizon.
Yeah, always reminding yourself of what's to come. And this is why I always stress paying attention to the macro environment. If you're paying attention to what's going to be coming right around the bend, you can really find solace in that and keep yourself from trading. Desperation is the emotion that makes us trade a lot of things that we shouldn't, and finding ways to tamp down that desperation, whether it's, oh, shoot, I'm only $100 away from passing my combine, or, oh, if I just made $100 more today, I'd be up $1,000. That's desperation talking to you, and that's what can get you into trouble as a trader. And, I work with a lot of traders on the daily, and I'm mentoring a lot of these folks, and I hear that as a recurring theme. So tamping down the desperation, finding ways to do it. When you have a range-bound market, understanding that you're not in control of things and you're only in control of your trades. Maybe you find some advantage trade in making the market along with a market maker session like this. You're buying lows, selling highs, shorting highs, selling lows, buying back lows rather. But again, that's more of a very advanced strategy if you're doing that. And all it takes is one wrong step on that to give back your gains from scalping in a range. So again, for me, I caution towards that and just say, leave your hands off the mouse and come back to trade on a better session.
Rips, we got somebody in here saying, keep your hands on your butt. Hoop's saying, keep your hands in that. Hoop is saying, keep your hands in your pocket. I call that pocket pool, but hey.
What? Dude, yo.
What?
Bro.
What?
Absolutely not. Wow. Wow. All right.
No, and then keep your hands off your mouse. I've heard that one. These are all ones I've heard, guys. I've heard keep your hands in your pits because you go like this. These are all ones over the course of time that I have heard. It's just kind of funny because you hear all these ones. It's locker room talk. Sure, there's guys and girls in the locker room. Guys, it is what it is. However you do it, I've heard these. I've been trading for 25 years, so it's always been like, what's going to keep you from trading? People are like, well, sit on your hands, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, the jokes start flying. And then you heard these for whatever. So that is that's about 20 years of hearing, take your hands off the mouse, pretty much. John, how'd you do in the pit? How'd you do in the pit when you there's no mouse?
This.
Yep. You guys would always go like
pose.
Hoag pose in the newspaper.
John, show the newspaper. It's a perfect example of keeping your hands off whatever is going to get you into trouble.
Or just get into fistfights with other people in the pits, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. You just tell jokes or just try and make yourself feel better.
Mm-hmm.
Another good thing that you could do if you're an electronic trader, of course, if you're trading on your computer, open up chess.com. Go play a game of chess. Go play Wordle. Do something that occupies your mind, that takes your mind off the markets. Do something that's going to occupy your brain and keep you sharp. So play some quiz games, play TopQuiz over here, do things that are going to occupy your mind. You don't have to be playing pocket pool. You could be playing online, competitive pool if you want to do something like that.
We used to play gin rummy in the break room.
Yes. Who used to, Steve? STE, Eddie used to always play. He'd have, 10 different tables up of party poker back in like 06 or 5 or whatever. Party poker, of course, if you guys play poker, any poker website, he'd have them all up and then he'd put them all down and then bring up his trading platform when the markets got busy. So there's that one too. I mean, traders like some type of action and it does keep you preoccupied rather than over trading. So find out whatever yours is.
I used to sit and play guitar when I'm just waiting. That was Dr. Menaker's idea. Give yourself some sort of a designed distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, real quick,
can we get one?
You got the pictures? Yeah.
Yeah. Here's I mean, it's basically the same time, but that's what you did.
He wasn't kidding. Look at that.
Well, dude, we're not kidding with any of this stuff because we've been trading. It's just like it's a cool industry that you start to see this different lingo and everybody, but we're all like talking the same thing. What
this
about the
guy right
RIPS
here?
one?
This guy
Who's
right
that
here?
guy?
His name is Brian Luckman. He's the grandson of the great Sid Luckman.
The football
Who's
player,
that?
the best quarterback of all time.
Quarterback from the Bears. Yep. That was his grandson.
No kidding.
My good friend Brian Luckman, Lucko. He's a good guy. I hope he's doing well. All right, we're getting a pullback here in the S&Ps now, and I've placed a bid to see if I can get filled on this pullback to try and take advantage of the potential failed auction to the downside. And let's get filled. Come on, fill me.
What's your order at? What tick?
Price you working, John?
78.25.
I like
it's tickling.
And
it wants to get it.
But I didn't get a fill. It traded, but I didn't get a fill. Let's see if we get a fill.
The back of the queue, probably. There you go. You got quarters.
Now I'm in, and my stop is just below the overnight low. Look how cheap this trade is. If this thing turns around and rejects that failed auction to the downside, very little risk. It's not going to take much to get. I
love that setup.
Trade.
That's a great trade.
John, keep going. Keep talking us through this one. This is good shit.
Well, I mean, it's on. I've established the risk. I know why I took the trade, and if we can, I'm a little bit concerned because the point of control moved lower in the S&Ps because we didn't get to basically back to the halfway mark, but it's cheap. It's cheap. So if it doesn't play out, it doesn't play out. But we've got the failed auction. We're buying the low of value for today, and if it does turn around and roll higher, we'll be sitting in pretty good trade location. And again, like Rip said, this is not a trade that I'm taking for the long term. This is not an all day sucker. This is, let's see if we can get a few points on this and take the money.
Yeah, like it's recognizing the market that we're in, and that's your years of experience seeing that kind of stuff.
Crude new highs. Well, the action is definitely in crude oil. Crude trade 75.20. We're getting up to 75.20.
That's my level right there. 75 spot 20, baby. Let's go.
Oh yeah, man. Nice call, dude. Nice call. All the while, heavy long, 77% crude.
Jump to crude, Johnny.
Jump to crude.
John's in trade right now.
Yeah, we got it. It's all right. We got to stop in.
Okay, cool.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Diggity. Andre, what is the tilt?
Tilt's was 77%, checking back in 76%. We've seen all the way up to 85, 86% long as we
all long all day.
Long
all day. So from this last rally, John, is this 5-minute chart?
This is 30-minute.
Oh wow. Okay, cool. Longs are getting paid in the crude oil.
Longs are getting paid.
Big time.
Holding on these. Yeah.
Big time.
So for all you crude traders out there, be sure to tune in around 1 o'clock Chicago time. We'll have Market Stalker D with us, Deeyana, everyone's favorite trader out of London. We'll recap the crude oil trading session today. I'm sure there's missed an opportunity. I know she said she had an okay day, ups and downs, but be sure to tune in at 1 o'clock today, and we'll review that trading session. John, how we feeling? How we looking in that ES trade? We'll keep you guys posted on how crude keeps playing here.
Well, we're still in it. It's a little bit of a loss right now, but I want to see
just a little heat. It's looking like it's holding there, Hoag.
It is looking.
Yeah, it's barely holding the overnight low here. So, and again, it's cheap. My stop is right on some liquidity. I'm not really liking that idea, but.
I like the idea.
Travis says he faded your long, but I guess you have to have for every long there's a short. So Travis, there you go. I don't know if it's a fade or just a transaction. If it's just a transaction in the futures market, just for every buyer, that's called a transaction. But Fred,
that's called a trade.
There's questions in here that I can rapid fire on. Somebody asked about Topstep, and if you guys have questions, go in here. When's Topstep going to add Eurex? We are speaking with them now. It will. We got Topstep X that's going to be launching in February, and then I think a fast follow after that. We're looking to do Eurex. So I think Deeyana, if you're listening, is going to be very stoked about that one, even though she's probably stoked right now because she's a crude oil trader. So yes, that's a question. And if you guys have any questions, I'll jump in here during little gaps.
Stopped out.
Well, Michael, while we get those questions up, I found that 5K picture for you of the hat and the pin.
Ooh, the 25-cent pin that cost you $5,000. There you go.
That's the one. And here it is.
That's cool.
And guys, this is what's
nice.
cool about opening stuff. That's a pin right there. Yeah. And I don't know if we have a close up too, James, but we have the hat and the pin and on the side of the hat. Andre might have it, but I don't have one here. I have them at the other office
over here
or in my car. There's the pin. And yeah, and then the hat on the side of the hat, it says whatever you made, 5K, 20K, 100K payout club on the side of the hat. So if you're wearing the hat around Home Depot and looking for some paint to change your kids, whatever, do a little remodel at the house, somebody's gonna be like,
Very
what the hell
specific
is
reference
that?
there, MP.
so random.
Oh yeah, yeah. Or the grocery store, the produce aisle. You know, I'm gonna go really specific here, Rips. And somebody goes, what the hell is that 100K payout stuff you're talking about? Now you have a great conversation piece. Puts you on a little totem pole of awesomeness. So we will give you that to those folks that fill out that at the very top of your chat. You'll see that if you have taken 5K or more, put your information in there, and then we'll cross-reference it, and then we'll send you what it is, whatever you got.
Sorgan Manley has never seen me take a profitable trade. I've got 32 years of profitable trades I can show you.
Must have been paying attention.
I took a profitable trade earlier.
Over here.
I took a profitable trade earlier.
Johnny, you can't listen to those trolls, man.
No, it's all right. I never
About 10% of the chat always coming in.
Always.
It's always promised anybody a rose garden.
It's always something. They love it. Love to see their P&L as well. What kind of questions, Michael?
I don't. If we got questions, let's drop them in Slack too. Do we ship overseas? I don't know. That's a very good question. Somebody help me answer that in Slack, and then we'll get it in here. On the payout club, I got to figure that one out. I know it's $1 bazillion to get it over to some of the countries that we have. We have traders from 150, 160 different countries, and growing. So that's very cool.
I think we're
so
working
if you have
on
questions
that.
In here, okay,
we're working on that, but the
Europe?
price to ship to out of the country is like absurd using it.
Yeah.
So we'll check in on that.
Yeah, Mike.
Okay, so if I have an Express account with TopstepX, can I switch to Ninja Trade? Thank you. Don't know about that. I would let support come in here and answer that one in the chat. So not at the moment. Okay.
Noted.
Roy, if you spent
I think that was something else. That was a question for whether or not they switched to Europe. That was a different question. So.
Oh, okay, got it. Roy, if you spent $5,000 on resets, Roy, do you get a hat? No, but you get a coach's call from us to tell us slow it down, and we're here to help. So,
a coach's call.
Have I heard of TopStep University? Yeah, have I heard of TopStep University? No, but we'll send a cease and desist after this phone call for using that name if they're in the trading world. That is a trademark. So hey. I missed the other ones, but I can go. Can Canadians go to live accounts or just XFA? Canadians can go to live accounts because it's a prop firm. It's not a brokerage. Folks out of Germany can only stay on SIM accounts due to some regulations and whatnot there with prop firms. And this is, don't quote me on this, but this is what as far as Germany.
Any more? What about
you guys? Yeah, fire away.
We can't ship. Yeah.
If you have questions, yeah,
we got 5 minutes left. We got 5 minutes left here in fast markets. Like I said, we got shoulder tap coming up here with Mick and Hoag, I believe. So please stay tuned to that. All your risk management questions answered there.
Hey, John. Harrison Greenfield, I believe, and Eddie, you would have to correct me on this one, is his great uncle is Luckman, and on his dad's side, his dad used to get Super Bowl tickets. He's got a third and fourth cousin. He's got a third and a fourth cousin that are Luckmans. Never met him because he's passed before I was born. Yeah.
Right. Wow. Well, that means that Brian Luckman is your second or third cousin, something like that. Maybe he's a second or third of a step. I don't know, some sort of. I don't know where the family is, but hey, you are you were related to Brian Luckman. Have you ever met your cousin Brian Luckman? Because he was in the S&P pit for a long time. I think he left the business and went down to Florida and is a physical therapist now. Physical therapist. A good guy though. Good trader too.
Yeah. So, Michael, would you ever consider lowering the number of winning days required to get a payout? I would first ask you why, because 5 winning days doesn't need to be consecutive, builds up a cushion of at least $1,000. And $1,000 cushion is pretty low, but doable. So we wanted to make it so you still keep yourself with a cushion the best you can. 5 winning days, we have found out is the best for us to keep somebody funded. Our goals, once you get funded, we want you to stay funded, and we want you to take consistent payouts. That's what we want. And somebody just said in here today, days like today, I love because there's a lot of resets and new accounts. No, unlike the other companies, I don't want you to buy 20 accounts. I want you to buy one. And I say buy one. I want you to enter the trading combine with one. I want you to get funded with one. And I want you to kick ass with one. And I want Mick to call you up live. And I want you to say, hey, I've been trading 2 lots and I've been crushing it. What do you think about trading 3 or 4? And they're going to have a conversation, and then he's going to help you. It's going to help you grow. So then you're a consistent, profitable, and disciplined trader. You have longevity. You're not a flash pan, overnight, one-day success. Pop a shot is what we also call them here. Pop a shot where you just make money one day, and then you're like, God's gift of trading. But no, consistent, profitable, and disciplined trading is going to keep you with us as long as we would keep you. But if you want to go open up your personal brokerage account because you're up $100,000, I got this. Send the bird leaves the nest. That's totally fine, as long as we're helping you move yourself forward. That's always been our mission here at Topstep.
Absolutely. All right, fellas, we got like one.
Just to echo what you were saying there, MP, I think that there's plenty of choices out there in the space. If you're looking to find a prop firm that supports gambling and max lotting and YOLOing and getting quick payouts where it's, you're slamming as many lots as you can, you're trying to get lucky, you're resetting all the time. There's prop firm companies out there that support that. But if you're actually looking to be a trader, all of these rules are in place to keep you sharp as a trader. The maximum daily loss limit, the number of days you should be profitable, they're all there in place to make you a better trader. And if you're a real trader, you know this. And this is why I trade exclusively on Topstep alone. It's the number one paramount reason why.
Yep. That's the reason why we partner with guys like you, Rep. I mean, you get it. You get it. The big IT.
I got to answer somebody in the chat here. Steve, I did know Kevin McCaskey. Yeah, he was in the S&Ps when I was there. He was a knucklehead, that's for sure. But yeah, I did know Kevin McCaskey.
Is that the McCaskey from the McCaskey? I assume.
Yeah. I think he's the grandson or great grandson of
George
Mrs.
Ellis.
McCaskey. Yep.
Virginia. Yes, God bless her, sweetheart. All right, fellas. With that being said, Fast Markets is coming to a conclusion. Michael,
I know you do not. I'm not going to go into, but the ownership of the Bears is Virginia. And Chicago has not seen any playoff performance.
Hope he's a better trader than manager, Hoag.
All right, Rips.
Yeah, when we got time, I got a good story about Virginia.
For sure. All right, play that one. We're gonna wrap this sucker up, fellas. Keep the train on schedule here. Rips, thanks for joining us. Great job showing us how you stay disciplined, taking only 3 trades today. NASDAQ, I haven't seen NASDAQ this quite a long ass time. Michael, thanks for that. What you did earlier this morning for the admin fees, giving back to everyone. Johnny, great trading today. Rips, you got your final words to say to the audience. People love you, man.
Rips, I got to say thanks for bringing me in. I had a blast today with you.
Oh yeah, I hope that we always have the segments together. I really think that there's a nice interplay between our both schools of thought, and I think that the way that you view the markets it really complements the way that I view the market. So I hope that you're on in the future segments. I really enjoy sharing the space with you.
Hey, Rips, we will make that happen because
much.
We're trading as a team. So we're going to make that happen if John will allow it. We'll do some production move arounds, but John, if you like the dynamic, I like the dynamic, and then Andre
I
here
love
too.
it. I don't like it. I love it.
I think it's great.
I love it, guys.
All right,
all right, fellas. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Michael, have a good day. Rips, have a good day. Hoag, you and I will be on later. I think you're on next, Hoag. Awesome stuff today, guys.
Yep.
Stay tuned. We got a full day. Smash that like button. Make sure to subscribe, and we are out. See you guys in shoulder tap.
Honored. Welcome to Shoulder Tap, everybody's favorite segment. Mick, how you doing this morning? How you feeling?
I'm good. It's a great week. Great week for our traders. So I'm on a high right now, Hoag. Other than
Awesome.
hearing you guys talk about the Chicago Bears, and there's a little depression around that being a Bears fan here in Chicago over the last what seems like well over a decade.
Well, I remember when they won the Super Bowl in 1985-86 season. It seems like yesterday to me.
Yeah, I wasn't even born then, but you got to really hang on to those memories. Yeah, best team of all time,
All right.
they say.
Yeah, no, now I feel old, but it's all right.
Well,
I
I
am.
try and do that when I have every opportunity to. But speaking of the best, let's talk about some of our traders. It's been exciting chatter. I've had the previous segment up in the background listening. I know we're talking about Carlos with his 42-day win streak. He's not trading in his live account. I did get confirmation yesterday. I actually have spoken with Carlos in the past, back when I was working with Linda Rashke. He was in her chat room,
Oh,
always very active and stuff like that. So there's a little
cool.
background there. It's kind of funny how small the world is. The older you get, speaking of
How
age,
about it? How
the more
about
people
it?
you know, and the more connections there are. Carlos's hot streak, the winning streak, 42 days, super impressive. He's just picking up every little coin on the sidewalk with his trading there. I know you guys were also talking about Justin Russell and how he's a new member on the leaderboard, 100K club. That's 3 days in the XFA, or XFAs, I should say.
3
He's trade
days.
copying across 3 XFAs. Yeah. So he had,
Wow.
he put up 16,000 in each one of those XFAs yesterday. So just big numbers out of that guy. And I saw before I turned around, he was up a little over $2,000 today in those XFAs doing the trade copying thing. So
Magic man.
really exciting. Yeah, exciting for him. Speaking of Justin's performance in short order, getting to this large account balance that he's at, it's kind of in line with what I see with, traders seeing favorable opportunities in the market. So what I'm talking about there is, I think I can gauge the ease of trading in some instances with how many people were calling up to live, how many people were offboarding from the live accounts. Yesterday was we called up 5 people from XFA to live yesterday. We only closed 1 live account yesterday. So when you see more people getting called up and fewer of those live accounts getting closed, it's a good indicator to me that the waters are warm in the markets. And here we are talking about warm waters. It's only Tuesday. So I think we'll have a lot of good content to share throughout the remainder of the week on this segment. But speaking of good content, shout out to Ben, one of our live traders, up $4,500 today. We've got Alex B up $5,300. Boyce, who we had featured on a trading card last week, one of our live traders, he's up $4,600 today. So just some really nice stuff. There's others up money, but those are some of the bigger notable P&Ls that we're seeing.
That says a lot because we're really in small ranges today. Though that is some good trading by those traders today.
Yes, we are in small ranges so far. One thing, I've seen when I'm looking at the boards, I see, a couple of our live traders and the XFA traders have a little size on. I know that, for myself, in there, you bring up narrow ranges. So I kind of want to talk about position sizing and whatnot. In narrower ranges, some traders consider increasing their position sizing. If there's a smaller average true range on the product you're trading,
Sure.
It might be a reason to scale up your position sizing. Obviously, you're only taking trades if you're seeing opportunities, but I wonder if our viewers out there have ever really considered this. We always, and especially me, always talk about scaling down your position sizing when things aren't working or whatever, but also scaling down your position sizing in highly volatile markets where you have bigger market risk. And when there's wider ranges, traders tend to scale down their size. Now, when there's narrower ranges and you're not going to be able to catch such a large move in the market, it might actually be a time to increase your size. So I'm kind of changing my tune here from what I normally say about, I always like, deleveraging, it's coming from a risk background, trading smaller size, but there are reasons to, up your position sizing, based off of average true ranges shrinking up. If your ATR over the last 30 days is not what it was the prior 30 days, maybe, you trade a little bit larger size just to, eke more profits out of the market.
Sure.
Is that something?
Yeah,
Is that
smaller,
something in your?
Yeah, it's something that I would suggest is if your risk is smaller per contract, that allows you to trade more size. In low volatility markets. If the risk is greater per contract, you got to size down to limit your risk on those. I love that.
Yeah, I always think about back when I was down on the floor in the wheat pit, and someone I was working for helping do the execution on the tablet when there was the hybrid of open outcry and screen trading. Now, when the market wasn't in a volatile state, we used to, and this is the person I was working with was a market maker and did trade large size. I mean, we would load up 100 lots every single penny on the offers and down on the bids. And then during, more volatile, higher average true range times, we would, instead of offering 100 lots on every single penny, we'd go down to 10 contracts or maybe even 5 contracts, something like that. So, a good trader is always going to be aware of the market environment and make their adjustments in order to do so. And I know that's something you had to adapt to for, a long time, John.
Still adapting to it, but it's all about that context, right?
Yeah. And we always are too. Nobody ever finds just the magic potion and stays there. We always need to be progressing. Speaking of 100%. Progression, I want to talk about some traders. Now, this first one I want to talk about, I'd like to queue up the card for Andrew. Andrew is a live trader of ours, and normally I like giving the shout outs to these guys, but this is a little bit of a shoulder tap for Andrew. There's some stuff that I want to talk about, some big areas to work on. Now, right off the bat, you'll see this trading card doesn't have a whole heck of a lot populated on it. I'd like to kind of just take the content and make it a conversation, because average daily P&L for Andrew, only $35 trading the NASDAQ. Now, Andrew has only been in this account for 9 trading days. Today's actually day 10. And they were off to a hell of a good start. 8-day win streak, 8 winning days in a row to start this trading account, this live account. P&Ls, on the smaller side, anywhere from what are they, $300 to $600 or something like that. Before I dive into the individual trading days, I'll just mention, 75% winning trades. He's got a really high winning trade percentage. It's translated to, high winning day percentages. But if you look at the individual days on this trade report, we will see that this 8-day win streak was followed up by a $3,000 day losing day, followed up again today by another $3,000 losing day. So I did a little, napkin math on those first winning days for Andrew. Andrew put together about, 3,100 in profits or something like that over those 8 winning days, only to wipe out 8 winning days with 1 losing day. This is something I've done in the past. I know a lot of traders do that. We always talk about, like, when you're on a roll or usually following one of your biggest winning days, you're going to have one of your biggest losing days. And that's kind of what I'm thinking is the case here too. Those 8 winning days of, consistent profitability build huge confidence. They could have brought a little bit of an ego here, thinking that, I'm Superman and I can't do anything wrong. And, I'm not going to have myself losing, and then smack, wiped out 8 winning days with 1 losing day. This is a big no-no for everybody out there. We as traders need to be taking 2 steps forward, 3 steps forward, and only 1 step back. In the example here, he took 8 steps forward and, many, 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 many more steps back with his trading. And I'm sure it was a little bit of a shocker to him and affect him psychologically yesterday. And I'm sure he was trying to get it back today. Because what I see here on this is yesterday, this trader's been very selective with their trades, making anywhere from 1 to 13 trades per day on those first 8 days. And then you see yesterday, they make 23 trades. Again, today, a lot of trades. They're trading their P&L, in my opinion, to get this money back. And what happens when we trade our P&L to make a certain, amount of money back? We lose more money, usually to the tune of more than we're trying to make back. Bad decisions. So, this account's not in great shape right now, because we did transfer this trader over to a live account with not too small of a cushion, but it wasn't the biggest balance that we transferred over. But after, after 2 losing days now, they're in bad shape. They kind of have their back against the wall. They don't have a massive cushion, and they're only $3,000, away from where they really started after today's losses. But I wanted to talk about this guy because I know I've fallen susceptible to doing stuff like this. I've seen it from other traders countless times. I'm sure people watching right now have fallen into this, spell of doing this. And it's something to bring awareness to traders. We've got no business risking more money in a single trading day than we do make on our average winning days. If I'm making $500 on average on my winning days, I have no business losing more than $500 on a losing day. It's that, take multiple steps forward, only one step back. And, maybe I exaggerated a little bit on this trader having their back up against the wall, but like they're not in a good place psychologically right now. I know that the account could be in a lot better shape. And it's just a shame when there's nothing that's pissed me off or been more painful than wiping out a lot of hard work. An 8-day win streak for about $3,000. That's hard work. I always hated when I had a losing day myself that wiped out 2 good weeks or 3 good weeks, or maybe even a month. I've had those before. I don't have them anymore because I don't take that kind of risk anymore. But, it's a painful thing and it should sting. I always say, when you make a mistake or do something wrong, you got to get over it. But before you get over it, it's got to sting a little bit. And it's not a bad thing to get kind of pissed off, because if you get pissed off and it stings, you're less likely to replicate that mistake or do what you did later on down the road. And that's how we mature as traders.
Putting your hand on the hot stove, Mick, there was something that may have foretold what has happened to our trader Andrew here. And looking at the trading day, January the 12th, at one point, his closed position P&L was down $1,600. He overtraded and made the money back and ended the day up $550. Do you think yesterday and maybe today that he was thinking, well, I've dug out of this before, maybe I can do it again? And, in his demand to do so, has, created a couple of pretty big losing days. And, I'm glad that he was able to dig it out on the 12th, ended up the day up $550, but it's bad behavior, right? I mean, at what point do you say, all right, it's not my day. I don't want to hit my daily loss limit. I'm down on the, since I opened the account right now, let's just calm down. Every day that he starts up, he makes money. The days that he starts down, he's much more at risk of hitting that daily loss limit and over trading and chasing that money. Just a thought. I mean, just seeing, he dug it out on the 12th, wasn't able to do it yesterday.
Well, per the usual, I think you're spot on with that. I think, look, you have an 8-day win streak for a good amount of money, grinding it out in the markets. You find yourself down one day, down 1,600, like you said, and you turn it around and make it a positive day. It goes back to me mentioning like Superman. You think you can do this all the time. And one problem, guilty of it myself too. One problem for these traders is, when you do that and you turn big losing day around into a nice winning day, kind of on par with what those other winning days are looking like, you think you can do it every time. And even if it usually only works out like 1 or 2 times out of 10, do you actually do that? And we as, flawed humans, we remember the 1 or 2 times that we do it and we think we can do it every time, and you just can't. That would have, that would have been, I'm happy he turned that day on the 12th around, but, it's right. We have to call losing days at some times. I mean, one of the tough things though is like how to catch that. I mean, we should only be taking trades when we see a good opportunity. That's that. But if you look, the longer you've been in the markets, the more of a sample size you have to look at all your trading history and stuff like that. And Andrew is a selective trader. I talked about it. 1 to 7 trades per day prior to That big losing day yesterday, actually one to 13 trades. That January 12th day, there were 13 trades there. So right there, he's already kind of doubled his average trades for the day. And then the big losing days, he quadrupled them. So you as a trader need to be aware of your own activities. And, if it's an anomaly when you go from being very selective to over trading. And I would call these bad days, he's over traded for his trading strategy. It's not what he does when he's making money. If you can be aware of that and recognize it in order to stop it, these are, there's so much I can do being on the outside looking in and critiquing other traders and stuff. The challenge is like being able to recognize it yourself and admit it. But, I know our theme the other week was journaling. Like, people need to be on top of who they are as traders. I asked the question, what makes a more successful trader? Someone who's consistently profitable. How could you call yourself a successful trader? Is it more about the consistent profitability, or is it about the scoreboard and how much you're taking down? Good traders are going to always be looking inwards at their own activities and, finding trends and patterns. And, the best traders out there are extremely disciplined. They're definitely analyzing their own performance. They're looking at their journal, they're journaling, they're making these observations and, presenting them to themselves by Post-it notes on the monitor and stuff like that. So Andrew should be looking at himself and evaluating his trading and recognizing these things that we're talking about right now and making some adjustments. But, he's not trading big size or anything like that. So I would say, scale down, but at ones and twos, that's not really an option. He needs to, take a little time to reflect and prep for the upcoming sessions, because he's got this live account and, he still has cushion to turn it around, but not at the tune of 3,000 a day on these losing days.
No, that eventually that's going to take everybody out, right?
Yeah. All right. So I want to move away from Andrew. Let's talk about Dwayne here. If we could pull this one up. Dwayne has got an amazing trade report. Take a look at this. Dwayne's still in the XFA. I really like this trade report. I don't have a lot. The risk team doesn't have a lot of sample size here, as they've only traded 8 days, which, the metrics of those 8 days are reflected here. Super high winning trades, flawless winning days. I love that they're being selective in this account. Only 2.5 trades per day. This trader's stalking the market. They've got nice hold times. They spend 9 minutes in the winners and only about 1 minute and 40 seconds on the losers. So we talk about being impatient with losers, being patient with winners. They're trading on a shorter time frame, but they're taking chunks out of the market, paying themselves. This is really good stuff. You might be asking, is this person getting called up to live? Right now, I'd like to see a little bit more trading out of this person. I've seen Dwayne in accounts before. We've looked back at his history and kind of seen how some trading combines have been treated, as well as prior express funded accounts and those. I'm very happy that he's doing well. He's doing fantastic in this account in particular. But as a trader, we've seen some other stuff in the bag. It's been a mixed bag of goods and bads. So we're kind of, we're sitting on this right now. Unsure if we want to, call this trader up to a live account. These are conversations we have at the risk team. Look at Dwayne's trade report. Look at Dwayne's history with all his accounts. This is something we look at. We uncover every stone. We want to make sure that, if this is what we're seeing now, what's our confidence level that this performance is going to be maintained in a live account if we call you up? Because we want to keep our live accounts, our traders in the live accounts in live accounts. We don't want to open brokerage accounts only to have them closed. So yeah, this is really good stuff. Again, I think the most. Go ahead.
Mick, as you continue to watch Dwayne here, what would kind of encourage the risk team to bring him up to a funded account? Is it consistency or profitability in different market states? Are you looking for? I haven't had the opportunity to look back as far as you have, but is that really what would move that along? Is see some consistent trading in different market states?
Market states is something. It's a small piece. I mean, I'll be upfront. Like one thing is, the resets is a big piece that we look at. Like, how
Yeah.
often are these traders resetting? I mean, I don't like seeing resets on these accounts. If you're resetting, I think you're bailing yourself out of bad activity over a couple days. And
Right.
excuse me. I really like seeing the traders that I mentioned a couple times yesterday and today grinding it out. I like the people that grind it out. If you're in a drawdown, grinding it out, because I know a lot of people, they'll just, get emotional, they get upset, and they might even reset without a rule violation. They're like, oh, I just want to, start from scratch again.
Right.
Those people that have that habit are going to have a much more difficult time with a live account.
So the
just
grinders are the ones you're looking for.
It's not all. It's a combination of so many things, but it's a great question. I mean, yeah, I like seeing people that grind it out. I'll say it.
Sure.
I've said it before. I'll say it again, and I'll say it 1,000 more times. I'm way more impressed with someone that strings together, a couple $100 a day over 4 days during the 5-day work week.
Sure.
I'm way more impressed with someone that does that than someone who puts up $5,000 and then loses $3,000 and then puts up $4,000 and loses $3,000. The big swings, I don't see consistent profitability from people who swing big or take large risk. I see consistent profitability from these people that hit singles, that are selective with their trades. Those are the people that are going to outlast others in the industry. Those are the people that have something that's working for them that's scalable. If they're doing it with ones and twos, and they keep implementing the same strategy, they can do it with 3s and 4s and then 5s and 6s. They can scale what they're doing, and they can make a really good living doing so. At the end of the year, call it 200 something, trading sessions in the year, $200 a day adds up to a nice secondary source of income for anybody.
Heck yeah, it does.
People always miss that though. I got to get a chuckle out. I've heard from some traders that get up to these live accounts and cocky, ego, they're excited, they're enthusiastic, whatever you want to call it. But I've heard people say, I'm going to average $5,000 a day, and I'm like, okay, so you're one in the live account, and you're going to be making over $1 million this year, and they're like, well. I'm like, yeah, that's what you're saying though. And you don't know that the market's going to give you, enough trend or range or average true range to actually, make $5,000. Like, because you have said it for years. And I've kind of adopted this, money is a byproduct of good trades, and the market doesn't give you great trades every day. You might get 1, you might get 5 in a day, but the money is a byproduct of the trades. And you can't force making $5,000 a day. You can't force it. The people that do, I'll tell you, they're the fastest people to lose their accounts. They have been for the, however long I've been here at TopStep, close to 9 years now. They are the fastest people to fall flat on their face when they're saying they want to average big winning days.
Yeah, when you demand things from the market has a tendency to humble you relatively quickly, right?
It does. It does. I'm a little bummed out looking at the time here because I know I spent a lot of time talking about Andrew A earlier, or we did, I should say, which was all, good stuff. But tomorrow when I come on, I know we don't have time to do another card, but I got to talk to you guys about Aiden. Aiden got called up from an XFA to a live account yesterday. And this is probably one of the best trade reports I've seen and we'll be sharing with you to date since we've been doing the shoulder tap.
So, okay, I see it, and I will look forward to it. First one tomorrow.
Yeah, give yourself a little sneak peek. I know you got the link for him. We'll talk about him tomorrow, but really good stuff that we'll be chatting about with Aiden tomorrow.
Well,
I hope he's watching
certainly,
because I got a lot of praise for him.
All right. Well, Aiden, it means you're going to have to watch tomorrow too.
Tune in.
All right. Yeah, for sure. All right, Mick, thank you very much. Always a pleasure taking a look at these trade reports, hearing everything you have to say. We know that our viewers and traders get so much out of the comments and the things that you say. So thank you very, very much, my good friend Mick.
I hope so. And if we can do anything to make these segments better, send the feedback in. We look at everything that you guys are sending. I like getting constructive feedback. Give me some new ideas. Let's make this, the most optimized shoulder tap we could have.
100%. Thank you,
John.
Thanks, Mick. All right, folks, stick around. We've got the Power Players segment coming up here with Eddie, Andre, and France. I've been seeing France around here for a long time, so looking forward to watching this. We'll be back with you very shortly, so stick around.
She won't be part of my plan, she gon' dance for it. She want me coming to France, she better cash for it. She won't explore my pants, I say clash for it. Old enough to be grams, the bank balance so and says she like to conquer like Khan, she holds back on it. I ain't about economy class, I lean back for it. Right about high enough, I'm low battery. Then the credit card comes up and I'll be handing it out. Life for luxury, mature women touching me. Can't lie, say I don't know how the tissue feels. Few folds, I'm sure that's where the treasure is. She impressed by my high school in the registry. She gon' bounce on it. She gon' bounce on it. To park the Glory in the back, put some mouse on it. Then hang the present on the heart, Santa Claus on it. I can't stand the Comic Sans, she keep coming back. I eat it like a rancid, the bang. She wanna melt in my mouth, dripping down on my hands. So goddamn, if I had one wish, I would wish it was bad. Play hard, I play the dodge, you play the trumpet in the car on the way to a job in the top. Fake dreams and hey, please, I need these. I'm knee deep, I can't feed my damn kids. Water trapped in the corner. I wonder what she gonna do when she figure if she's ever gonna see the big picture. I ain't talking about the one she want for Christmas, talking about the one to who nobody listens. If you're looking at the feet, you see blisters. I sleep well at night, I'm a toy mister. We look the other way and say we're good Christians.
Welcome to Power Players. And we got our good buddy France with us again. And it's, I tell you, right before we started this, John Hoagland was on, and John's like, France, how you doing? And very nice to have you here with us today, France. France, how are you, my buddy?
Good. Kids in daycare. Wife is playing video games. No, it's good.
The wife is playing video games. Wow.
Yeah, I don't play video
You
games.
got
Trading is my video game, so it's the best video
okay.
game, right?
What games is she playing here?
She's playing Guardian Tale. I don't know, to be honest. I haven't played games since I haven't
I
played
tell you,
games since PlayStation 2, so that's a long time ago.
okay. I wish my wife played video games. She
Mhm.
she
I
wouldn't be
know.
coming in the room yelling at me all the time when you playing their video games. But I'm like, honey, I'm not at the bar. I'm not out gambling.
That-
I'm right in the
Right.
living room. I'm safe and sound, spending no money. But anyway, great to have you here with us, friends. We got Andre with us also, and we got a lot of new people here in our
Hmm.
YouTube chat. And France, I just wanted to ask you, tell us about yourself and where you're from.
Yeah, so Toronto, Ontario, and again, as I said before, I started in March 2019. Took a couple of months on and off, and majority of the time I've been trading gold. I did dabble in Nasdaq for a month, not my thing. And then I do ES on a 10% basis around, but 90% of the time will be on gold, trading at night. Yeah, the last 2 months or so, gold has changed a bit, so I need to change
Yeah.
again. So how I do my thing again, right? So
Adapt. Yes, adapt. Definitely. I mean, that's one thing also that we have to do. Let me ask you. Our tip of the week here is about motivation.
Mm.
Now, I know we've talked about this before. We had a few interviews
Mhm.
before, but what motivates you as a trader?
Well, of course, it's the family, as always will be for me. Make sure that everything is correct. Like, also my parents are getting to the retirement age and sometimes they need help as well.
I tell you, you're a good noodle, man. I tell you.
Mhm.
When we had our funded trader interview, you're
Mhm.
talking about the little one that you had, and now he's at daycare, right? You got a son, right? Yeah, he's at daycare, letting mom play video games and dad's trading. But um, you're live with us right now, correct?
Yep, 13, 14 days in with the live. Took a payout last week for $5,000, which
Nice.
is great. Um,
Mm,
3 days positive. I need 2 more days if I want another payout. Currently standing at about 8,450. I
damn.
had 2 days of daily loss limit, unfortunately. So last week was
Okay.
ended at 10,500. But still a long way to go before I bust the account. So I'm trying my best not to do anything stupid.
Hmm.
Right. And one thing I like about you is your discipline, your patience. You manage very well. And I mean, those are three things that I mean, look where France is. France has been funded. He's getting payouts. And you've got a great motivation. We did a poll yesterday, and I think the top two were you're motivated in trading. I think the top one was freedom, and the second one was family, which yeah, I was very happy to see a lot of people doing
Mhm.
that. And our parents do get on with age, and you do sort of have to take over the reins of the
Yeah.
family and help the best way you can. So all the best to you, my friend. Now, you said you're trading gold. Gold has adjusted.
Mhm.
Um, what got you into this career in trading? What sort of spurred your interest?
I always like to constantly update what the financial market is doing, first of all. Since my no, my undergrad was finance degree, we're always looking at the market anyway. I joined the trading team at my school. My dad trades stocks on the side. Well, basically main income for 10 years. So you kind of know what's the deal if you do this full time, and also the pros and cons of doing this full time. The stress of it being full time is you have a whole family to feed with that. Trading is very stressful.
Stressful.
So to have a part time, a full time job somewhere else, and then trade part time, and then once you get certain income, then you can use that income from trading to, have either trade on debt or other business to generate more, basically, right? And as you continue building, trading is one of the best discipline for you to do other, you know, endeavor. Because anything about like paying off debt or you building side business on top of this business, they all have discipline and time you need to put into it. But trading is one of the best indicator because it can get very emotional very quick, and if you can't handle it, you can't handle multiple business at the same time.
Right. Priorities.
Exactly. France, how do you balance those priorities? Trading, obviously, you're a family man. You've taken care of your family. Now you're taking care of your parents. I'm starting to enter into that phase of my life as well, where you're starting to see other things are coming into your life. How are you able to balance and compartmentalize, the stress from trading, the focusing on the markets versus, being that family man, being there for your wife, your kids? How do you do that delicate balance? How do you deal with that? What are some
Well,
tips you can give to myself and the audience alike?
Good question.
well, actually, my full-time job is working from home, so thank God for that.
Yep.
I go into the office one day a week, which is on Wednesday. I drop off the kid at 8:30 and I pick up the kid around 5:30. So that's very convenient. And then afterward, I could go back to work. So one of the things I want to implement more is, instead of opening hours of 6 p.m. my time, which is 5 p.m. your time, I'll wait until the kid sleeps and then trade now. Hopefully starting today. Mainly it's because when you're trading and you have your kid and your wife still awake, it's hard to trade because you have a lot of things to distract you. Not to say they're distraction, but just saying it easily get distracted. And when you have that emotional side attached to it, and then when you want to trade, it's very easy for you to miss things that you're not you won't miss if you were more in line. In terms of my parents, of course they just hit 64 dad and 60 for mom, so I still got a couple more time, but it's coming. So
yeah. You said that as far as doing this. I know you don't mean it's a distraction. It's just they have your focus. Your family, or your wife, your kids, they have your focus. Yeah. So when the kid goes down for sleep, the wife, I assume, is still up. Are you able to 100? I know you're funded with this. Are you able to 100% focus on the markets then? I guess you're trading the overnight session then, so you're able to give it your full focus then, correct?
More or less. My wife, again, my wife likes to play video games, so she just sit there and play video game and just leave me alone. I'm right beside her anyway, so that's easy to do. I still have my work day job screen up as well on the side, so I can do, but not, majority of the focus will be on the trading, and then some little amount with the other things, right? So.
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, you manage yourself well, you manage your account well, and you're seeing great success. Which, we love to see that. We love to see that, France. France, what size trading combine are you in?
So right now in combine, I'm mainly in the 100K account.
Okay.
After 50K account, I want to see what could I scale up now to see 150K account. I know for a fact for sure because last year when I was doing 150K account, express funded account, I tend to go to the daily last minute of $3,000, and it's so hard to come back from a $3,000 daily last minute. But with 1 to 2,000 is a little bit easier because you just need to adjust your position size and your entry a little bit better compared to $3,000, which is quite a bit. If someone has 5,000, I don't know how they handle it, to be honest. When you put on a 15 contract, I don't know. I just have a mini heart attack when that thing because one tick for gold is $10, and you have 15 contract for gold is $150. Sure, you could make $3,000. That's 20 ticks or 5 points, but still, it is a lot emotional when you trying to handle that movement, unless you're 100% sure. But with $3,000, it's only 3,000 day loss limit. It only take $2 movement in an overnight section to hit your daily loss limit. Right now, gold moves between $6 to $10 range a night. So 1/3 of that fraction or 1/5, you just hit your daily loss limit on $3,000. So mathematically, it doesn't make a lot of sense And even with 5 contract, $1,000 with let's say 5 contract on the 150K, that's 60. That's 60 divided by 4. That's 15 points. That's still much longer time. You can handle it, but 15 contract, I can't handle it right now.
Right. Hey, Andre,
Math.
did you see that he did math without a calculator?
That was pretty good,
See,
man. Yeah,
he's
those 15
he's a smart guy.
those
Yes, you
15
are very
lots will
smart.
give you those 15 lots will definitely give you a heart attack, and it's just not realistic. When you as you grow and scale, it makes sense sizing up, but when we're trying to get funded, let's be
Right.
realistic. The staying power is in the 2s and 3s and 4s. I know Mick was just on. He's by far more impressed by the trader that will make $200 5 days a week than the one that will make $2,000 one day of the week, and then you don't hear from there on out. So it's yes, name. And I saw Deeyana was in the chat earlier saying the true value of success, or the true measure of success in this game is time. I know, hell, France, you've been with us for what, 5 years now?
Yeah, 5 years by March. So
Nice.
it's been a long time, surprisingly. Like, I think a lot of us, when we first joined, we think like, we're going to do this for 1 or 2 years and we got to start making consistent profit and everything. Obviously, it took longer than, we all thought. But, once you get to it, it's one of the best feelings as well. Because you
Right.
did it and you earned it.
France, you're a great example of patience, and that's something I've been
Absolutely.
trying to work on. You've gone to a larger account. Of course, that your target profit is more, but you're accepting that and you're taking it at your own pace. You're doing it at your own speed. You're not in a rush, and that's one of the biggest downfalls here. When a lot of our traders in the trading combine want to rush through it to get to that funded account, and they're forgetting about the basics, the patience, discipline, management, and then they wonder why. Hit another DLL, or I got to the funded account and I busted it. Let me ask you: do you journal? Do you journal your trade days?
Well, I mainly journal on the Facebook group now.
Yes, you
I
do.
post
Okay.
every trade basically. I used to do more journaling on my own website thing, but mostly now on Facebook, just because the kid is a little bit more older. I needed more time with that guy.
Sure.
When he was like a newborn infant and they don't move, it's much easier. And now they're taller. They try to
Right.
break everything they can hold on to.
Right. Exactly. Let me ask you, France. Um, what's the strategy that's moving you through and keeping you funded? What strategy do you use?
Well, I mainly use okay, so before the holidays and you come back to New Year, I traded throughout December too. So really it doesn't matter. So the strategy at that time was the movement was between about $3 to $5 range per day. So what at that time was about using 3 to 5 contract within 30 minutes to 1 hour, and then you get your $500 to $1,000, and then you get off. Now, the problem is that it doesn't happen like that now.
Right.
It has changed to more of an overall big picture. So now, yes, it can go up to $6 to $10 now, but it doesn't have multiple of the small ones like before the holidays. Now, I will have to reduce the size, increase the time period. So instead of 30 minutes to 1 hour, I will have to increase it to about 2 to 6 hours now to get the same amount of money, but with less contract size. That's something I have to do now, or simpler way of saying it, I do basically breakout.
Okay. Yeah, you've got Drew's Andyman here. Says, France, love your transparency on the Facebook group. Thank you. So, you're not only progressing yourself, you're helping others and sharing, what you're doing successfully, which is, I mean, that's a great thing that you're doing here. Let me ask you about risk. Now, I know that obviously you had yourself a payout. You're moving
Yep.
forward. You hit your daily loss twice. Um, how are you managing risk in your trades? What are you looking at?
Well, when I'm not emotional, then it's mainly looking at what's the overall probability this will hit my profit target. and then you measure by half of that amount. So let's say the profit target is, this probability of this happening is, let's say, 70% based on all the category that I put in, or in my mind at least. Then it should be $500. Then I should be risking at least 250 to 500 range. But if I was emotional, like last night, so like I said to the team on Facebook, I have a 5 position on. It went up to 520. I was looking for about $1,000. So halfway through, I was like, well, it should be good to go. And then the position straight went down $3 down, and then I was like, well, it probably will bounce back. So I just took off my stop loss. And then next thing you know, I hit my daily loss limit. And then, of course, that position came back and reversed all the way back up to where I was supposed to get my money. So it does happen, unfortunately. But in terms of risk, it really depending on overall, it should be at least half of your daily loss limit.
France, now you talked about you were emotional last night with the 5 last.
Yeah.
What does it look like when France is emotional? How do you display it? Quiet? Do you yell? Do you swear? Do you break stuff? Or what does it look like when France is emotional?
No. I think when I say emotional, it's like I'm looking at the P&L instead of the overall chart. And then also, like, of course, like, hey, how's your work coming along? How's the kid coming along? And all the other factors. But like, when you start looking at the P&L instead of the chart, then that's when I, start minusing off things that I'm not supposed to do.
Right. So are you able to realize that you're doing that in the moment, or is this something that you're realizing you did after the fact? Like if you realize that you're watching, you're trained to the P&L, you're being emotional, you find yourself that it's hard to step away from the trade, or what's going through your mind as you're watching the P&L?
For me, honestly, I'm still not very good at walking away at that moment. Yes, I'm also very patient though when it's going my way. Where when it's going my way and I hit and I set a profit target, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, the position went halfway back down. Let me just take whatever I can get. I'm not good at. I'm still very good at that, but I'm not very good at. Oh, this is going down. Should I just walk away now, or should I, like you just you need to get away in your mind, but you're like,
right,
maybe it will come back. Then that's when you do stupid things.
So I see some people here in the chat are saying, same with me, France, not walking away, calling it greed. No, it's not that it's not necessarily greed. It's we're drawn to these markets. I would say it's not necessarily greed that you want more, because it's not necessarily greedy when you're down. But yes, you have to walk away. It's a lot easier said than being done. Like I said, I've been in this industry for 20 plus years, Eddie even longer than me. And so we still suffer from the FOMO. We still suffer from lack of discipline at times. Walking away. Something I think it's something, Eddie, that we're always, it's for any trader for that matter, unless you're a damn robot where you can hit the off switch. We're humans. Emotions are inevitable with us. I don't think it's something that we can fully ever get rid of. We try our best to. I've got Post-it notes all around my screens with subtle reminders. But Eddie, this is something that we've seen. You've worked with thousands of traders. The discipline is one of the hardest things. Patience is one of the hardest things. In France, love your honesty. Love your, how open and transparent you are. I know your Facebook posts are doing the same. Eddie, what do we see? You've worked with thousands of traders in terms of, the discipline and patience. I mean, we've seen it with the most veteran of traders, haven't we?
Right. Well, it's human nature. Like you said, Andre, we're not robots, but at times we have to sort of hit that switch. And like you said, easier said than done. I mean, you're going to say that a lot, and you're going to keep wanting to go back to get that revenge trade, to surpass your emotions. And what's going to make you a better trader is saying, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, the thing is, you don't want to punch your computer. You don't want to break anything. It's you want to be, the thing is, if you're doing that right now, I'm going to tell you, trading is not your gig. All right. You're self-destructive. You gotta be cool, man. Cool like a jewel. Once again, easy to say and hard to do. But some of us and most of us that see success can surpass that, can hit that switch and say, you know what, I'm done for the day, or I need to take a step back, reevaluate. I'll come back later. I mean, that is a professional trader. You know, one that is going to get a little crazy. Like I said, maybe this isn't your gig, so you might want to rethink that. Let me ask you something, France. You know, you're giving a lot of help to a lot of us right now. Your Facebook posts. What advice would you give to somebody new that is trading?
I like that.
Don't expect this. Two things. One, don't expect this to be like a get rich quick scheme kind of thing, because it takes a lot for you, mainly emotions, because you're playing with money. And obviously the thing is, don't trade when you have no jobs, your day job, because you get very emotional and you think that trading is the way to get money so you can pay for stuff, right? So you go and do reckless thing, you go spend more money than you're supposed to. You go do everything the opposite of what we're talking right now. So that's the first thing. We need to reduce. We need to make sure you got an income. Doesn't matter what you do. Like when in 2019, I was driving Uber or Lyft like for a month or two during Christmas just to make sure that there's some money and you can trade. That's the first thing. You control that emotion. And second thing is that it might take you I think on average 3 to 4 years just to get some resemblance of actually good consistent trading around. Not everyone. Some people can do it within a year or two, and kudos to you, but I took about 4 years to even get my first payout. So take your time. Don't beat yourself up. That's another thing. Because once you start not talking negative about yourself, then you start thinking like this is not for me and just walk away. But the main thing is, have you done the due diligence prior to all the tradings? If you haven't done the due diligence on technical, on your personal, financial, physical, then it's kind of hard for you to maintain all of those years that you have to build. And do you honestly like this, or you like the money?
Right. Hey, real quick, France. We got some people asking about your Facebook.
Sure.
How can we join that, or at least stop in and say hello and see what you've got to say?
Well, I post on it almost every day, so just say hi, whatever you want. Right now I'm just in the learning and still developing stage. I'm I have a good income from my day job, and I'm not looking to teach anyone or anything like that. But if you want to talk about your trading and see if maybe something we want to fix here and there, or you want to talk about your emotional point of view, then sure. But I'm not in a I'm not looking to teach anyone.
Right.
What do you
just follow along?
Yeah, if you don't mind, what are you looking for? Okay, I see you're very active in the Facebook. What are you looking to get out of it? Is it making you feel better? Are you looking for input or advice? Are you looking for the community? I know we all we were talking about earlier this morning that trading can be very lonely, right? If it wasn't for
Yes.
TopstepTV or Facebook group, it can be. Are you looking for a trading buddy? Or do you feel like that's something that this industry is missing? Is the communal aspect? Is that kind of what you're trying to fill there?
Well, yes, in terms of when the first 3 years when I was doing this, it's very lonely to do everything yourself, and also it's a good thing to have bounce off ideas between each others. But if you were to talk about monetary, no, and I'm getting good income from this. Like as we stand right now, my 4 payouts is added to be 16.5 thousand.
Well done.
Already in this
4.
month, so about 20 grand in Canadian. So, I paid off 2 credit cards, taxes, accountant, everything already. So I'm not looking for monetary from this. I'm just looking to see what do I need to improve on to make more mainly for family, of course, and then see if I want to do more other business on the side on top of that.
There you go. France, everyone, such as life is looking to continue to grow. We're always continuing to do better. What are you hoping to continue to work on the most right now in your trading?
My trading work on was definitely the loss when I walk away from when it's losing. That's the main thing. Like when you add up all the losses, you know how much you shouldn't be doing. Like let's say right now, I have 8 days positive among the 13. So among the 5 losses, how many of them I could have walked away and saved the money that I could have, still have? That's something I need to
Right.
reduce on the daily loss limit. In terms of profit target and etc. I think I'm pretty good at this current moment where you want to make a certain amount if you could every day, but you don't need to be super greedy because I've been there, of course. Who hasn't? Where you want to make more than it's
Right.
supposed to be, right? And then it will just come all the way back down and hit your daily loss limit, or you go break even. And when let's say you make $4,000, is almost hit that spot, and then back to break even. What is the emotion at that time? Because you were almost there. And then now you're like, okay, I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, how many contracts do you got on? If you got 10 contracts, you were close to $4,000 profit target, then that means, and you went, let's say 3,005, it went back to break even after a 30-minute span. The probability of that position actually going back up to 4,000 is actually very slim.
Yes, it is.
Right.
But how do I walk away when that happens? That's the thing. Because like 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago, you were close to making that good money. But how do I get emotional? How do I walk away from that when that probability is not on my side anymore? That's something I need to learn.
Right.
Well, let's talk about that, Eddie. Eddie, let's talk about that because you and I, we've coached, we've dealt with coaches. How do you walk away from that? How do we recognize when, for lack of a better phrase, enough is enough for that day? It's easier said, yeah, just get up, hit the off switch, and walk out of the chair. But you'll see the action, you'll see the dome, you see the ladder moving, you'll see the charts moving. So I think that's kind of what brings us back in because you always see once you see movement, you see, there's opportunity. This is where I can get my money back. This is where I can get the day back. How do we, Eddie? We get this asked a lot. How do we teach them or tell them to walk away? For me, I get frustrated. I get physically, I can feel it. Biologically, I can feel it from the side. I'll perspire a little bit. I'll get hot. When that tells me it's time for me to get the hell out, leave the office, go take a walk. And if I come back, I come back. If not, that's cool too. But I have I have physical triggers that I'm in tune with it. Make me realize it's time for me to leave.
Right. Dre, I mean, a lot of times, we're all guilty. I mean, we've been trading for, you and me combined, 50 plus years. Okay. The thing is, it's going to happen. It's going to happen again where we sort of get sucked into that. And, what needs to be done is I'm going to say this is, if you have a day like that where you couldn't walk away or you hit your loss limit more than you wanted to, we got to start building confidence back, right? Because if you're not, you're going to go in the next day and you're going to be, oh man, I don't know, man, I maybe throw something out there. You got to start building yourself back again in a positive frame, positive mental attitude. And this is going to get you moving forward. This is going to sort of be that pat on the butt. You know what? Hey, you can do it. You've did it before. So I'm going to say you got to work on that confidence. France, what do you think about that?
Well, if I didn't walk away, I'd beat myself up, first of all, about losing my daily loss limit if I still in the position. If I weren't, then I would start looking at the chart and look at any of the indicator that's still positive. Like, yes, okay, let's say you went to 3,005, went back to break even. Okay, now, did it went to break even and hit the support line? And then what's the chance of it actually going back up even halfway? Then they start building. I was like, okay, well, there's two things. One, you can reduce your size right away.
That's right.
But if you don't want to reduce your size, you have to think about, okay, before you enter, is those indicators still positive? If it's still positive, then maybe we can consider continuing it, but you got to have a time limit as well.
What is that time limit, France? I don't want to interrupt. France, not to interrupt, but what is that time limit? What is that time limit?
So it would, depending on, are you a 5-minute trader or 30-minute or 1 hour trader? Maybe some people would be like, well, on a 5-minute, I would like to see the last hour in the 5-minute, which is 12 ticks, right? Yep. Has it went downward where, let's say the position went back to break even, does it start going downward and then now you start losing money? Or is it basically moving back and forth in the same area, where you're only losing like 1 or 2 ticks each time, or positive 1 or 2 ticks, then there's the possibility of like, okay, we're just basically both sides of the spectrum is they don't know where, no one can really have a clear winner. So how long do you want to wait, and how long do you want not to lose, basically? But it will depending on you at the end of the day.
Right. I got a comment here in the chat. When we are doing good, or when we can pick ourselves up and get back on the horse, figuratively speaking, Systems Revolution says science confirms that winning a successful trade releases the same amount of dopamine as a hit of cocaine. Well, the thing is, if you're playing Texas Hold'em and you get a good hand, you're not going to jump up and go, "Whoa, look at I got! Oh my goodness!" You're gonna have that straight face because you don't want anybody else to know. You're going to be cool like a jewel. Same thing with trading. Don't get overly excited, but slowly, like I mentioned, build up that confidence. Okay, build up that positivity. I know I can do this. I've did it before, and you're going to find yourself digging yourself out of that negative hole very quickly. Even if you're putting up a $50 winner, $100 winner, $300 winner, it's just a matter of, instead of spinning your wheels, you're actually moving forward. And if it's even step by step, you're still moving forward. That's the goal. Keep moving forward. So keep that in mind.
Hey, real quick, Eddie, let's do a quick recap of the markets. I know I use the word recap term very loosely. S&P or NASDAQ has just gone completely to sleep. We've been barcoding now for the last couple hours now. Nothing happening over there. S&P's taking a look to the downside. We'll see. It's lunchtime trade in full effect right now. We got a lot of good things coming out later this week. Everyone's probably just sitting on their hands right now, readjusting positions perhaps for later. See crude. Crude saw the market sell off after we hit 65.26. So anyways, we got not a whole lot going on in the markets right now. So this is a good time to talk. Pick France's brain. Again, France, thanks for joining us. It's awesome, man. We love having you on here. Eddie, sorry, back to you.
Oh, yeah. That's good stuff. Yeah, hey, France, what's between you and me, what's the best trade that you ever did? What's the best trade you ever made?
I wouldn't say dollar amount. I would say, I guess my best trade would be like, okay, I put free contract, $3,000, and then everything works out. And that would be hopefully my best trade. Because it's very easy to go by dollar amount, where you're like, okay, I'm gonna put 15 contract, and it went $18,000, which on number amount is really great. Don't get me wrong, but that 15 contract was like, come on, sometimes it can backfire very quickly. So I would say my best trade would be $3,000 for free contract, and everything worked out at the end. That's all it is.
Nice. Hey, let me ask you something, and I bet you a lot of traders are going to listen to this one. First time you got funded, okay, going from the trading combine to the funded account, what were your thoughts? And did you sort of play the same game from the trading combine as you went into the funded account? Was there anything you changed? And how are your feelings going in saying, hey, I'm funded now?
Well, Eddie, when I first got funded, we still had the 2-step process plus the pro account. So I went through 3 steps. So that was the crazy time. But each step made me more patient during those periods. And, once I get to funded, my emotions is that I didn't get a lot of I didn't put on a large size, first of all. But it's more like, how do I handle this funded account to make sure I don't lose it as fast as possible? Now, because we're 1-step process, I even told the Facebook group this last night, that when I passed the 100K account last night, where I was using 5 to 10 contract to pass it, but once you pass it, you want to maintain that account on the express funded account, so you reduce the contract size to 3 to 5 contract, because that allow you to hold your account longer, because now you're not going to risk that funded account after you got it now. So that's the first thing, emotion wise, is to reduce the size right away.
Have it where it's manageable.
Real quick, we're seeing crude continue to sell off. I think we just broke VWAP to the downside. Thank you to Dustin Armstrong in the chat for keeping us tuned
Thank you, Dustin.
into. Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Eddie, I think it's time for that special question. France, you want to play a little game with us?
Sure.
All right,
The
Eddie, hit him with
fun
it.
question.
Hit him
I
with
love
it.
this part of the interview. Okay. France, number 1 to 20. Give me a number. Any number that you would like.
18.
18. Let's take a look here. All right. 18. Pretend you're our CEO. Right? You're the CEO. We got France, your CEO of Topstep. What 3 concerns about the firm's future keep you up at night?
Well, is how much capital preservation do we have? Do we have enough money, of course, to pay other traders? And second thing is obviously when we look at the competitors, which is of course Apex and what's the other company? Take Profit Trader and other firms. Then we compare like, okay, what do we got and what do we need to improve on? And of course, the third thing is the communication with all the traders. Make sure that we're on the same page about what product we have and what we need to improve on in terms of the product. And obviously to make sure that money comes on time, because we kind of do this for, at the end of the day, it's about money for that.
There you go. All right. I appreciate that. And one day you will make a great CEO.
Yeah,
right now, you're the CEO of your family.
He's
yes.
coming for
Well,
Patak. He's coming for Patak right now, man. Patak, you better be thinking about those questions. If you're listening, Patak, you better be thinking about that stuff too, man. Seriously.
He's got to do power players with us, and then we'll ask him the same question.
We'll put Patak on the hot seat with those same questions. What keeps you up? Well, yeah, real quick before we close out, we got like 1 minute left, Eddie. Tilt is 50-50. We saw super heavy tilt in crude up to 85%. We saw the market sell off. Very interesting how that played out. ES 50-50, nothing happened there. NQ 50-50, 50-50 all around. No strong sentiment one way or another.
Wow.
So
yeah, sorry, that was trading wise. I'm glad we could talk to France, Eddie, because this market would have put us to sleep.
I honestly, when I did the first interview with France, I was like, wow, this guy is something special. And I'm not blowing smoke. And I really hope those that were listening can understand what priorities are and what focus is. And, it's not just about you. I mean, you treat your account like a business. And I think that's what France is focused on. Seeing 6, 4 payouts. I mean, gosh, you 16K in his pocket. You've earned that, and we're glad that you're using that money for the family, and that's really good. Good to know. Now, real quick, what's your son's name?
Felix.
Felix. All right. Well, I was going to say, next time you see him, you give him a big hug from Topstep, and you tell him that we're very proud of Daddy. You're doing everything right here. So, Andre, any closing comments here?
Nope. Just want to thank France. Thanks you, France, for joining us. Thank you for your openness and transparency on the Facebook group. You're a huge addition to the Topstep community. We'll see you back on the crowd. The audience really loved it. I'll be back on in a few hours, Eddie. That was good. Good stuff.
Okay, cool. And of course, France, any closing comments for your fan base?
Well, keep the account as long as possible.
That's right, buddy.
Magic.
I love it. I love it.
Woo, it's magic. All right. France, thank you very much for being with us. All the best to you and the family. And until we meet again, my friend, trade well and keep getting those payouts. All right. We're going to be right back here. We've got next in line here after our power players. We got TopQuiz coming up with Jack and Vanessa. So stick around and we'll be right back. Take care, friends.
Take care.
Later.
Hi, Tuesday people. You've got Vanessa here hosting today with our lovely Jack answering questions. Jack, if you could go ahead and go into the rules.
I will. Hello, Vanessa. I got too many comments about me looking like I woke up 2 minutes ago when I come on here. So I got my hair cut and I'm ready to go. Furnace getting fixed, hair's being cut. If this is your first time playing Top Quiz, you enter by following the link that we have pinned or entering the game pin at kahoot.it. There will be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 right or 4 right, you will enter a raffle for one of 50 free resets. We will also give free resets to the people that finish in the top 3. To finish in the top 3, that's getting them right and speed. So more power to you. Good luck on that. What else? I've been
Just get
gone
more
for a
time for these
day.
people to join. Yeah.
Exactly. So join up. Be sure to answer the questions on your device. We're 6 seconds delayed on YouTube. I'll be monitoring the chat lightly. And I think that today the questions might be from the YouTube comments. I think Danielle put out a form. I have not seen them yet, so we'll see if I can win another Pitbull bobblehead.
I hope you can. Your hair looks beautiful. I'd love to photograph you with your bobblehead with your new haircut.
Thank you
Just
very
gorgeous,
much.
Jack. You're just
Thank you
gorgeous.
very much. All right.
Well,
We got a bunch of people in here. I think we're about ready to go.
yeah, I was going to say we're over 900. Let's get this thing started. So 1 and 2 and go.
Here we go.
All right. 3, 2. I hope you're ready, Jack.
I think I am.
In the famous novel, The Count of Monte Cristo, what is the name of the ship Edmond Dantes arrives on? Take your time.
So it's the Pequod, the Rob Roy, Farron, the Lapart. These are tough questions. You guys suck. It's not probably the Rob Roy. I'm going to go with the Pequod.
Okay. Ooh, sorry, Jack. It was the circle this time.
Oh, the circle. It's like an oval because the screen's a little bit warped. No,
yeah.
I've never read The Count of Monte Cristo. Could not even tell you what it's about.
I couldn't either, but let's check out the scoreboard. Joe Poos.
Joe Poos
Ralph
does.
Wiggum. I just saw a meme the other day that said like their kid is watching The Simpsons and he's like, I'm Bart. And he's like, I don't have the heart to tell him he's actually Ralph Wiggum. There's Mike Check, Oath Trader, and Colby. Congrats on making the board, guys. Let's go on to question number 2. How many noses does an ant have? 0, 1, 4, 7. Take your best guess, or if you know, tell me what you know.
Well, they breathe through like their skin or something, don't they? Their shell. I'm gonna go with 0.
Ooh.
There we go.
Great job, Jack. Getting you on the board now. All right. So we've got to change up. Mike Check. I think I read Mick Check. I don't know. Mike Check. Ralph Wiggum. Roll Tears Roll. Barry Goosey. And Kahoot winner. We'll see how good you are, Kahoot winner, by the end of this. Jack, you're half and half right now. No bobblehead, but you're still eligible for
Vanessa, were you on for the turtle butt breathing question?
No.
Apparently turtles breathe through their butt. All right. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm gonna take that with me. Which NFL team has the most championships?
I wonder who
This is a
wrote
hot topic.
this. I wonder who wrote this because now I'm confused if it's NFL championships or Super Bowls. Because if it's NFL championships, I feel like it's the Packers or Bears.
You've got 5 seconds.
I'm gonna go with the
Get it in there.
Bears. Oh, it's the
Ooh,
Packers.
The
Oh, the friggin'
Packers.
Packers.
I didn't know that. My cousin's a big fan, and I'll have to, I don't know, tap her on the back or something. Fun fact for you, did you know that there is no like negative weather, like in terms of cold weather, that can stop a game? Like they'll play through anything in terms of cold weather. There's no stop there. That's crazy to me.
Yeah. No. Hard O's playing football. Roll pack.
So we've got Roll Tears Roll, Pack Own Bears, the Cushall, and Trend is Friend.
Pack
All
owns
right.
Bears. Give me your address so I can send you a glitter bomb or something.
All right, on to the last one. When was the NASDAQ created? Oh, this is nice.
Oh, and they, geez, you guys are terrible with
is
these.
awesome.
I ask easier
This is
questions than this. You're really putting them 1 year apart for 4 options?
Take that, Jack.
I'm going with C, 1973.
There's not C on here. All right,
The
it's
1973
1971.
one. Guys,
All right.
Guys, before we go to the leaderboard, quick thing about trivia
Oops.
questions. If you're asking about the year, okay, we'll read it.
Sorry.
I went to reset. Kushal and
Trend is Friend. Congrats.
Quick.
CTI and Roll Tears Roll as the runners up. Thank you, guys. You were close. No cigar.
Quick note for those writing questions. If you're asking a question about the year in which something is founded, you got to put them in different time periods. You can't ask like, when was John Adams born, and then put 4 years that are in 4 years. That makes it impossible unless you know exactly the date for some reason.
You've got to know exactly the date. The purpose is to stump you, Jack. Clearly we did. Or the traders did.
Mission accomplished. All
Get
right.
it together.
I think that one's hard. Since we're giving away 50, I'll have to see how many people were up top. I think that I'll give 50 away to the people that get 2 or more right, but I'll have to see how many people got 4 and 3 right first. Maybe
It's
some
exciting
extra.
stuff. Thanks for playing, guys. Thanks for coming in on this Tuesday and hanging out with us. Take it away, Jack, I guess.
Yeah, Vanessa, always a joy being on here, even if I'm being now I'm acting like someone in the chat saying this is rigged. But no, I had fun with it. Better luck tomorrow for myself. And yeah, we'll be back. Stick around for group coaching. The Hoagland himself is with us next. We got Power Hour with Cammy Capital later, and D's coming on at 1. So you won't want to miss it. We'll see you right after the break.
I told you, well I know you've been holding hands with anxiety for way too long. You had to take out on the same couch every Friday when your friends are busy living life. Well, I know you miss the old days, you're in a different headspace, and I know you think it's too late, but you can turn around. And I know you're at your darkest, and I know you think you want him around, but you've been stuck way too long in the same old love affair, sneaking around thinking that nobody cares. Baby, I know that he brings you down. I still believe in you, so go dry your eyes. You get drunk, but don't give a fuck. Keep waiting, just waiting for it to hit you. Get dressed up, but it doesn't feel fun.
We'll try this
Okay.
again.
Yep, now we're good.
All right.
good now?
Welcome, everyone. I think we've got the sound fixed. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. Welcome to lunchtime and Topstep's group coaching session. This is me. I'm John Hoagland, and with me is my good friend, JD, John Doherty. How are you doing today, JD?
Doing great, Hoag. Thanks for having me again. Thanks, everybody, for your question submissions. We got some good ones today. We should have a nice little conversation today.
Awesome. Well, this is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there's a lot of risk in futures. We know this. These are leveraged products. We do run the risk of losing more than our initial investment, which means we should only be using risk capital to trade with. Risk capital, to me, is money that I can afford to lose. Remember, this is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security at this time. We never do. But remember, not everybody knows everything. I certainly don't. Somebody that says they know everything, I would tend not to trust that person. It also states that hypothetical and simulated performance results have certain limitations. And to me, the biggest limitation is the fact that you have no skin in the game, no rules, no consequences, no accountabilities. It's not until you have a little bit of skin in the game, like you getting into the trading combine, where you're going to have that sense of a little bit more risk, a little bit harder decision making, and succeeding in the trading combine. You won't have to worry about that risk capital. We're going to put that up for you. I'm going to go into the questions. We're going to put the charts up. And so we have something to look at while we're doing this. And JD, let's jump into the questions, my good friend.
Ready. Let's do it. Question number 1 comes from Paula S. Paula says, "Hi, Hoag. First, thank you for everything you guys do. My question is, do you think a 5-point stop is good for the ES, the E-mini S&P 500? Is 5 points too tight, or is it just enough? What do you think, Hoag?"
This is a very good and important question. A 5-point stop in the S&P Paula, you got to think about, what is the amount of risk on the trade technically? If you're gonna choose a 5-point static stop, if the market goes 5 ticks against or 5 points against you, you're going to get stopped out every time. If the market is more volatile, you may need a bigger stop. And remember, think about things as amount of risk or where the trade proves to be wrong. Now, let me show you something on the chart here. So we looked below the overnight low. This was a trade I took earlier, and it was actually a winning trade. But it wasn't, well, actually, this was the trade I took. So what I was looking at was the fact that we had the initial balance. We looked below the initial balance and came back in. So I looked for a move in the opposite direction. This was a cheap trade. We were looking at, I think, 3 or 4 points of risk on that trade. We weren't looking for a whole bunch on that trade, so we don't want to risk a whole bunch on that trade. So there's going to be opportunities, Paul, that you're going to see that are going to be sometimes cheaper than 5 points of risk, sometimes more expensive than 5 points of risk. One of the levels that I was looking at, and we talked about this morning on Fast Markets, was last week's high, 78.74 quarter, for an opportunity for a potential long. We rejected it yesterday. It was the high of the move on Friday. So that looked like something that, I would be thinking about taking. Unfortunately, it was during the shoulder tap, and I don't want to be trading when I'm leading any of these segments, because I want to be focused on you and focused on what Mick is saying and focused on your questions. So, this was an opportunity for us to really look at a small risk. The market traded right down to that level. It provided a cheap opportunity. I mean, you could have, even risked less than 5 points of risk on this trade. So the amount of risk that you're taking per trade, Paula, I would say has to be directly related to the current market state as far as volatility is concerned, where price has to go to prove the trade wrong, probably. So there's going to be opportunities for you, Paula, to risk less than that on some trades. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for you to risk more than that on a lot of trades. Now, Paula, if you're thinking about using that as a static stop, you're going to want to demand really good trade locations so that your 5-point stop is at or beyond where price is invalidating the trade. So if you're going to do that, you may miss some trades, but that's okay. I miss trades all the time. I missed this one this morning because I was busy. I was doing something that I didn't want to distract myself from, and that's okay. That's why I'm here is to help traders like you, and hopefully this is something that's going to help you. So think about, there are going to be trades that you're going to be able to take that are going to be really cheap. Like, if you're looking at an extreme of the day session and you're thinking, okay, if we don't extend the range on the day session past the current low, let's say, well, if we get real close to that, I can take a cheap trade. I call them cheap trades because I don't have to risk a lot on them, and I may not even have to risk 5 points. But if the market is more volatile, if I'm looking at a trade that would involve more risk, I can expand my stop beyond that. So I guess my suggestion is Paula, without knowing your experience in trading, you don't want to use a static stop level. Your stop should always be put at a place where price invalidates the trade idea. Can we always count on that? No. There's times when I'm looking at a trade and I put, I think, okay, if price gets here, it's pretty much going to invalidate the trade. Sometimes I'll get stopped out and then the trade may play out without me. I can always get back in, but you're never going to be 100% right as to where price has to go to invalidate the trade. So place your trades based on your trade location and where price invalidates the trade. If it's 8 points, it's got to be 8 points. If it's 3 points, you can get away with 3 points. But I advise against using a static stop level, and you choose your stops based on technical information. If price gets to here, this trade is probably proving wrong and I need out. Great question, Paula. Really appreciate you sending that one in.
Thanks, Hoag, thank you, Paula. Yep. The lesson there is have a good risk strategy and always keep it optimized. Thank you, Hoag.
Mm-hmm.
Next question comes from Constantine. Can you please explain again the concept of the B-shaped for longs and P-shaped profiles for sells on the previous day? Is this right? Thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah, Constantine wants to know a little more about the profiles.
All right. Excellent. I love that. So looking at the profile from yesterday in the NASDAQ. Now, this is the regular trading hours only session from 8:30 Central to 3 p.m. Central. When we see a lowercase b-shaped profile, it can, not always, it can be indicative of a day of long liquidation, profit taking. Don't let me kid you. There's probably some real laggards that bought it all the way up here, and they were trying to get out while trying to get out cheaply. They don't want to be too aggressive, so the market, looks higher, and then the second, the lower half of the profile is where all the rotation comes, and that's where more of your long liquidation is likely to come in. So a B-shaped profile indicates the potential for long liquidation. Traders either in profit or out of profit, trying to lighten up their positions or get out of their positions altogether. How do we know if that is true? Well, we can only be certain about nothing in trading, but when we look at the open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ, we see that the open interest dropped by about exactly 5,855 contracts. So the fact that we lost open interest indicates that there was a liquidation of positions. The liquidation of positions pushed price lower and held it lower. That it would be an indication that it was the longs that were more aggressive in liquidating those positions than any shorts. So we have support in our theory in the NASDAQ that we had long liquidation yesterday. Okay, what does that mean for the future? Well, if we liquidated a whole bunch of longs, all of those longs which are choosing to or are being forced to sell into the market are pulling selling power away from the market. Now, is there anything that we can directly use from that information at specific levels or times in the following day to see those participants coming back into the marketplace? No, it's just one of the nuances that you think, okay, well, we had a B-shaped profile yesterday. That's going to take, initiative sellers out of the marketplace. If we're taking sellers out of the marketplace, does that improve the probability the following day of a potential move higher, lower? What does it mean? It's all very contextual according to the market context at the time. You can see the NASDAQ, we've been largely still looking like we're lowering, or we're still in this area of balance here overall. We may still be seeing some long liquidation here, but as that long liquidation starts to finish or wane or whatever you want to call it, you may see the market you may see those traders that are now flat or under long. In other words, they're not long enough. They may say, okay, well, what are we doing here? Now what do we do? We're out of the market, but the market isn't breaking. We may have to get back in to those longs at some point. So, that's how you can kind of use that nuance. Now, look at the S&Ps yesterday. The S&Ps did not necessarily have much of a B-shaped profile. Not as much as the NASDAQ. Yes, it is a B-shaped profile, but the S&Ps, excuse me, we added 16,000 in new contracts. If we have a B-shaped profile and we add open interest, that's less about long liquidation than potential new shorts coming into the market. So these open interest numbers and the B-shaped profiles are virtually saying something different between the S&P and the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has, been kind of, I think, leading us higher. The NASDAQ continues this move to the upside. The S&Ps should probably follow. We put a week high up yesterday, which I was recently reminded by a good friend of mine that we used to see on Make Hoag Money Lot is not all week highs are the same. Sometimes the market just runs out of buyers. It's not necessarily sellers. It just runs out of opportunity for people to continue to get into this market. And then the market starts to rotate lower. All of this is just nuance, and the more nuances you can recognize, the quicker, the better off you're going to be. There are days when we can look at a profile and say all the nuances are saying that this market is likely to move higher. Well, those are powerful days that we can probably take advantage of, hopefully, and we'll be watching for these. And so the B-shaped profile, long liquidation, P-shaped, short covering. Now, on the 9th of December, we put in a P-shaped profile. In other words, we had a big up day. Lots of folks probably getting into short positions because nobody likes to buy higher, right? On the 9th of December, what did we do as far as open interest is concerned? Because I have this information relatively handy. On the 9th, We lost 40,000 in open interest on this day. What's that tell you? The P shape is possible short covering supported by the loss in open interest. We moved higher and we piled in probably a whole bunch of shorts there yesterday. When the market opened and they weren't getting paid, they said, screw this, I'm going home. And they just pulled market higher and tried not to get too emotional about it, because you don't want another huge up day when you're stuck short. You're looking to try and get out as cheap as you can. And that's why we end up putting in the P-shaped profile. You never know at the end of the day if the P-shape or B-shape profile proves to be short covering on P-shaped and long liquidation on B until you see the open interest numbers the next morning. So the B shape in the S&P yesterday was not supported because we added open interest. This might be new shorts. The B shape in the NASDAQ, because we lost open interest, is more indicative of long liquidation. Long liquidation takes selling power away from the market. New shorts puts buying power back into the marketplace when they want to cover. It's a great question, and one that I will answer every time, because it just takes time to kind of get wrapped around what these things mean and what they might mean on the following day or future days. So we're looking at the S&P and the NASDAQ either getting out of longs, taking selling power out of the marketplace, or getting into shorts up here, which we know that the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, they eat shorts for lunch, especially if there's no bad news. The grind to the upside continues. Great question. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for asking, and I hope that helps.
Excellent. Thanks, Hoag. So just to summarize there, P-shaped profiles equals short covering. B-shaped profiles equals long liquidation. I hope everybody was paying attention there. Actually, give us a yes or no if you were paying attention to what Hoag just said. When Hoag starts talking about the market profiles, you're listening to a masterclass in real time, and I just hope you all caught it. If you want to learn more about the profiles, I've pinned Hoag's actual masterclass video into the chat, so bookmark that. I've also made a request. Anytime Hoag talks about profiles, I make a request to have that segment clipped just a little bit, so we have another short video for each piece of the profile that he talks about. So we should have a B-shape and P-shape profile video out in the next couple weeks, maybe, depending on how quick our new video editor can get to everything. All right, people are paying attention. Thanks, everyone. Awesome. Thanks for the question, Constantine. All right, moving on. Next, we have Camry. Camry's asking, how do you control FOMO? And should you just stay out of the markets if you're feeling off when you wake up in the morning? Camry was up 3K since his last reset and since your last advice. So thank you from Camry.
All right. Camry, glad to hear that things are going well. If you are feeling off when you wake up in the morning, that's a day when I'm probably not going to trade. Now, if I'm feeling ill, if I'm hungover, which hasn't happened in a while, if I'm upset about something, if there's some sort of major change, life change, things happen in life, right? And all of those things can affect your decision-making process. If you're going to sit down to trade, you really want to feel as close to your best as you can. And I suggest anything better than 70% of your best is probably optimal. You're not going to be able to maintain 100% of your best all the time. Anywhere between 70 and 90% of your best, you're okay to sit down and trade, but you got to make sure that you do your homework, that you are feeling like trading, that you are happy, even if it's just putting a smile on your face. I was working with trading psychologists a while back, I was struggling, you know, and really not enjoying the process. And I'd get up to the office every day, and I was always upset. Even if I'd made money, I should have made more. If I lost money, what am I doing? I must have quit 100 times. And I was always back the next morning. It became kind of a joke in the office. I'd walk in, they'd say, okay, yeah, we know you quit. And then when I left the office, they'd say, okay, see you tomorrow. This is difficult. It's difficult. You want to feel like you are, you know, at least 70% of your best. But, you know, I would come in the office and just look unhappy and I, you know, was feeling unhappy. And I thought that, you know, I thought they were insane. They said, you know what? Tomorrow morning when you're in the pit, smile. Just smile all day long. Even if you're down money, even if you don't trade at all, just smile. Just stand there and smile. I'm like, people are going to think I'm an idiot. They were like, people don't care about you. They only care about themselves. They're only there to make money for themselves. They don't care that you're going to stand there smiling. But you're going to probably improve your mood just by putting that smile on your face. You know, some sort of physiognomic thing. They said, okay, just, you know, do it. And I'm like, okay, you guys are nuts. So I went in the pit, and, you know, I was having I was up, down, maybe a little bit. And finally I said, you know, I'm just going to try this. I'm going to stand here and just smile. And I started smiling, and, you know, people, I don't even know if anybody really noticed. There was one person that was like, what are you smiling about? I said, I don't know. I'm just smiling. And you know what, son of a bee, I mean, it actually worked. You know, I stand there with a smile, and instead of being happy from the inside out, I found a way to get happy from the outside in. It's almost like, you know, when you buy a new suit and you wear that new suit out for the first time, you know, you're looking good, and you're feeling good. It's like feeling good from the outside in. The smile on your face was kind of the same thing. So, you know, if you are not feeling 100%, maybe some exercise, maybe get the blood flowing, maybe that's something. But, you know, and again, I'm really happy that you're up $3,000 from your reset. Just keep trying to do the same thing. If you wake up in the morning and you don't feel well, you don't feel like you can muster up 70% of your best, then don't trade. Don't trade. You don't have to trade. These markets are going to be here tomorrow. These markets are opportunity making machines. We don't have to be there always and every time. So, you know, and as far as controlling FOMO, I mean, that's something that we all deal with. You know, you just have to, you know, patience is a big part of FOMO. You know, if you're feeling FOMO about getting into some momentum trade, how are you going to limit your risk? When I start thinking about FOMO, I'm like, all right, now, you know, I missed the low here. You know, I think the market's going to go higher. Do I close my eyes and click and pray? What is it? Click, pray, and what D's thing? I see. Click, point.
I believe.
Pray.
I believe the term is point, click, pray. The PCP.
There it is.
trade.
Point, click, and play. No, that's not usually the right thing to do, right, JD? Rarely is that the right thing to do, unless the market, you know, only if the market is extremely directional and you know, in a weird market state. So, you know, control FOMO. Just whenever I start feeling FOMO, I say, okay, I can get into this trade, but where's my risk? And I have to have some sort of pullback to give it to me, to give me the opportunity to come in. I never want to buy the high. I never want to sell the low. If I'm going to be looking for something and I'm feeling FOMO, I'm going to say, okay, be patient, get a pullback, find a way to limit risk, and then you can take the trade. Great questions, Camry, and proud of you. Keep up the good work. Just keep brick by brick stacking up that account.
Brick by brick. Yep. Zero distractions when you sit down to go to work. Clear eyes, open minds, ready to fight every day, right?
Absolutely.
If you can't stay hyper focused, then just walk away. There's no point in being there. For all of you in the chat wondering where the or when the quiz starts, you are too late for TopQuiz. TopQuiz starts at the same time every single day, guys. 11:45 Central Time, and you can be there for the quiz tomorrow. Ghost T, I see you in the chat. Ghosty's nice comment for you, Hoag. I realized that prior to learning market profile, I didn't actually know what I was doing. So thank you very much, Hoag. Love you. There you go, Ghosty.
Happy for you. Happy for you, Ghost. I appreciate the comment. Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to Ahmad. Ahmad says, I lost 2 XFA funded accounts, and after that, I can't seem to pass another combine. Every time I'm almost about to pass one, I take a wrong trade, wrong entry, and wrong sizing. I would appreciate some advice. Thank you.
Okay, Ahmad, passed 2 funded accounts, lost 2 XFA accounts. After that, can't seem to pass a combine. I'm not a psychologist, Ahmad. I've worked with a number of them, and the way this hits me, the way the trading psychology I was working with in the past would kind of look at this as, he would say, you're stuck in the pain of the past. The pain of past loss is keeping you from being able to make good trading decisions. You have to forgive yourself, Ahmad. When you think about it, Ahmad, anybody that you're mad at, or anything that you're mad at, doesn't affect them or it. It only affects you. So I don't know you, Ahmad, and I could be off on this. Again, I'm not a psychologist, but in my experience, carrying around the pain of past loss just seems to create more pain, more loss. You really have to try and let it go. Now, Tom Hoagard's book, The Best Loser Wins, would be a book that I think that would really help you. And I know it's helped a lot of traders understand that, the losses we take don't define us. You want to be, forgiving and don't. Hang on one second. There's a book, and it was a book I read. Yes, here it is. It was a book I read a while back, and it is not a book about trading. The name of the book is Life Unlocked: 7 Revolutionary Lessons to Overcome Fear. The author is Srinivasan Pillay, Pillay. And it brings you kind of deep into the woods about how the brain works and how fear hoodwinks conscious thought, about how the limbic system can put you into a life here where you won't step out, you won't do things, you'll be afraid to learn things. And again, this is not a book about trading. Here's the book. It's not a book about. It's a book getting a grip on the fear and all of the things that life in itself can put you these positions, but we don't understand why. It helps you understand how to open up neural pathways that are going to be beneficial to any endeavor that you're trying to trying to get into that. So Ahmad, you know, you've been to 2 XFAs. You lost them. That's okay. Keep jabbing. Smile on your face. Learn as much as you can about how your pain is affecting your future. I think Roboto here, maybe. I'm going to
working on it right now, Hoag. Give us just a second, will you?
I'm worried about
okay.
not having enough people to do it because we're going to have to.
Here is the link. If you guys can hear me, that's the link to the book. And hoping that we're all right now. I'm just watching the chat.
Yeah, I think we're good now. Keep talking for a little bit, Hoag. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, you know, again, I was just kind of finishing up on Ahmad. Read that book. Read Tom Hoogard's book, The Best Loser Wins. And get a grip on the past and anger and everything. Just try and let it go. And if you're on the pain from it just colors your future. Let it go. Forgiveness, Ahmad, is for you. I think it was Mark Twain that said, anger is an acid that does more damage to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything that it is on. Only affects you, Ahmad. Let the pain go. I know it's hard. I put the link to the book in the chat. I can do it again right now. And and it's not necessarily read, but I found it to be really interesting to give me a better understanding of how the mind works and how anger and fear hoodwink the ability to make good cognitive decisions. Ahmad, good luck, trade well, and keep up. Let us know how things continue to work out for you, Ahmad.
Thank you, Hogan. Thank you, Ahmad. We're having a slight connection issue with Hoag right now, but it should be.
Yeah, we'll keep it going. This is Hoag. I think that you might have some internet disruption or something right now. It's breaking it up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not able to use that hour. I even had Brett.
Let me see how this just continues to go. I guess still having the issue.
Sometimes it gets a little better, but that's up to Comcast at this point.
Let's try another question and see what happens, huh?
Sure.
Thanks for sticking with us, everyone. All right, this next question comes from Marlon. Marlon wants to know, how do you build the confidence to add more lots to trades? Fear of a reversal has been taking a toll on my account. I'm closing the trade too early, but the price comes to my point of entry and keeps moving the direction I anticipated. Sounds like Marlon wants to start adding on to winners, but isn't really sure or confident in their ability to. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, it does totally. Thank you, JD. So Marlon, building the confidence to add more lots to the trades, whether it's all in or you're adding to moving in your direction. This is always something that is challenging for every trader, even people with a lot of experience. So I start by saying, if you want lots.
Hey, real quick, Hoag.
Yes.
If you don't mind, could you
Get out and
log out of VMix call and then come back in? We'll see if that does it. And JD and I will vamp for 30 seconds.
Okay, I got it. I'll be back.
All right. Jack, you with me?
Yep, I'm here in the background. We'll see how this goes. Sounds like Mick's in the office with you.
Mick is right behind me. He's in a meeting
sure
right
he doesn't
now.
say anything wild.
Mick, keep it clean back there. I hope you heard me. Just checking back in on the markets real quick. We have crude oil back down toward the opening range. Gold just going sideways. Stocks going sideways. Not a whole lot happening today. Decent moves in crude oil. I hope you caught some of that. 85% long in the tilt. Longs were getting paid all morning long in crude oil. And then as soon as the tilt crapped out, it just turned on a dime. It started heading south. That was a decent trade if anybody was on it. I know people were asking Dee if she made it or if she was in that trade. I didn't really see anything in the chat going on, but
Well, you can ask her live at 1, right?
Oh, yeah, she's going to be here. That's right. Let me take a quick peek at today's schedule. Coming up next, 1 o'clock. Eddie, Hoag, Andre, and Deeyana for another Market Stalkers session with D. After that, Power Hour, Dolby, Andre, and Cammy Capital. How many of you stuck around yesterday? Give me a yes or no. Did you stick around after the close for Peter Tuchman's recap? That was pretty intense, huh? That guy knows how to talk.
Dizzy.
For sure.
Oh, there's our Hoag.
Hoag
Let's
is back.
See.
So hopefully it.
Oh, it didn't.
No?
No, you're still breaking up a little bit.
Gotta be my, oh my goodness.
I will try. He's stressed and he's running all over the place, which I will attribute some.
Hoag didn't say what he was going to do there before he jumped out.
I'll try it again.
Like I could see it,
Should I try it again?
Stuff like that. I'm gonna miss certain.
It didn't work the first time, so it's nothing with the software. This is like the internet connection. So, hey, chat, if you have an internet provider that you love, let us know. And is it available in Orland Park, Illinois?
It's nothing. The only thing we have is I'm at the end of the line.
I was like, this doesn't seem like you.
Well, anyway.
Like this, and he went right to, he's like.
Jack, how do you feel about filling some of these questions? Hang on, I'm going to share a document with you.
Yeah, what the hell? Let's do it. I'll try and channel my inner Hoag here.
We can do it together. Let's go. You ready?
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Let's scoot down to line 50. Let me know when you're in there.
You can bring me in to JD. You want to send me that sheet? You're getting a real behind the scenes here. Okay, great. You can bring my video too, and if you want.
Oh, yeah. Sure thing. There's Jack, everyone.
Oh, full screen?
Full screen Jack. All right.
And yeah, we will announce the winners of the quiz today, this afternoon. I have them ready. You'll get an email, and I'll show them on there. So let's go to row 50 here. What do we got, JD?
Row 50. I've been treating combines as entertainment because I feel the fee isn't material to me. This set me up with a bad habit. What is your advice on handling this more professionally and breaking the it doesn't matter, $50 only, and I'm back mentality?
Well, I would say first and foremost, if $50 is immaterial to you, you're doing pretty well in something else. I mean, like $50 is still money. But if it's not enough money that it's means something to you, then, I don't know what to say. What do you think about this one, JD? I got to gather my thoughts on it.
Well, as Hoag would say, you know what they say in Cicero, Illinois, right? $50 is $50. But yeah, I get it. It's hard to take it serious. It's hard to have respect for the money that you're trading when you're only putting up $50 and you're allowed to take, $50,000 worth of
what I would ask this user is, if they think it's immaterial, how many $50 shots are they taking? Is it becoming material because you don't care about it and you're just throwing $50 out willy-nilly? I mean, if you're resetting 30 times or something, at some point it becomes material. I wouldn't recommend, one way to go about this would be saying, well, then risk an amount that makes you feel something, but without knowing the person, I can't do that. But given the opportunity, if you were to get a funded account, I think that is material. Maybe if you think about the ultimate goal of what you're doing or what you could take out of it. I mean, the ability to trade 5 contracts is probably worth more than $50. I don't know about you guys. I sweat if I have more than 2 contracts on.
Yeah, even in a 150K combine, the combine I'm currently trading in, I'm allowed to take max position size of 15 lots. I've never traded more than a 3 lot in it. The risk reward just isn't there for me, I'm holding on to trades a little bit longer. I'm not scalping 2 ticks on a 15 lot. That just seems silly to me. I don't know. But yeah, are you setting a budget for yourself every month? How many resets are you allowing yourself to go through? Is it costing you $1,000 a month to get funded? Maybe start rethinking that a little bit.
I also can't look at myself on this full screen. I might jump into Parsec, or it looks like some people are in there. You want to throw me over some charts or something?
Going over some charts. 1 second.
Yeah, somebody in the chat points out that if $50 is immaterial to you, you might as well start doing something in your own personal brokerage, right?
Yeah, exactly. I also have a personal brokerage account. This is how I do it. When I'm feeling hot, trading my combine, I'll switch over to my brokerage account. And I trade small in there. I trade micros in my brokerage account. I'm not trying to kill it every day, Just like Hoag said earlier, brick by brick. We're stacking them up slowly, steadily. That's how I play the game. I can't remember the last time I hit a home run trade.
I don't think you're really going to get better unless you feel some pressure, right? It's the same reason we talk about the difference between going from sim to live, is that it's one thing to do something when the stakes aren't super high, but if you're not feeling any stakes, I guess what we're getting around is we hesitate to say, because 90+% of our traders that have issues take too much risk. And so it's difficult for me to go out there and say, well, if you're not feeling it and you can afford it, maybe you're not risking enough to grow. So this is selective advice for that trader.
Very selective. Thanks for the question, Jonathan. Let's try and pick out one more. We got just a few minutes left. We've got Casey in the background, so there's not much we can do with our shot right now. But let's see what Steve Rupert Pumpkin has to say. Rupert Pumpkin. What's that from again? Is that the what was that Robert De Niro movie? The King of Comedy?
Yeah, there's a few of them.
Was that what it was called though? The Martin Scorsese film?
Yeah, Kings of Comedy, yeah.
Nice one, Steve. You didn't stump us, though. All right, trading indices. Why do we care about volume as price is controlled by the underlying asset? The volume is only speculation and not pushing or pulling the contracts we trade. Am I missing something? I would like to get a better understanding on volume. Thanks, Hoag. Looks like Steve could use a couple pointers on how hedging works also. What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, I want to start with volume. It's kind of, for me, that goes into sort of basic mathematics, statistics, sample size. Is you're going to trust something more in, say you do a poll or something, you're going to trust something more if it has a higher N value, right? It has a higher number of responses. You get more out of a poll that has 2,000 people responding than you do out of one that has 5 people responding, right? And I think at its basic, that's kind of how I feel about volume, is that I'm going to trust the action more if there's more people participating in it. That would be where I'd start that, JD. What do you want to add?
Yeah, that makes sense. Hang on 1 second. We're about to get a visitor in here.
Ooh, visitor?
Casey is bringing D in.
I see D.
Gonna get the next segment started a little early. Hey, Deeyana, how are you?
Hey, what's up, D?
Hey. Nothing, just looking for some crude oil trades as usual. Actually, I've got one. So yeah. Hey guys.
You're in the market
Hey.
right now in crude oil?
I am. Yes. I've got a long position on from 74.12. And I'm just playing around with my layout in Topstep.
Mhm.
Going to make it a little.
What were your
more-
thoughts on the tilt earlier this morning? We saw the crude oil tilt hit 86% at one point. Were you
Yeah.
paying attention to that?
Yeah, well, yes. I'm actually watching it to get a better understanding of how I can maybe start using it in my own trading. So yeah, it was definitely a high number of longs. One interesting thing is that I had a very high probability set up there because we opened at the level that I refer to as a daily range fixed low. And when that happens and it's a gap day, there's a higher chance of the market going straight to the value area first and even going into that special situation of value acceptance that Hoag and I like to bang on about. And that's exactly what happened, and the market just went. So it's very interesting that a lot of our traders here picked up on that. So that's props to the skills of Topstep traders. That was very good. I caught a portion of that move, and then I also caught this big down move. Did a couple of trades in the middle, so gave a little bit of money back. But overall, at the moment on my live account, I am sitting at the close profit of 1,100, and on my XFA, I'm currently up 1,300. So
Well
not a bad
done.
day.
There's a lot of people asking in the chat if you were in there. So good show.
Yes, I was.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, longs were getting paid for quite a few minutes too. We saw the tilt before the tilt started to even out. It's at 86% for a good 15 minutes, I want to say.
Yeah, I
And
think I
longs-
even saw it tagged like 87% at one point. I don't think I've ever seen it that
It was
high.
the highest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Highest I can remember seeing it.
Mm.
But yeah, longs were getting paid before that flattened out.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Jeff.
And then I had another high probability trade from average session high. So the value acceptance completed. And you can see on my chart here. So 75.18 was my average session high. The price reacted from there and then whoosh, went straight down. This was a nice day.
Nice trade. You caught a nice bulk of that move.
Yeah. Yeah, I caught, I think about 70% of it actually. And now I'm
That's
catching
impressive.
it on the long again. So
Right on.
Nicely
Well,
done.
in the spirit of group coaching, JD, since we do have the 5 more minutes before then, we'll discuss trades as they come up. JD, is there one more question we want to toss out to everyone we have in here right now? Which I see on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me find a good one for everyone. Hang on just a second.
I think he's super good at just putting his head down and being tactical. And I think the
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Andre?
Hey,
How are
sorry
you doing?
to interrupt. Deeyana, there she
Andre,
is.
Andre. Coming in very hot right now. Very hot. Casey or JD, who's over the box, if you could turn down Mr. Andre a little bit. I don't know why with that VMix call.
My bad.
All good.
All right. So here's one that we hear pretty often. It comes from Trung. It was directed at Hoag, but I'll throw it out to all three of you.
Sure.
Trung wants to know what are the benefits if you are invited into the live funded account? Is it because you can ask for specific risk parameters tailored to your own trading style to keep the account growing or in survival mode? Thank you for any insights or education that you can share with us. So basically, what are the benefits of a live account, a live funded account over an express funded account? Any thoughts on that?
I can
Who's gonna
list
take
a
this?
few. I
Yep.
feel like we really want to channel our inner MP here, and I almost want to save this so MP can discuss on it. But off the top of my head, yes, advantages would include access to the risk managers, being able to change parameters of your account, things like that. JD, off the top of your head, any others?
Well, I
Oh,
would
yeah.
say you learn how the real markets actually behave, because in a simulated environment, you're going to get a perfect fill each time. There's no slippage, there's nothing. So if you never learn what exactly can happen to a position, you're never going to be a real trader. And if you ever do decide to trade your own account through a live brokerage, you're going to be in for some nasty surprises, because, you know, simulated environment is one thing, live trading is another thing. If you've ever tried trading any market with a like I see people who are, you know, big swinging in the combines, it's like, oh, 15 lots. Hey, try doing that in the live market. First of all, crude oil, for example, you're not going to get a fill in one go on 15 contracts in crude oil. So that's one major difference. And the first time that the market goes bing, it's not happening, you're going to be like, well, this never happened on a simulated account. Now what? Now what? You have to scale into the position, which you've never done before because you've traded simulated accounts, right? Like now it's like, why is this happening? Because it's live markets, man.
I think there's a huge shift when people go from sim like in the combine to sim in an XFA, where you're actually gaining real money or losing real money like that, even though your risk is somewhat limited. And then there's a big shift going to the live markets too. Back in the day here, I've been here for 5 years now at Topstep. There was a ton of people out there who were having success in the sim markets, who were basically doing these strategies that you looked at them, you're like, well, that's not going to work in the live markets. It was a lot of, you know, like you mentioned, scalping huge with like 15 contracts and using like the OCO brackets. And the response would be, you know,
Yeah, good luck with
no,
that.
it'll work. But I promise you that does not work in a live
Yeah,
market.
the problem with those kind of scalpy positions, especially the ones that were kind of sold as systems, once enough people start trading that, you will get slippages, because suddenly if you have 1,000 people trying to execute exactly the same price, that's going to cause issues. One of the beauties of market profile is that we're not looking at a single price point, we're looking at a range. And that means that you won't have such issues, because, you know, Hoag and I might be looking at the same setup, but I might be going in, you know, 10 ticks lower, and he might be going, you know, similar price, but maybe like 5 ticks difference, or, you know, it's not going to be like exactly the same price. So that means that any kind of scalpy systems that are like, well, you see a crossover of moving averages and you go in, enough people start doing that, looking at the same signal, all of that is going to break down. And then throw in a very small stop loss size. Those kind of systems, from what I remember, were sold for like, oh, you risk 4 ticks to get 8 ticks. And it's like, oh, yeah, that works for a while. And then you start trading that in the live market, it's not going to work. So again, you start wondering, why is this suddenly not working? It's because it's the live markets. And nobody thinks about that. So that's definitely
really quick. We got some barbarians at the gate here who want to come in. We're gonna transition right now into the strategy lab with Dee without a splash screen. Eddie,
howdy.
Let's go while we're young.
Hello.
Yes, let's go. How do I sound?
Oh, yeah.
Good? Level's good here? Good.
All right, guys.
Hey,
Well, I'm going to
love
check
you.
out of here. There was a great group coaching session. Appreciate you guys all jumping in there at the last minute.
Thank you, JD.
Made for a
Way
solid
to
finish.
save the ship. Yes.
have fun, gents.
All right, folks.
Fantastic.
And
We
lady.
will
Well,
catch you
look who
tomorrow
we've
for
got
more group
here.
coaching.
Yes, indeed.
Awesome.
All right. We got our stalkers here. Deeyana, good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm very well, Eddie. I'm having a pretty decent day today. So yeah, all good.
I knew it.
Slept enough. Yep.
I knew it.
We had a
Yeah,
feeling.
I slept enough. I had a couple of high probability trades. Seems like I've got another one right now. So, you know, this is a pretty standard day in crude oil for me. This is exactly the kind of moves that I expect to see. So yeah, yesterday was a little bit of a weird day. So today, all good, man. So let's do this.
Well, I want to thank everybody for popping in and saving my ass.
It happens. Technical
it's
issues,
teamwork.
right?
It's teamwork, brother.
All
Teamwork.
good, man.
Exactly.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I love you so much.
That's why we do this, John, because we love you. All right. Well, you know what, Deeyana, thank you very much for coming on here early, answering some of those questions, and good stuff. And thank you, Jack and JD, for covering that. But yes, we are here, and we've got market stalking with Dee, Hoag, Andre, and myself. And you've got some trades earlier today, Dee. Let's sort of fire up the machine. What trades did you have here today?
Absolutely.
Okay, I mean, I did a few trades today. The first one was the return to value. So I actually went in pretty early because there was a high probability setup that came in. If I go to my daily chart just quickly, there was a bullish engulfing on the daily chart from yesterday's trading. And the market was actually opening just around that level. So from that large time frame, we had some buyers that stepped in, and then the market retested that level. Every time that happens, I call those areas the conterminous lines because they're not full-on demands. They're kind of like reactionary areas that could, conterminous meaning a common commonality of some sort. So it's got some sort of a common price point in trading that I want to see, because anytime you have a reversal or continuation, at some point the markets will have the same price before it breaks to one side or the other. You can call it a market shift, you can call it continuation, reversal, it depends on the setup. But every time I see large buyers or sellers stepping in, that becomes my area of interest that might turn into a full-on demand level at some point. But for the time being, it's kind of just a conterminous line where I may want to get involved in today. So that's from a large time frame. But then when we opened the market, when we opened NYMEX, we actually opened at my daily range fixed level, which is not an, it's kind of I suppose it is an average of sorts, but it doesn't move intraday. It's not a dynamic measure. It's taken from the open, and then I take the average daily range, divide that in half, and then I put half of it below the open on the day and half of it above. So that stays. Whenever I see a gappy open at that level, it means that the market has a higher chance of testing value area first before it does anything else. So that was the first trade that I took. It then continued into a crazy value acceptance. And some of my traders were actually in on that. And then after that, I was waiting for some kind of a failure of the auction, but it actually went a little bit higher. So I gave some money back. And then the market hit my average session high, which was at 75.18. And it reversed. So I ran another really good trade all the way down, caught probably about 70% of that move. And now I'm looking at a little bit of a pullback the other way. So I am actually in a trade at the moment. I went in long at 74.12. So I'm sitting at a few ticks profits. We're going to see what happens into settlement. We've got about half an hour until that happens. Usually there's a little bit of a retracement. So that's what I'm trading.
Wow. Thank you, Deeyana.
That was awesome.
Now, John, you got a position on?
No.
No, Andre, you got a position on?
Flat at the moment. Looking to get in the markets though here. I've had a quiet morning, and yes, definitely looking to get back in there.
Okay.
But Deeyana, that was awesome. Deeyana, when you were trading the crude, I don't know how much you were paying attention to the tilt. I don't think we've ever seen.
Yeah, I was watching it. I've got Topstep X now. From what I'm gathering, I'm the first live trader on Topstep X. So we actually, I'm working with the support team to see if there's any bugs and stuff. So I keep reporting to them if I have any improvements or if something odd happens, just to make sure that everything is working properly. And so that's been pretty fun.
Cool.
Just talking to Mac and stuff.
I know it's
still
early. Still early, but I know it was up to 85% long, and then I think we broke off of that. So I'm wondering, that,
I think at one point, I saw it at 87% long.
That's
actually,
so heavy. Never seen that number before.
It's crazy. I was like, wow, okay. But like I said just before, full props to our traders here. They caught an amazing opportunity, and they got paid. So well done, guys.
Nice,
yeah.
Awesome.
Yes, it's very good to have a very smart guinea pig moving forward. Thank you, Deeyana. for doing that. You know,
Oh
it
no,
was.
I love it. I love it. I love nerding out. I love, testing new platforms. It's it's what I do with my own indicators and stuff. So being able to be a part of that, it's very exciting to
That's
me.
cool.
So yeah.
You know, Deanna used the word terminus. I think the last time I heard that was a commune on the Walking Dead TV series.
This is conterminous. Conterminus. I'm not sure it's the same word.
It was a commune there. Yeah, it
Conterminous.
was
Yeah.
terminus.
Terminus.
But
Yeah.
another word we can add to our glossary. Yes, please do.
Yeah.
Ever-growing glossary.
So,
We
Johnny,
can merge Topstep and Marcus Stalker's method.
There's an idea. Johnny, what are you looking at today, buddy?
I don't even want to tell you the last time I heard the word terminus. Right now, I'm really not looking at much. Apparently, I've been having some internet issues and I'm a little bit nervous about putting any positions on. But overall, it's just looking like it's going to remain range bound. If I was live at the time, I would probably have considered taking a short at value area high, which is right up here about 48.85. The one that got away because I was doing the shoulder tap segment was 48.74 quarter. I talked about that on I think the opening call and during fast markets. Like that was really an interesting area where I was probably going to be looking for an opportunity. But again, because I was on the shoulder tap, I don't want to divide my concentration. I want to talk to Mech and find out what's going on with everybody. So I did not take that trade, which I'm ruining right now, but that's okay. I mean, we're here more for all of you than for us. So,
John, how
be another bus.
How are we looking
range bound? I'd be looking to sell high, the value area high, just for continued rotation throughout the rest of the day, unless there's something that changes or if there's some breakout of the range today. I mean, look at it. Look at the on this 30-minute chart, everybody. Here's yesterday's value area here. Here's yesterday's value area high. Here's today's value area inside and inside. The market it's coiling, but right now, I think you have to trade range bound rules, which is work the extremes. Sell the high, buy the low, sell the high, buy the low, sell the high, buy the low until proven wrong. But right now I don't have that good trade location. So I'm going to sit and wait.
It's coiling like an earthworm. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on
Hopefully
that.
not like a snake.
Yeah, well, if it coiled like a snake, we might have some opportunity. Okay. Well, keeping an eye here on some of the markets. Now, earlier, Andre, when you were doing fast markets, boy, we had some meat on the bone on bids and offers. We had some big size coming in, and I set my time in sales to catch these, and they all traded, man.
They all traded through.
They all traded. I think we had 400 lots, 300 lots. I think 4880s. We had a nice grouping of almost 1,000 around that area.
Wow. Yes, we did. 80, 79, 79 3/4, 79 half, 79 quarter, down to 79. I think it was like 300 lot, 400 lot, 5. Yes, there was block orders sitting out, all got filled. Just waiting to take those prices. I would guess setting long-term trades. As we see any dip that comes in, we'll see the bids come in. We'll take the fill, and the market always turns around. So good fills. The market always fills that paper for whatever reason, and it's just a strategy we got to learn to trade around. John, it's a fact. It's an absolute fact. The paper gets filled, and that's cool. That's cool. Now that you know it happens, and yeah, Eddie, there was meat on the bones, and boy, it got filled. Here we are.
Yeah. Deeyana, our top step tip of the week is motivation. And I've been asking everybody that I can to give us your motivation for trading. Can you share that with us, Deeyana?
Motivation for trading. But to me, it's the challenge of being a detective and working out exactly what's going to happen on the day. To me, it's not like at this point, and actually, I don't think it was ever about the money. It was the puzzle that I needed to solve. Is that weird? I don't know.
No. It's a
challenge.
It is a puzzle. Crazy puzzle.
Is that weird?
And
You know?
to me, this is one of the reasons why I like to only focus on ticks. Like I don't care how much money I'm making. Obviously, I care about the downside risk because I'm very good at controlling that at this point. But to me, it's literally just about levels, how the price is behaving there, and what can I do to catch that. So that's what keeps me coming back. To me, it's definitely an intellectually stimulating exercise. And I'm somebody who likes doing new things. I've always been described as, oh, Dee always goes head straight through the wall kind of person. And my mom kind of had a bit of a problem with that because she's like, you shouldn't just go into, unknown situations like that. It's going to come back to bite you. But actually, to me, it meant that in my life, I've done some things that are deemed impossible. So throughout my entire life, everybody around me is like, oh, you can't do that. That's impossible. Oh, you be a trader? That's impossible. Oh, you do this? That's impossible. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Thanks for your input. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. And like I said, to me, the fact that no day is the same, the fact that, yes, the levels are similar at this point when I'm, doing my systematic approach, but every time it's something different. Every time. And it's just so exciting to me, even after almost 16 years of doing this. And I'm hoping that I can keep doing this for, at least another 20, if my eyes serve me.
There you go. Is it possible? Yes, it is.
Is it possible?
Yes, it is, Joe Pesci. It is. And Deanna's doing it. It's great though. The thing is, we had a little survey, what motivated traders. A lot of people said the freedom. A lot of people said family. And that's and John, I was talking about, you had locals had buttons. A lot of traders had buttons, filling brokers, everybody. Their family. You had buttons of your kids, right? That you wore.
Yeah, I had my little football player and my little cheerleader on my lapels.
Remember?
Oh,
yes. And that was a motivation, knowing that I'm here for them, and a lot of us are here for those loved ones that we do have, and of course, those that are single and lone wolf traders. Obviously, you're here for the profit, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. So, do the best you can because that's all you can do.
Yeah, in the end, we start this out as a like for me, I started out, wanting to solve the puzzle, but obviously there's the monetary side to it. We do stay for the money as well, I suppose. Being able to have more resources in life is never a bad thing. Now, for me, money has never been a super big motivator because I suppose I come from a fairly affluent family. But at the same time, I've always been somebody who works extremely hard. So I was never one who's like, oh yeah, I don't care, I've got money, like whatever. I always wanted to make my own mark in the world, in the world, rather than going, oh yeah, I'm just gonna use my dad's money. And then that was actually a really good thing because my dad's business was actually affected by the Yugoslavian wars. So he was a musician, then he went into business, and then out of nowhere, we had these civil wars. So that just proves that you don't know what's going to happen, and you always have to have different ways to make it in this world. And having multiple sources of income became somewhat of an obsession of mine, just to have that comfortable lifestyle. So I maintain that to this day. So I have, my dad always had this really good saying, talking about dad wisdoms. Yeah, my dad said, don't focus on just one stream of income. Let it drip from all sides. And that's something that I live by. And it's helped, obviously not relying on any single source of income. It makes things a lot easier, and you can get rich and wealthy and comfortable, whatever your goal is, much easier and much quicker.
Very well said. Very well said. I like that one too. It's don't put all your eggs in one basket. As they say, there's always other options. But very well said.
And trading is a lovely one. Trading is a really lovely one because it's the only job where you can get like mad windfalls, and if you learn how to keep them, how to not give it all back, then you can live a very, very comfortable life. Obviously, it's the toughest way to make money, especially in the beginning. But saying it's the hardest way to make easy money, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You got it.
And that's definitely true because in trading, all sorts of self-limiting beliefs will come out, and there is no time between the mistake to the consequence. It all just slaps you right across your face. So you have to work on yourself. You have to almost be an enlightened spiritual person, and you have to use a lot of introspection to make sure that when a challenging situation appears, that you pause, not just react to it like many of us do. And I think that made me into a better person in other areas of my life. Do you guys feel the same way?
100%.
Of course.
100%.
Yeah.
I think we initially, I think we all come to it for monetary, for the money at first, so to speak. At least I'll speak for myself. I was enamored by a neighbor that I saw trading, and like I could do that. I know I can do that. So I got into it, and then I realized the freedom that it brought. You can do it for anywhere you want on this planet. You're working with some really, really great people, some very, very intelligent people. They're very smart, very competitive, and it kind of brought out the competitive juices that I got from athletics growing up. And it was the closest thing I could get to sports without, without my physical limitations being a factor. It was basically my mind versus yours, and now it's become my mind versus the computers. But the challenge, the money, and the freedom, and the people now. These are by far the coolest people. We're not sitting in like a cubicle, a farm where we're just, punching the clock. We're not clock punchers, and for that makes this thing so damn cool.
Yeah, all
Right.
of the people that I've met through prop trading, they are all just really special characters.
They are characters.
They're
They're
all
characters.
kinds of- yeah,
Characters, and it's just, but they're super smart. They hustle, they grind.
yeah.
They're tough
Yeah.
as hell.
Yeah.
They've been through thick and they know your struggle. So I saw Fred Decker in the chat saying it's hard to talk to people that aren't in this business about this business. First of all, it sounds like we get annoying
Yep.
when we start talking about this around people that aren't interested or aren't involved.
Right.
And I can,
Right.
I
You
don't,
get
John,
the
I'm
eye
sure you-
rolling. Oh
yes,
boy.
we get the eye rolling. Can
Yeah.
you guys stop talking about it? And I get it. And I totally get it. But it's just so fascinating to us. So I've got to work on, dialing that back and being able to talk about other
Yeah, you see, I
conversations,
stopped.
right?
I stopped talking about what I do.
Sure.
I have an opposite problem, probably because I'm a woman. People are like, "Oh, so what do you do?" So I say, "Oh, I trade crude oil. I'm a commodities trader." And they're like,
Stop
"Oh,
there.
wow, that's so interesting. Can I hear more?" And then they try, but
Yep.
literally in like the next 5 minutes, they just glaze over.
Yep.
And then I just stop.
I
I'm
say
like,
I
"No,
stopped.
man."
I just say finance now. I just keep it to finance
I say
now. And
banking.
yeah, I keep it to
Done.
finance. Like I know I'll
I
be having
usually-
that conversation tonight at dinner. I know for a fact I'll be having that
Yeah.
conversation tonight at dinner, and it's just going to be I'm in finance. What do you do?
Yeah.
I usually use the
end.
I've got oranges for a quarter, and I want to sell these at 27 cents, but you want to buy these for 25 cents. So I give them that sort of like Michael calls it the Barney description, dumb it down a bit. Like, oh, so it's like buy low, sell high, buy low, sell high. And you see somebody that's not trading, they've been doing that. I mean, within their lives, if you find something that you can purchase at a lower price
I would
and
say Taylor
flip
Swift.
it,
Yes.
Yeah,
Taylor
it's
Swift.
deals,
flip.
right? Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you're doing the same thing there. You're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But well said there.
There was
It's a
this
challenge.
one. There was this one particular instance where I was talking to a fellow musician of mine, just a colleague, and she was like, "I really want to know." We were going somewhere, so we had like a 3-hour plane ride, and we just kind of started chatting, and she's like, "I really want to know what you do. Like, can you tell me like in depth?" So I started talking about supply and demand and order flow, and after about an hour, she just goes, "Yeah, I'm still not
Yeah.
exactly sure what
Yep.
it is that you do."
Like, yeah, order flow. Isn't it a song from Pearl Jam? No, that's Even
Yeah.
Flow. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not.
even
It's
flow.
not Pearl Jam.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, you got your crude moving for you, D.
Yeah. I'm staring at about $330 profit here. I sized down. I've been trying to trade like default 2 lots because I'm growing the account slowly. So yeah, I am gonna take profits here. If we get to just a little bit higher, maybe just a few more ticks.
Oh, famous last words.
Famous last words. Yeah. You know what? You're right. I'm gonna take this off. Flatten. There we go.
So
Porterfield.
D
Done.
and Andre and everybody, you guys were talking about. Yeah, nice trade, D. Nice trade.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
You guys were talking about how traders and they're all characters and crazy and all that stuff. And back to the dad wisdoms, D. My dad had a dad wisdom about that. I asked him, I said, why is everybody like in the industry, all these people, they're all funny, they're all passionate, they're all just cool people. They're all characters. And he looked at me and he says, because hard times breed character. It ain't easy.
And they do.
Very
He's
true.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
It ain't easy.
Not many people know this, especially not maybe the younger people who may have not been born in the 90s. But we did have civil wars, and one of the reasons why I think I'm okay with taking the risk and not being in secure environments and being okay with putting money into the markets is probably because I grew up in during a very uncertain time. We didn't know whether we're going to be alive tomorrow or not, and that's a big thing to put on a developing child, because that was my teenage years, right? It was like from when I was 11 till about 19. Really, that was like our daily existence. Every couple of years, we used to have like some sort of a war happening, and then I kind of got sick of that, and I decided to move countries, right? So that's how I came to London.
So
But
yeah,
I think
That's crazy.
What's a
I mean,
$1,000 losing day when you're wondering if you're gonna wake up tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
Everything's in
exactly.
perspective.
It's like nothing. And to me, it's just so cool. Like just being able to do this job. And yeah, so what? You have a losing day. Big deal. In the grand scheme of things, if you controlled that loss, if you stopped, it's not going to matter tomorrow, in a month, in a year. You're not even going to remember that day. But the loss has to be controlled. You can't just, oh my God, let's freak out because one trade didn't work out. Let's just do stupid things. And then bing, your daily loss limit, max loss limit. And then you're like, oh no, why did I do that? It doesn't matter, guys. Like seriously, just stop. If it's not working, try it like 3 times. Make sure that you're following whether the trade is valid or not. If the trade isn't valid, if it's not doing what you want it to do in the first 10 minutes, just get out. It's
Right.
okay.
You know,
Nothing. But some people are afraid that they're going to lose. So they stay in these losing trades for way too long.
It's something that we need to teach ourselves, and we have a problem doing that. Greg Brown's got a question here. I'm going to put it on the table. This seems like Greg has a lot of patience here. Says, I sometimes have trouble catching the right move and have ended upside down huge, but the market is always correct. Anything wrong with having to wait 1 to 4 days for it to correct itself?
What, for
Johnny,
the
what's your
market to
take on
correct, to correct itself, or for you to correct yourself? Like, I'm not sure what the
the
question is
market.
exactly.
Anything wrong with having to wait 4 days for it to correct
Are
itself?
you at risk or not? Do you have a position that's against you for 4 days?
From what I think,
that would be my
Greg
question.
is just afraid to get in the market, waiting for it
I
to.
think 4 days is too long of a waiting time. I think you need to get in
Yeah,
there
especially
sooner than
we're
later.
intraday. Yeah, like we're
A
intraday
day off,
traders,
fine. You
right?
want to take a day off,
Yeah.
fine. For mental health day, but yeah, anything longer than that, you're gonna get out of tune with the markets. I know when last 2 weeks of the year trading, I'm typically not trading. I'm keeping an eye on the market, but yeah, that's pretty much one eye in the market, not. And then first week in January when you get back, as you're tiptoeing around these markets because you don't know how the market's been trading. You don't know if if it's pretty much buy every dip. So I think you can't be away from the markets for too long. But 1 day, fine. Anything longer than 2-3 days, you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball. You're gonna be playing catch up.
There you go.
Exactly. I agree.
Yes,
And
it's
you
something
gotta
that you said.
gradually
It's a
get
daily
yourself back
check-in.
in.
It's a daily check-in with these markets. If you're not trading, you gotta be in a practice account or something. But there's a flow to these markets. From week to week, and these guys can probably speak to it better than I can. It's like for today, it's been quiet, right? So if you came back on a day like today and you think the market's going to be moving, well, you got to know that yesterday was a quiet day as well. And if today's a quiet day also, so you shouldn't be coming guns blazing. So when I say quiet day, that's quiet in equities. Whereas in
Yeah, no, in
these
equities,
cases,
no, I've been keeping an eye on it. Yeah,
oh yeah,
I would argue that that's more a problem with the skill of the trader in question rather than, oh, the market needs to correct itself. No, we have a ranging day, and clearly the skills of the trader are not allowing him to take advantage of that today. And, Hogue, you do pretty well in ranging markets. So,
Typically,
I
yeah.
would actually, yeah, so I would actually argue that this is the perspective of somebody who's kind of going, well, I'm just looking for momentum trades. You can't just look for momentum trades if you're an intraday trader. We have to be slightly kind of like jack of all trades. You have to learn to navigate a momentum day. You have to navigate a range bound day. And you also have to navigate a day like in crude oil, which is a bit of a ping pong day. We go up, then we go down, then we go up again. And in a way, it is a range, but I would say it's a bit more of a volatile range. So that's not the same as a quieter ranging day. Again, there's like two subsets of what can happen during a ranging day. So
I mean,
I
if
would
you're
say go back to your data, go back to your strategy, and see whether you can find something that works for you in that type of a day. Because we have to learn how to identify the type of a day, right? That's a part of our jobs.
Mhm.
Not just
Yeah,
chase
if you're
momentum trades and go, oh, well, let's just wait for 4 days until the market comes back. Because chances are sometimes you're going to get into a quiet period. And actually, when I started trading as a prop trader, we were in a very quiet period in equities. And I spoke to them about this before. They put me on an equities desk. I
10 points a
hated
day.
it. It was like,
Yep.
yeah, like 10 points. It was 16 ticks per day. Like atrocious. That's like 4 or 5. I was like, and now
That's
what?
tough.
And
That's
then we
tough.
had to trade it. Yeah.
Right. Right. Johnny, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I mean, if you are a very specific, like market state specific trader, like you only trade trends, you're going to be sitting on the sidelines quite a bit until you get to your market state. The goal as a trader is to be able to recognize the current market state and to have a strategy that you're going to use according to the market state. So you don't want to wait for the market to necessarily return to the market state that you want to play. You want to adjust your strategy to the current market state that you're hypothesizing or context that you're seeing.
Right.
But if that's what you want to be as a trader, as somebody who waits for trends and takes advantages of trends, then you should know that, and you're probably going to be on the sidelines quite a bit. But I like the
Right.
other idea of being, like Dee said, more of a jack of all trades, recognizing the current market date or the market state, the day type, all of those things, and then try and take advantage of it in that strategy.
Right.
I think
You know,
Slipkid had a question for me earlier today, but I totally forgot what it was. So Slipkid, if you're around, pop it in the chat. We can discuss. I think it was a pretty good question. So
John, to add to what you were talking about, some traders have that fear of pulling the trigger. And I think if you're in a position where you're not sure of yourself, you've got to sort of jump in and take a swing at a pitch. You've got to start building the confidence. If you don't have no confidence, you're never going to put a trade in where it should be put in. So, I mean, you've got to have, like you say, a little skin in the game. You got to get out there in the field, take some grounders. You got to get in the batter's box, take some pitches. Even though if you're swinging and missing, even though you're letting those grounders get through you, you're getting an opportunity to build confidence. Otherwise, you're going to start growing mold and you're going to rot away and you're not going to be back in that form where you want to be.
Well, yeah. I mean, the way you're going to learn is by doing, and as long as you can manage your risk, you're going to give yourself that opportunity.
Oh, here we go. This is the question. So Slipkid says how, because this is related to the market states. I knew I wanted to ask this. How do we determine the date type early? So that's a very good question. So how Hogue and I are talking about, it opened outside of value. We have a gap where it open inside value. That's usually a pretty good clue as to what sort of a day you're going to end up in. And of course, you can have, anything can happen, ACH, but there are statistics that we can use to help us determine what sort of a day we may have. If the market opens outside of value, there's some sort of imbalance there, right? There's some sort of a potential for a trend. So that should be your first clue. If it opens outside of value, you may have a move in some kind of a direction. If it opens inside value, a lot of the times, I think I did stats on this, and it was about 64% of the days will end up as a neutral day type with extensions of the initial balance on both sides. And obviously that will slightly vary with the product that you might be looking at, but it doesn't vary that much. You know, if the market has stayed pretty static overnight and it hasn't made any new highs, you know, new lows, chances are you're probably not going to have some mad trending day unless we have news. So news can obviously put a wrench in the works, and you know the market state changes at that point. So this is why I think that the open sentiment versus what the auction is actually currently doing is a lovely marriage of two things that you can look at in order to determine what sort of a day type you're going to have. I use this on crude oil every single day. Whenever I'm coming up with my hypos, you will always see me do these little hypos that say, mean reversion to value continuation, average session range reversal. Like all of that is because I identified that we had a slight open outside of value, and we could have a pretty good move back to value first and foremost. And then from there on out, I was kind of trying to figure out what the auction was actually doing. And when the auction started failing around the average session range, well, that meant, we finished the value acceptance. We reached the other side of the average range. And now, if the market ignored it, yeah, sure, we could have gone higher. Again, ACH. But chances are, statistically, you are going to get some sort of a pullback. So try to include those open sentiment ideas into your trading. And, you know, a whole new world is going to open up for you.
Exactly.
Sure, that's a song.
I was just, Deeyana, the first thing that came to my mind. That's exactly what hit my head was that song. I wasn't going to say it.
Aladdin.
Aladdin, that's the one.
Deeyana, you knew you did it right when you stopped saying that. You knew exactly what you did.
Yeah, it sort of came out. I didn't mean to say it that way, but yeah, as soon as I said it, I was like, that's a song.
Yes, it is a song. Oh, it's so good. Well, I got to say, I have not seen the NASDAQ this quiet in a long time. It's super thin, and there's nothing happening. S&P's nothing doing here. I think it's flat after that crude trades.
Well, nothing happening. I would again disagree with nothing happening. Something is happening. It's pinging back and forth,
fine.
right?
Thank you, Deeyana. Fine, you're right. Something is happening. You know what I'm saying. But yes, technically you are right. We're actually just talking about that. I was waiting for the market to correct itself, Deeyana. How about that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's all just sit on the sidelines and twiddle our thumbs.
Exactly.
So yeah, look at what happened with NASDAQ. So let's look at my charts if we can.
Let's all go to NASDAQ, everybody.
Yeah.
All right.
So market open inside value. So
Yes.
what did I just say? When the market opens inside value, there's a fairly good chance that the market is not going to go anywhere. You're looking at a ranging day. And lo and behold, for the majority of the first part of the session, we stayed inside the initial balance range, just kind of pinging back and forth, and then it sort of poked its head slightly above the initial balance, but not outside of value. Very important. Where the price is currently in relation to the value area can be a clue as well. Is the market breaking out of yesterday's business, or are we still staying inside it? So in order to confirm any sort of a breakout outside of that range, you really needed the market to go higher and to close higher, so somewhere above 1750. And that never happened. It just went straight down into initial balance, down to VWAP, wagging around it. Yeah. So again, we have to take objectivity into consideration. Your strength and skill of the ability to read the market and what's actually happening, rather than projecting our own wishes onto it, which would be great. I would love if trading worked on wishful thinking. It's like, I want it to go this way, and it does. It never happens that way.
Oh, that would be so nice.
I know,
That would be
right?
so nice.
Deeyana, well said. That was very strong. Yes, you're all right. Something is happening. And yes, you have to adapt. You can't just wish for the markets to do as you please, as you said. Yes, 100%. Thank you for clarifying that.
Why?
We have
wanted
we've
to
had
do
the
what I wanted to do.
heyday.
I know.
Yeah, And we all do. We all do. It's not, it's not something I'm immune to either. But some
Just doesn't
days
like
you
me.
just have to take
It just
what the
doesn't like
market. Yeah, it doesn't like me. No problem.
Your diary.
Yeah. So yeah, dear diary. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's a good
Yes,
one,
yes.
Andre.
That came from you. I was just saying it back to you.
I know. Yeah, it's
Yes,
very good
absolutely.
comedy timing, though. Yeah, dear
But
diary.
yes, yes. So
So D, we've got you here for the segment here, and want to talk about market stalking and what that's about. And if we can put that link in the chat, that's why we've got Deeyana here with the title of Market Stalking with Deeyana. But tell us what that's about and when you do that.
Yeah. So I started off in 2007 as a swing trader. So for the first sort of 5-6 years, I did these long positions that I would hold. Well, I mean, long positions. It was swing trading still. So it was like I would hold a trade anywhere from about 2 weeks up to 2 months. And that worked for the 5-6 years until it didn't. So the markets went through a bit of a turbulent period with European austerity measures. I was trading euro dollar at the time. It was a forex pair. And the market just stopped moving. It started being very range bound, and I effectively found myself in positions that would go nowhere. So be opening up a trade, and my experience up until that point was that I would be making 500, 600, 700 ticks in 2 weeks, and suddenly I'm sitting there for a month, and it's like 10 ticks profit or 10 ticks drawdown, and it's just it's not doing anything. So I knew something had to change. At that point, I started looking for ways to get better as an intraday trader. And for an entire year, I was not very good at it. I had no idea what I was doing intraday until the moment that I decided to go to a prop firm to learn how to trade properly from people who knew what they were doing. So that was the best decision ever. But that was just the start of the next chapter in my trading. I noticed that while I had my big supply and demand levels from the daily and 4-hour charts, they were still working. But I had this issue where my stop losses were too big, and then I kept kind of mistiming the entries, so I would be right on direction, but my profits would never actually reach a statistically viable target that would push me into kind of steady, consistent profitability day after day. So I started incorporating more of the profile components into my trading. Eventually, I started incorporating time of day, the specific times of day when I expect the market to do something. So over time, I eventually got to a point where I gathered all of this new knowledge that was nowhere to be found because it was a specific combination of things that I had been using. And, I don't have any human children. So I thought to myself, I don't want this to die when I'm gone, right? Someday when I'm 6 feet under. I want the knowledge to somehow be some sort of legacy that I can give to the trading world because I saw how much people are struggling with trading. And I was always a good teacher. Even when I did music, I always kind of taught music to people who were interested to learn on the side. And it had huge parallels. You have to practice a lot. You have a chaotic environment that sort of has some rules. So you have chord progressions, you have certain phrases, you have scales. So I started to use what I knew from music to effectively teach people how to trade. And I was teaching them all the stuff that I've learned. And because you couldn't find it anywhere else, because it was something that I came by through my own experience, my own journaling, going through my own trading, this turned around at this particular time of day. Let's see how many times that happens. So my P&L was kind of a sort of a historical record, if you will, of how a particular market moves. And I figured I would love to have a community of people who understand what the hell it is I'm talking about. So how can I get this out there? Now, I already started getting a lot of interest from my colleagues because they were walking by my screens. I was always in profit. And they're like, how the hell are you doing that? So I would start explaining it. And my market stalkers method actually started on a trading floor in a prop firm. with like 12 people gathered around me while I was explaining how I did this trade and how I did that trade. And I really love doing that. You know, talking through your trades, to me, it's very exciting. I could talk about my trading like for a million years, right? In case you haven't noticed. So that was exciting to me. And I wanted to have a community of people. Because, you know, trading, once I started to trade from my house many years later, it got a bit lonely as well. You know, it'd be just me. Oh, great. I'm here by myself clicking buttons. Cool. And it got so bad. There was like one point I was so feeling so alone.
Yeah.
My husband was working, so he was away. And he comes back and he goes, oh, what's up with you? You seem a little bit, you know, a little bit sad or something. And I said, yeah, it's because I never go anywhere. And he kind of went out with his friends, you know, with his colleagues. They got a bit drunk, whatever. And I was like, yeah, you keep going out. I never go anywhere. I just go to the post office and like Walmart or something. There's actually a shop called Tesco's. So it's like, I only go to Tesco's and post office.
There you go.
So I was like, how can I get this into the online space so that I can get knowledge out there, and B, to find some people that I can trade with and talk to and, you know, do this amazing thing that we're doing. And that's how the Market Stalkers began. So eventually it molded into a professional program. Eventually I sought the CPD certification for it as well, for a multitude of reasons. But, you know, I suddenly found people coming to me wanting to know about this obscure style of trading through institutional order flow. And at the time, there was really nothing like it. It was just me and Dalton, effectively. And mine one was a cross between supply and demand, average ranges, and profile. So it wasn't just like one thing. Because as a trader, you know, I don't really care much about branding. I cared about techniques that are going to help me outperform the market. And to do that, I don't mind using anything that will help me achieve that. So that's how the Market Stalkers method was created. Later on, we went through my experience, and then we did a whole bunch of statistical tests to see whether it is me imagining things or whether we can actually put some numbers to the conditions that we've seen. And I was right. You know, I had all of these different setups that were working, and the stats showed the same thing, that it's not just imagining things and seeing things in real time. No, these are levels that statistically work, like the end. So all you have to do, roll your risk and give it enough time for that particular probability to show itself up as you trade. And I'm a huge believer that the only measure of success as a trader is time. It doesn't matter whether you can make, you know, 50 grand in one day. Can you keep doing that over and over for many years to come? So that's the motivation for me having the Market Stalkers method out there as a professional development program. It's not like, oh yeah, let's all just make a ton of money in the shortest space possible. No, let's give people true skills, something that they can use to create an additional source of income. So that's how it all began. That's why we're here. And here we are, you know, so many years later. I started the Market Stalkers method in its own form, like we see it today, in about the end of 2018 is when I decided to put like short versions of it on Udemy. And since then, I've had over 9,000 people who signed up, and they are turning their lives around. They're going from losing money, blowing accounts, blowing combines, to getting funded and staying funded. So that's my big goal with the Market Stalkers method.
Bravo.
Amazing.
You've grabbed my attention and got me eager for more.
Yes, grabbed our attention, everyone's attention. You know, and Deeyana, really happy that you sort of put it that way, where, you know, we all start out somewhere. You know, I know me, John, and Andre, we runners on a trading floor going, wow, look at this place. You know, is there a future for me? And it's just a matter if you apply yourself, you know, what do you want in life? It's good stuff.
Yeah, somebody somebody said in the chat earlier today, because I watch all the time, and there was like talk about habits and how long it takes for a habit to be made. And somebody said that old misconception that it takes 30 days. It doesn't take 30 days. For most people, it actually takes well over 200 days, and that's if you're doing it every single day.
Yes.
So it's a lot longer. And then somebody else put in the chat, "Oh, we don't have time for that." Oh yeah, you want to make money from the markets? You better make time. That's all I'm gonna say. How bad do you want it? How bad do you want it? Obviously, all of us want it badly enough to be profitable traders. Hoag and Eddie are still here after so many years, and Andre as well. We're still doing this, man. So what do you not have time for? We all have time for it.
Ooh, someone push your button, Deeyana.
Yeah.
This is the passionate Mediterranean.
100%. 100%. ES starting to move, guys. ES starting to move.
Yeah, they're up against the highs here.
Here we go.
Yeah, we got
Perfect
some
timing.
liquidity upside here.
Leaving value.
At 90s.
So now if you're looking at NASDAQ, what you want to see is the market going above that 17,500 level. So that's the value area.
It's almost there.
So you want to see it
knocking on the door.
Yeah. But if it fails again, that's still a ranging market. That's still a ranging market.
What do we got as far as size there? Andre, you seeing any meat on the bone?
Indeed, there's a 400 lot sitting at 48.90 even. 400 at 48.90.
S&Ps.
S&Ps,
Nice.
correct.
S&Ps.
Stopped out. Tried to shorten it there. Thought we were stuck in the range. Broke it out of the range. Got stopped out. Looking to possibly get short again. We haven't failed.
Andre, remember Delta's been negative all day long in the S&P.
What are we looking at?
Not increasing, but right now it's negative 2,300 right now. So I mean, there's still probably some shorter time frame shorts in this market. It's getting late. Oh, it's almost 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, while we got some time here,
89.
just want to stand on the soapbox and have an announcement here. So for those that are here with us, expecting those bell-to-bell free reset codes from last week, apologies. We're going to have those in your inbox tomorrow morning around 8 a.m. Central. Our sincere apologies. We don't want to delay you, but we've had with the XFAs earlier this morning, we put a lot of people, our great support team, to get those fixed. We'll make sure the codes get out to you by tomorrow. That's for sure. Otherwise, you can tar and feather me if you can catch me. We'll have a chance for another reset this week. Yes. I'm not going to tell you when, not going to tell you how. So you better stay tuned. Wink, wink, wink.
Yeah, Nick Dolby actually saying I would he would like to trade crude oil together.
Very cool.
That would be fun, he said. Yeah, I would love that as well. Maybe we can get Dolby in here for Marcus Talking with D.
Oh yeah. I believe he's going to be on here for Power Hour. Always a good time.
Yeah, but crude oil doesn't move for Power Hour.
That's the thing. He kicks it over to NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. Crazy.
Yeah, when we were talking about what time of day we should do this segment, I was given the option to go like lunchtime or sort of 1 to 2, and I was like, no, 1 to 2 definitely. Like that's the last half hour. That's when I trade.
Yes.
There's like no point me kind of going, let's do nothing for lunchtime.
Yeah. Yeah, Dolby was a personal performance client of mine for a little while when he was still part of the Topstep program, not part of the team. But so he's got a really good basic knowledge of the profiles. He'd be an easy start for you.
Yeah, he was.
I get a trade NQ like a psycho. I love Dolby.
He was a driving force in Squawk Radio. Very outspoken and positive person when we had the Squawk Radio. Very trusted person.
Yeah.
And I remember the time he came by. I think when he passed his combine, he came by and it was around Christmas time or maybe. But anyway, he all gave us a bottle of wine. He came in our office when we were on the first floor on Jackson. And he's Merry Christmas. Here's a bottle of wine. Here's a bottle of wine for you, and a bottle of wine for you. We're like, wow, this cat's pretty cool, man. So I think we even got a surprise coming up here next segment. I'm not going to say what or where or who or how, but stick around for our stick around.
Not aware of the surprise.
It's going to be a worth surprise. Yeah, we're going to have a power hour with Dolby, Andre, and Cammy. Cammy's going to be with us.
Oh, Cammy.
Yeah.
New Zealand.
He's cool. I like Cammy.
Beautiful country.
Yeah.
He's got some badass tats.
Kiwi.
Nice.
Kiwi. Hope he doesn't mind me calling him a Kiwi.
Yeah.
Well, it's like saying Yanks, Brits,
Yeah.
Kiwis.
Yep.
What do they call our
Looking
Canadian
at
friends?
equities,
Abs?
it is selling off again.
Yes, it is. I got stopped out on the highs.
One thing.
Got the high
So
by 2 ticks.
one thing to keep note on ranging days and session highs, session lows. On range bound days, you will frequently see previously established session highs and lows get taken out, and then they reverse it. So be very careful of that game that they play. So take that into consideration. Don't get caught next time.
A lot of traps.
Yep.
Yeah.
Risk
Yeah,
management.
Johnny, what do you consider a trap? What give me the breakdown on a trap.
Well, if you're, let's say you have a level that you deem as important, and price pulls through it and then pulls back out of it, you're probably going to trap a lot of shorts, especially if it's like the beginning or the potential beginning of a new market state, like it's range bound. Price moves below the lower extreme, probably traps a whole bunch of shorts down there, and then it just runs it the other way. Almost kind of similar to what we just saw in the S&Ps. It took out the session high by 2 ticks. Probably a lot of folks who were either got their stops taken out up there, or they said, "Oh boy, this thing's really going to run to the upside." They got too long, and then the market pulls back. That's what we call kind of a trap. And markets do that a lot. D, you get caught in those traps all the time. I mean, not you get caught in those traps. Traders get caught in those traps a lot.
Traders get caught. Yeah. I used to get caught in them as well, but I'm obviously quite observant, which is probably why I was able to develop this whole way of doing things. It's slightly different than other people. So I noticed early on when we would have a range bound day, whatever market you're looking at, they love taking out those previously established session highs and lows. But you learn from that, and then next time you anticipate it. So don't get involved before it gets smashed. Get involved after. So like, all right, we took out the high. Now let's see whether we can short this thing.
Right. Well said. Patience, and all sort of circles around patience and watching it. But I could see where somebody can really get trapped in that. Having that new high.
It's the momentum traders that always pay the high. The momentum traders always are trying to get the big move when it breaks out, and it's like 70% of the time that fails. It's just not a winning strategy. So
really,
I like these ideas. Let it show that it's accepting price at higher levels. Don't just jump in on the first try. And if it fails, let it come off. Get a good trade location to cheapen the trade, and see if you get the move in the opposite direction.
And if it is a directional move, there will be an opportunity to get into it slightly later. If it's just going to shoot up in one direction, you'll be fine. Like, it's a directional move. Don't worry. It's like you'll get in there. But the amount of times that people get caught up trying to guess, oh, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. No, have an assumption of what should happen, and then wait for the price to show you the way. Don't rush.
Agree. Okay, so that 400 lot sitting at 48.90, the S&Ps did not get filled. Still sitting there.
Well, it's like my dad said, haste makes waste. And I never believed it until one day it sort of hit me right in front of the face. I'm like, man, I understand what he's talking
I have that
about.
tattooed. I have that tattooed in Serbian.
You know my dad?
Say in Serbian, Deeyana.
Žurba stvara otpad. That means haste makes waste.
Very simple. Yep, well said. Well said.
Yeah, I see a couple of questions here. One of them is a loaded question.
No,
Yeah,
here?
it's just- yeah,
No,
so it
in our
says,
chat, yeah.
now I've been paying attention to crude and need some insights. Important things to keep in mind day trading crude. Where do I begin, dude? Like, this is not, it's not, there's
Don't
not
take
enough time
delivery.
in this segment for that. Yeah, don't take delivery. That's one. Yeah,
Unless you
don't
trade
take
negative,
a lorry of
then
crude oil on your front lawn. That's the first thing. One thing is that waiting until the first hour of NYMEX closes. Sorry, try that again. Waiting until the first hour of NYMEX finishes is probably the best way to stick away from all the losses, because the market will show you exactly what it wants to do, probably in the second and third hour, much better than getting involved in the market maker nonsense that we have, even in crude oil, for that first hour. So that would be one point. Second, make sure you follow the auction process. The auction process is very important for crude oil, and on most days, it's going to be your beacon of light of what is actually happening. So the more you can learn about that, the more you can listen to Hoag, maybe even me. I don't know if you find me interesting enough.
Absolutely.
So, learning more about your craft, about the product, that would be the most important thing. Another thing, don't trade into the inventories. So stick away from trading into the inventories on Wednesdays. That's the biggest release that has a lot of impact on crude oil. Wait until the dust settles if you're going to trade at all. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. There's
Dee,
loads of
I
other
could
things
listen to you
that I
all
can
day.
talk about. Yeah,
I
exactly.
can listen to you all day, Dee.
Yes.
Oh, thank you,
I
Hoag.
like stories.
Same here. I could listen to you all day.
Thank you, Dee.
Valentine's Day is coming up here shortly. We give each other a Valentine. Yes. Good job, though. Great job, everybody. Good job.
Good job. Absolutely.
And I'd like to thank Dee for being with us here today. Fantastic and honored, pleased, educated. I think our YouTube chat loved the conversation and what we
Thank
did
you.
have
I'm
here. Now,
blushing.
you're leaving. You're still. What's your P&L here? As we say, hasta la vista, baby.
P&L in the live account is $1,390. In the
Sweet.
XFA, because I still trade that, $1,530. So not a bad day.
Okay.
like I said.
Well done, Dean.
Nice.
All
Well
right.
done.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And well, Deeyana, you're going to be with us back here tomorrow for Fast
Okay.
Market. We'll get you back here tomorrow. And Andre, you're going to be hanging around here with Dolby and Cammy Capital for Power Hour,
yeah.
correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right,
See you soon.
Johnny. Johnny, I'll meet you in the alley, okay?
Okay, you got it.
All right.
Twist one up.
You got it. All right, we'll be right back here with Power Hour. Don't go nowhere. Be right back.
trapped in a love that's gone silent. Can't look further ways cause we're just so blinded. Tell me to hear when I ask you to listen. We're on the same side, but you're making me the villain. Have I grown too comfortable? Thought we were unshakable. But when you started leaning on somebody else, I didn't know you. Gave me a sign, now my shoulders are closed. We're on thin ice, we're at each other's throats. What? We were so out of touch, so far apart. Been way more than rough. Just look at these scars. Damn, we're forgetting, not fighting. Yeah. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame, oh no, that we're playing this blame game. We were so out of touch, so far apart. Been way more than rough. Just look at these scars. Damn, we're forgetting, not fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame that we're playing this blame game. You push me away and all that I tried to give when you only take, you never see in my shoes. But you don't accept it, we had a standstill. While you be building walls made of steel. Here we go, calling it quits so you can find someone to click with. Someone new fit, treat us like a business. Sharp tongue cut like a knife, this isn't us. I don't recognize the me that loves you, guess I'm done. Have I grown too comfortable? Thought we were unshakable. But when you started leaning on somebody else, I didn't know you. Gave me a sign, now my shoulders are closed. We're on thin ice, we're at each other's throats. What?
What is up? And welcome to Power Hour. I am Dolby. We got Cammy Capital and we got Andre. Boys, how are we doing today?
Very good, sir. Thank you very much.
That is
No complaints, man. No complaints. Living the dream on TopstepTV. It's been the best place ever. And Power Hour, Dolby, every time you and I are Power Hour, you never know what's going to happen.
You do not know what's going to happen. And we do have something planned for later, which I'm very excited to share. I actually haven't seen the full thing, but I think, chat, you're going to be really happy about this. How'd you guys trade today? I mean, Andre, you've been on for like, what, 4 hours?
All day. Yes. I have. I actually down 275. No biggie. Actually just took the trade right in the previous segment. Tried to get it short at the top of the range. Got stopped out. Looking to make it back. I've been on all day, just driving in the morning and driving after. Yes. So haven't been fully focused on the markets, but now I'm not driving. Now I'm ready to trade it up. Let's get after it. Cammy, how about yourself?
Yep, I got a good trade in the London session overnight. I got a nice short down there, my regular setup this afternoon. Since 1 p.m. Eastern time, just nothing, man. This range has been ugly. I would swipe left on it for sure.
Yeah! Swipe left on it.
Swipe left. I love it. Well done.
Oh, that's good.
Well done,
really
man.
good. Yeah, let's swipe left on this. Trash markets. That is funny.
Yeah.
That is funny.
It's all right. Yeah, I mean, these markets are trash indeed. It happens. Not every day can be swing for the fences type of day. So these are the type of days where you don't want to blow out, don't want to give it all back. All the meat and potatoes are coming the rest of the week. PC coming in Thursday, I want to say, Friday. And so, yes, we'll get some understanding as to where inflation is, where it's going, capitalize off that. Yeah.
So what is, I'm more of a crude oil trader, so my market is pretty much wrapped up right now. So this is why I switched to NASDAQ. So for me, doing Power Hour, I'm just trying to get a little bit of knowledge every hour that I'm on Power Hour to learn a little bit more about this index that we got here. What is with the lack of volatility? Are we waiting for some news this week? Is that what's going on?
Oh, question. Cammy, you got any insight into that?
Yeah, well, I think it's news related as well. But as far as I'm aware, when you get those large, like last week, that large expansion from last week, normally you'll see a bit of consolidation for the first 2-3 days of the week following that large expansion. So wasn't expecting too much coming in early, just purely because of that. Last week was crazy, as you know, massive run up.
Yeah.
So that's
so
what
it looks
I'm
like
thinking.
Chad is saying we got earnings coming up. And I think talking on actually yesterday, on the little late session, was saying that there's a lot of earnings coming up. So probably should have known that.
Yes,
but I don't watch
we'll
NASDAQ. So
We have Netflix after the bell. We have Netflix after the bell. I'm not sure what else we have. We should probably pull up the earnings calendar, take a peek. We can do that. Yes, quiet. Yes, I think things get the party gets the party gets started here after the bell. Be sure to watch, and it'll obviously blend into the trade here. We are starting to see Nasdaq and S&P starting to catch a bid, close to the highs of the day in the S&Ps. All that liquidity getting taken out. Coach Jay, I know you're in there. You're seeing all this happen. So, yeah, interesting. But, yeah, power hour it is. Let's trade the sucker.
Yeah, we got a daily chart that looks insane. Just straight up. So I'm just starting fresh. 4 hour, nice range. 1 hour, really nice range. We're really breaking up a lot higher. Okay, cool. Well, definitely looking for longs.
You crossing over to the dark side there, Dolby? Over to NASDAQ? I like that.
Nah. Crude oil. Crude oil is ride or die. That's it. Crude oil is my guy. No. I'm
cheating on crude.
Crude oil and I are like in an abusive relationship, but I don't know it, so I can't leave. So I'm not going to. I'm not going to switch sides and go over to NASDAQ and just get beat up again. I only have one love in my life.
Texas tea, that black gold, baby.
Yeah, every market has its own personality, traders. So find one that fits yours. Don't just jump around in a bunch of different markets because you're not going to probably get the full depth of what's going on in that market. Crude oil has little, idiosyncrasies. NASDAQ does too, like the whole MOC thing. Didn't know anything about that. So I'm learning.
Yep.
I'm learning live with the people, with chat. How many?
Isn't NASDAQ the Topstep most traded instrument as well? Last year, at least, it wasn't it? NASDAQ the most popular?
By far. But it's funny, though, because back in the day, it used to be crude oil.
Dolby. Yes, it did.
Crude oil. Yeah, by far. About 90% of traders traded crude oil back in the day. And I also just learned that. Yeah, thank you. Is that I was the 123rd customer of Topstep.
Oh, you looked it up. Is that what it was? 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, so almost top 100. So I'm pretty old school. OG. I've been through almost, I think, every variation of Topstep trading combine, besides for the newest ones, which in my opinion are way easier to pass, more trader friendly, which is great.
What the current version?
Oh yeah, current trading combines are way easier to pass. There's just
you
not
understand
as much.
why it was like that in the beginning. It was like obviously the guardrails were up. I think a lot of the ideas, full transparency, full disclosure, a lot of the ideas were kind of passed along from proprietary trading firm I was in, and there was a lot of rules. There was a lot of guardrails put in place to try to increase the chance of success for both the firm and the trader. And once you became a live trader, they would obviously pull the guardrails off, be more more runway, more leeway. But initially, if you can trade with those tight restrictions on yourself, imagine what you can do when they let the pony run, so to speak. But yes, I agree. It's been about as trader friendly as possible. It's all about the trade.
Yeah, it took much longer to pass. So you're like 5 days in step 1 minimum, and then 10 days in step 2 minimum. So you're looking at 15 days minimum to get through a trading combine, and now we're down to 2.
One step, baby.
Which is pretty incredible.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Cammy, have you taken any?
Last
any trades today? Sorry.
Have I taken any trades? Yep. I sure did. I took the one in London, so I shorted around. Oh, let me just find it. I've got my screen up. I shorted over here at 2:35 a.m. Got a decent short there. My setup I look for during the London session, but nothing for New York. Nothing for the since the equity's open. Just if I'm looking at that chart, I was saying to my chat,
look at that.
It's like barcode price action. Nothing I want to touch in there.
Crazy.
Absolutely
Crazy.
nothing.
We are seeing a little bit some orders, some paper to the upside here in the S&Ps at 49.292s are trading right now. Do continue to trade upside filled. So continue to look to the upside here. Oh, here come the bulls. Buyers are in.
This is insane. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it is. Look at this.
78,
we see 40
on the tilt.
Oh yeah. What are we looking at tilt? Here we go. Yeah. All right. So we're starting to see some long bias in here. It's gonna be hard to step on this train, boy. Anytime there's a lull, just buy it. I'm sitting here trying to short it.
I mean, seriously. It's even hard to find an entry unless you're just going like YOLO along. You know what I mean?
YOLO alongs, right? Yeah. Any sort of pullback.
Oh, look at this. 4,900 MPs in chat. You guys see MPs in chat?
What? Oh boy, he's
MP thought you could slip into my power hour and not let me know.
Look at this.
Out of here, bro.
Oh
Get
man,
out
dude.
of here. What are
Who
you
did it?
talking about?
Who did it? What did he say? What did he say?
Oh no, he's talking about a certain someone that I don't want to mention.
Yeah.
How many people do we have from Cammy's community in chat? If you are from Cammy's chat, should we get some eggplant emojis for MP? Not for MP. Not for MP.
Oh, there's 2 different MPs. There's 2 different MPs going on
here. That's recorded. That's awesome.
There's a couple different MPs.
Awesome. That's a good one. Let's clip that.
There we go. Good job, Dolby. Good job. Here we go. Welcome to Power Hour.
Lasted all of 12 minutes on Power Hour before we got hooked.
Before it gets dirty, boys. Yep.
That's pretty.
These dirty, naughty boys.
Naughty
boys.
I know. Power Hour. Watch out. Here we come.
All right, here we go.
Oh man.
Good job, Cammy. Look what you and Dolby started. Good job. Anyhow.
Oh, you're most welcome.
Or what? Brutal.
Yes, it is confusing that Michael Patak goes by MP as well, so that's a little bit of a double whammy. The double whammy.
Very much so.
Yeah.
This is off to a great start. We are off to a great start.
Doing great. We're doing great. Okay.
All right. What's up, Dolby?
Okay. Well, so
all right.
I'm on my
Anyways,
chart right now. If you want to pull up my chart, I think we're at an interesting level here on the 30-minute. We got this 520s, 20s and a halves right here at NASDAQ. So on the 30-minute chart, we have a little bit of a range previously, and we tested it once. Now we're testing it again. I wonder if we can get above it and maybe push up to 80 evens. Seems like a good analysis, right?
80s and 20s, yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where all my stuff is at.
Hey, Dolby, before we start really
my gal on here.
Before we start really rocking and rolling here, I could ask you about this push-up banter with the chat last week. Yeah, hit me up, catch me in, or fill me in. What's going on with this push-up thing?
Okay. So I was trading with Jack on Power Hour, and this was actually on Friday. And I had lost a bet with Jack, and the penalty was doing 10 push-ups, right?
Okay.
And the push-ups I did them like this on my desk, and chat called me out, right? And so I'm a man of my word.
Yeah.
So I went ahead and recorded a video for you guys, and I gave you my push-ups, but I'm going to give you a little bit more. And if you can guess how many push-ups I did, including the 10, then you're going to win a free reset. Is that fair, chat? Is that a fair deal? Yeah. It's about a 2-minute video made by Jack. We actually are going to post a form. We're going to drop a form. So when Danielle's ready for the form. Oh, the form's up. Bash, you're not wrong. 15 contracts. Whoa, guys. Stop putting numbers in chat. None of that counts. None of those.
Hold on. Cammy, welcome to Power Hour, man.
God, you guys are.
Love it.
Oh yeah.
So excited. Okay.
Yeah.
Less. If you put less than 10, you're gonna lose. Okay. So there's a form up in chat, right? The very up top.
Yep.
Pinned. Right. So stop putting numbers in chat. You want to put them in the Google Doc up top. And then when Jack is ready, we're going to play this video. And we're going to see what happens. Also, I have not seen the whole video yet. I've only seen the first 2 seconds. So we're going to live this together, chat.
Okay.
We're going to live it together. So whenever that's ready, that can get whatever producer hop in and let us know. Otherwise, let's just keep on talking about NASDAQ, but that is going to be the game.
1.5.
Way
to go, Greg.
This is fun. This is fun stuff.
Yes,
So we are getting a
sorry.
little bit of rejection from 20 evens in NASDAQ. So
the S&Ps.
we'll give everyone until about, let's say, like 220. So you have like 3 more minutes to put in your guesses. Are the push-ups all at once or in a time period? So it's going to be just in one time period. I'm going to give you the 10, and then I'm going to give you X amount after that. You're guessing the total.
I see.
And you have to get it on the dot. On the dot. I do want to look for some longs here in NASDAQ,
Same.
though. Let's see where we can get. I want to get a pullback, though. What if we try like 500 evens? Let's try that. Let's do a 3 lot. We'll start a little bit spicy.
Okay. I'm with it.
But not super spicy. Maybe I'll give chat what they want. Put in a 15. Yeah. Put in a 15er.
Give the people what they want.
Paul Vega. Dolby doesn't lift. Okay, buddy. All right. Easy.
Oh, man.
Chat.
He doesn't skip leg day either, people. I'll tell you that right now.
I do not skip leg day.
Yeah, you boys don't know. Dolby could have some very thick tree trunk legs. We never know unless we get a full body stream from Dolby.
Yeah, not on this channel, but might have another one.
Uh-oh. Easy now.
Yes, they're actual. These are real push-ups, not on my knees. This is an honest attempt. Honest attempt to rock some push-ups. So we're gonna give 2 more minutes. We'll play the video. But I'm gonna work an order here at 500 evens. Let's see if we can get a pullback, a little bit of resistance at 20 evens. Looks like it's testing up against that 30-minute little line I got here. And if anyone doesn't have their little spirit emoji on their charts, feel sorry for you. Get in touch. Get in touch with yourself.
Exactly.
Do you have a spirit emoji, Andre or Cammy?
I've been thinking about it. Cammy, I'll let you. I've been thinking
answer.
about it. I do not have one yet, but I would definitely like to hear what Cammy's would be. Actually, I think I've seen it in the chat a couple times.
I mean, come on, boys. You boys are baiting me. You know my emoji. I mean, if there was a smaller eggplant emoji, that'll be it. But
come on.
You boys have seen it.
Oh my man.
Maybe Cammy's community can help us remind us what the spirit emoji is.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm still trying to discover my spirit emoji.
Hey, we might have
maybe I get some help from the chat. No, actually don't. Don't. That was a bad idea.
Yeah, this is stuff you think about when you're like going to sleep, you're spacing out in a shower, something it just comes to you. It picks you, you don't pick it.
It does find you, yes.
It does. 1 more minute for the forms. So if you want to,
I'm gonna say, Dolby, you crack 35. If I'm bang on there, what will you do for me? Free subscription?
35. I'm gonna fly out to New Zealand and hang out with you.
All right. I'm going 35. I think it's a solid.
It's a solid guess.
Solid number.
That's a solid guess. That is a solid guess. All right. So I think we're good. It's 2:20. Let's do the form. We have the video. Who's producing? We got James. We got Jack.
You do have me, and I am being told from behind the scenes that we're going to leave it up a little longer.
A little bit longer. Okay, we want some more. We want some more. Not yet,
Dolby.
Okay.
All caps,
All right.
Dolby. All caps.
All right.
Coming up against the highs. Coming up against the new highs here in the S&Ps. 96 is just traded.
Ooh, I'd be trading. God, look at that range. Jeez.
Will we see 4,900
ES
evens? Will we see 4,900 evens in the ES?
We gotta find something. Cruise
300
not gonna
sitting
do
on the
anything. Does gold move much after hours or not so much?
Question.
We're
Pull it
after
up here on the chart.
130.
Take a peek at gold here. 5-minute chart. It's moving a little bit. Nothing crazy.
Looks kind of boring. Nazi, you're always doing something because you're crazy. Back to Nazi. Nothing else is really inspiring me right now.
Nothing's flirting with you right now, Dolby.
No, only chat's flirting with me right now. That's it.
Speaking of chat, are you not entertained by Dolby? I am completely entertained. I am on the edge of my seat. And hey, if you like what's going on here now, we got Cammy, we got Andre 3000, we got Dolby Time. hit that like button. All right. Hit the thumbs up. Only looking at, we've got 2,000 people here. If you haven't already, please do. And don't forget to subscribe. Subscribe.
Definitely
Appreciate it.
subscribe and definitely like. Definitely put those likes and subscribes in. It doesn't cost you a thing. Doesn't cost you a thing. Dude, this is like one of those moments where
Talk. Stop, bro. Stop. I got you.
Yeah.
We're trading sideways.
Yeah, I mean we are, but I mean we can still talk about it. I mean this is there's still
100%.
stuff to learn about. I mean, like you have a higher lows in NASDAQ, but we're coming up against the big levels. So like theoretically, you know, you could put on a short hoping that it's going to reverse off of it. Typically, I don't like doing that because buyers have proven themselves to be very, very strong. So I feel like the odds are in the favor of the bulls, right? So it's like
all month.
To me, it's a high risk short, just based off of this little like upward triangle formation I got right here.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe if this was further up at like 70 evens, I think it'd be a little bit more tempting. But because there's just a little bit more room there, I feel like NASDAQ might want to get it. We got.
Yeah, it looks.
See what
looks
looks
like
like as well, and then see what goes from there.
Say again, Cam.
Yeah.
So I was just saying, yeah, I want to see the high of the day taken out again, I reckon, and then see what we got from there. I don't want to jump in long personally, it's like against my trading rules, but if we take out the high of the day and then get a little retracement, that'll be something cool to see.
Yes, we've seen that.
And I am trading a trading combine in Topstep X, and I am trying to legitimately pass this. So I am trying.
Yep.
And I am still trying with 15 lots. Every now and then I might throw a 15 lot on, but you just have to make sure that your risk is managed. That's about it. So if you have a really, really, really good setup, yeah, I'll try to put one on for chat, and I'll sweat bullets.
Oh my man,
I'm a
you're the best, dude.
My body temps all over the place. My hands are so cold right now. It's ridiculous, dude. I've been cold for like 2 weeks straight.
Been cold
Rich,
here.
I'm like a chihuahua. I have like less than like 5% body fat. I talk shit constantly, and I'm like,
I mean, that's gonna make me recalculate. That's gonna make me recalculate what the push-up total was.
Yeah, that might have been a hint. That might have been a hint.
Might have known that. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I don't
Hey,
know if
Dobby,
you
I'll
can
keep you warm
redo.
though. You fly to New Zealand, I'll keep you warm, especially if I'm bang on with your guess. I'll take it. Absolutely.
Before this is over, I'm gonna need a whole lot of serious therapy.
Yep. Already been there though. Already been there. Big fan of therapy. I think it's really good, especially if for traders.
See that, Dolby?
14
14 people have guessed right already.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what Daniel's saying.
Awesome. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Resets to them, right?
Yep. That's the deal. That is the deal. But yeah, I think therapy is I think therapy is cool. I think especially for trading, it's important. And I'm a firm believer that you cannot get all of the answers out of the market. There is some stuff that you have to find outside of the market. And I think we bring a lot of baggage into our trading accounts, and it's important to find a way to offload that stuff so you're not dumping it into your P&L. Right? You don't want to be punishing yourself while you're trading for some transgression that occurred like 10 years ago. Right? So why not just go knock out some therapy, just man up, as they say, and just knock it out and just do it. You might
I'm
be
not gonna lie.
sad,
I've been guilty of it. I've been guilty of it bringing personal baggage into my trading. It's been something I actually been struggling with for I guess a while now. It's hard. It is hard, and I guess once you're in the market, once you're in a trade, you're not thinking about other shit. But yeah, pre-market or pre-trade mindset, it's sometimes it can leak into your trading, and that's something I've always been working on. And I'm not gonna lie, TopstepTV has helped me stay focused and stay centered on the markets. But sometimes, yeah, those thoughts can. I'm an overthinker, and sometimes it does leak into your trading. So, for those that are struggling with it, I get it. It's something we're constantly working on at all times.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not like the most fun thing to talk about because it makes some people very uncomfortable. But that's honestly kind of a hint that you probably should be talking about it. It does make you feel uncomfortable. Like embrace
Gotcha.
that discomfort. But I mean, even Cammy, like you stream a lot. I mean, do you find it beneficial to your trading psychology to be able to have an outlet and communicate with other traders, or even just to yourself about your trading?
I've said it's been like a double-edged sword at the start, at least. So it was really good in the sense that it helped me to not do anything stupid on stream because it's embarrassing to go full tilt in front of everybody. So that sense it's been good to hone my discipline, but especially in the beginning, you get a bunch of trolls and haters in the chat. When you're new to streaming or the internet influencer thing in general, you can say, I don't care what people think, but the hating and trolls get to you. They kind of throw you off a bit. But these days it's easy to ignore. So it's been good and bad. But overall, the discipline, the way it's honed the discipline has been great. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And like you said, even
enjoy
just having an
streaming.
outlet with other traders. Fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed streaming. I was streaming on Twitch probably like 4 or 5 years before it ever became like a thing. And I found it really kind of therapeutic.
Such a hipster.
Dude, oh, so ahead of the curve.
You're such a hipster, dude. Oh, Jonathan S. Is Financial Juice down? Yes, I think it is. I was just looking. I think it is down.
So are we ready for this video, production team?
I mean, we're ready at any point. We're just waiting for
are we
the,
sorry?
the okay.
We need the all clear from Danielle. Maybe we're trying to get some more votes in or submissions.
Yeah, we'll run it here real soon though. We'll kick it off. Let's say 2:30, 2:35, somewhere in there.
Okay, sounds good. You can do that. We're getting a little bit lower here, which is nice. I actually might get filled. Like we've been working this trade for probably 10 to 15 minutes here, just letting this order sit. There's no reason for me to go and chase this market. I want to make sure that I'm getting the order and the entry that I want. There's no reason to chase. Well, Smash, if I'm going to be doing 15 lots for y'all, it's going to be on my terms. I'm not going to be YOLOing a 15 lot. But we're going to start with 3. Ooh. Yeah. So we'll see. Bo Lang, how do you get a free reset? There's a form at the very top. You need to guess how many push-ups I did. The answer is something greater than 10.
Okay.
You have not missed the video yet. We have not played the video. There's a form at the top, or maybe not. There was a form at the top. I think Martin just deleted it, but whatever.
Yeah, I think we're going to take down the form and then mark the time just so there's no people watching the video and then doing it.
Oh, that's a good
should be good
idea.
to go soon.
That's a good idea. So form is down now. But I'm not going to change my order. We're still going to work this. Kim, are you working any orders right now?
No, nothing. I'm waiting to see if we get any decent push to the downside after this run up to the high. So I'll be sitting on my hands, keeping them warm.
Nice.
All right. Well, speaking of push, let's do it. It's
Nice.
2:30. We've pulled the link, and God, I hope this works. All right, here we go.
Last time I was on Power Hour, you guys called me out for doing some wussy push-ups. Didn't give you the 10 that I deserved. But since I'm a restaurant guy, I'm a Topstep guy, not only am I going to give you my 10, I'm going to give you everything I got. And if you can guess it, maybe we can find something for you if you hit that number right on the head. But I'm going to go ahead and crush some push-ups for you, because that's what I owe you. So let's do it. Here's your 10 Topstep TV. Let's give you everything else.
Mamma mia!
20. 30. A little rest. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Get a little weak now. 39. 40. Way harder after you just did a workout. 1. 2. Oh. Hey, that's for you, Topstep TV.
Hope you got that number right. See you on Power Hour, baby.
I knew it! Congratulations!
Hey, that's what we're talking about.
Let's go, Dolby. That's my boy. That's my boy.
42.
Let's get it.
Dolby with the sleeper build. You got those drummer arms, nice and pumped with the veins. And
hell yeah.
I would go so far to say you may be on the juice.
No juice here. I'm on TopstepTV juice. That's it.
Yes, sir.
That's it. No, I prefer a slender build. I'm a former soccer player and drummer, so I like a nice balance. Huge fan of Sean T. Sean T is my boy. Love his workouts. Anyone who guessed 43, damn.
Sorry.
Michael Begg,
41.
17, my man. Yeah.
41. He had to crank one more out.
One more, I know. I know. That was fun. That was fun. If you guys like that type of content, let us know. Really enjoyed shooting that. I like kind of having like continuity from like Friday to Monday. So good stuff. Thank you all for inspiring me to do that. But more importantly, still not filled on this long. So we're gonna wait. Also, congrats to Jack to making that video. That was awesome. I love the music. Love the zoom ins.
Oh yeah, very inspiring. Very 80s montage.
Love good
montage
music.
Yes, that was a good line there. Yeah, that was dope. A lot of fun. Okay, back to trading.
Pick Dolby Netty or not.
Serious stuff. Squats. I'm not much of a squat guy, to be honest. I'm more of like a jumper guy. More my style. Do some what's it, calisthenics? Is that what it is? Like bodyweight exercises?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Oh, watch out. Got a cat. Cat's getting involved here. But we're gonna wait. Dolby Goggins, that's pretty funny.
My name is Rocky Balboa.
Hey.
How you doing?
That was for you, Dolby.
Thank you. Thank you. I think if we can break over 20 evens and maybe get a little bit of pullback, that might be the new support, and maybe try another long there. But we'll see. But we will see.
Yes, we will. Real quick on the MOC balance early is a 52 million to the sell side on Financial Juice. Financial Juice is up and running again for those that are asked. 52 million sell side.
Yeah.
Next.
Oh, Dean, don't ask how many push-ups I can do. I'll probably crank out maybe 15 at best. I got some work to do there. Maybe end of the year, Dolby, I'll try catch you 42.
If I can do 42, yeah. Hopefully in the 30s.
Yo, I want to get MP up here. Let's do an MP push-up record and see where he's at.
Also,
yeah.
For those of you that in real time we can see trying to change your guest value to the correct one.
Come on.
Have some respect for yourself.
Come on.
Yeah. What has gotten you to this point?
Come on.
We can see it.
Anything to wow. Yeah.
Changing the votes after you.
Come on now. Come on.
God.
All right.
You're only cheating
It
yourself.
wouldn't be the
guys.
first time.
You're only cheating yourself.
This is what we do,
Hunter
just so you know.
updated. Oh, buddy.
Excel is
Guilty.
smarter than.
Oh, now, Dwayne. Come on. Everyone's just having a good time here.
That's funny. That is funny.
Hey, when I was working at First Chicago, these guys at the trade desks, they'd have like Deutsche Bank versus RBC with push-up contests. And these guys would be doing it in like shirt tie, polished shoes. And they'd get up there, man. They'd have like their best push-up guy versus the other push-up guy. And
that's funny.
The bets got into the thousands of dollars.
Only on the floor.
Yeah, right. Just casually throw on $1,000. Yeah, Jordy trades. That's funny but inappropriate. I mean, do you guys have any like workout routines? I think a lot of traders talk about going to the gym or either before they work out or before they trade or after. maybe do a half hour, 45 minutes of yoga in the morning. Do you guys have any sort of routines you have to get the heart rate pumping?
Walk around Wicker Park. Catch me walking around the from Damon to Milwaukee to Division, the triangle. It takes about 30, 45 minutes, but that's my route. Yeah, that's what I
Nice.
stick to. Yep.
And that you do that every morning?
Not every morning. I'll say actually during lunch. So what, around 11:45 to 1-ish, walk, run, if you will. Yeah.
Nice.
You're in Chicago, you see me run around Wicker Park.
Yeah, what about you, Cammy? I mean, you're in New Zealand. You probably have some pretty amazing vistas to look at while you're walking around.
Yeah. Oh yeah, very nice place to go. This year particularly, I'm hitting the weights again. So after the streaming sessions and whatnot, I'll go lift some weights for an hour or so. But yeah, I used to walk along the beach. I live coastal, so the beach is a nice one to de-stress,
nice.
lower the blood pressure after a session. So yeah, it's pretty beautiful, man.
Yeah, I love doing workouts on the beach. Just kills your legs though. Guys are brutal. Maybe we can get a poll in chat. Do you have a physical routine that you do that is a part of your routine? I think that'd be pretty interesting to see how many traders are actually hitting the gym. We're getting pretty close to this 500 evens here in the NQ. We've been working this order for 20 minutes, 25 minutes and counting. Just keeping it going. See what happens.
Upside on the imbalance. No real liquidity, either upside, downside in S&Ps.
Oh yeah, let me check out the liquidity here. So you have what? You have something at 93, or now it's at 94. I got 100 lot, 94 and a half.
I gotta look at Topstep X. Look at Topstep X. Yeah, there's liquidity to the upside. Catch, Dolby.
Okay.
We're gonna run it up to what bid are you working? 500s or
500 even.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, 3 lot. We'll just leave it. I think another spot that I might like would be like maybe 94 3/4. Would be like an alternative if you don't want to be as bullish.
Mm-hmm. Taking a peek at tilts, 50-50 in NASDAQ, 50-50 in ES as well. Not showing there.
Yeah, it's come down a lot. I mean, it was earlier in the session, the tilt was like 75-35 almost, the long side. So it looks like some of the retail people are starting to flatten out a little bit. But I'm still going to stay bullish.
Agree.
My Topstep X trading combine account. And we got filled. But we don't need to risk $1,500 on this trade. That is not necessary. So let's fix that. What's this? 645? Okay.
I'm with you.
We'll risk the $645 on this. And we'll see how it goes. Like I said, we're pushing through. We might even get to that 95 evens. So we'll see. This isn't really consolidating great, which I do like consolidations. So
before getting in
down here. Yeah, that's what I prefer. Something like this, something like that. I really like as well. We don't really have it. It's just like straight down. So this is more of like a structure play, a technical analysis play, than it is like a consolidation setup that I typically would like. But since we're trading on power hour, you kind of just got to take what you're given here, right?
Take your medicine.
So, yeah. So to me, I would be early on this. We still might see consolidation here for another like 5-10 minutes that I probably could have waited to get. But we'll see. See what happens. What are your thoughts right here, Cammy?
Yeah, I'm still wanting that, like from about where your order is. I'm wanting the high of the day to be pumped through, and then after that, we may run out of time before 4 o'clock. But normally, I like to see that retracement back down end of day. So I'm waiting for that high of day, then a drop. Maybe get a trade. Not going to force it though. It's still not ideal for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean it's not ideal. Ideally, I would be done by like 10:30 in the morning. That's when I always found my best trading when I was doing trading combines. If I make some great trades in the morning, wrap it up, and go to the gym, then go to work. No reason to sit around if you're already hitting your targets.
Bust out 42 push-ups real quick and then bounce.
Yeah. All you need.
That is
Half
actually
hour here and
impressive,
there, you're
Dolby.
good to go.
42.
It was
impressive.
Not bad. It's not bad. I could probably do 100 fresh.
All right. With the flex, man. All right.
Like
We
100
got
fresh.
you. We got you.
Don't ask me to do pull-ups. I'm just talking about what I'm good at. I can do like 3 pull-ups. I'm trash at those. Absolute trash. But nice energy here so far. As far as the trade goes, we definitely like seeing this momentum versus the other momentum. You know what I mean?
Yeah, got along with you at 89 and a half, 89.50. Just be, looks like good entry. Let's see here. Got MOC imbalance. So 52 million sell side, early MOC imbalance.
I need to figure out how I split orders in Topstep X. I'm not sure if I know how to do that yet.
Mm.
But we could go like 2 to 1 on this. It's like maybe we just touch, get some new highs right there. But yeah, let's try that. Let's try that and see what happens.
There's some liquidity upsides, yes.
Cool. But we'll wait.
Video.
Yeah,
Cool. Cammy, anything cooking over there?
Nothing
Still
cooking,
waiting.
mate. I'm going to be fully honest with you, boys and girls. As I was a little low energy today. Last night, my wife tapped me on the shoulder while I was deep in sleep, and she was like, "I think someone's in the house." And she heard some noises, and so I hopped up. I'm just going to be honest. I was fully naked here. I use it as a scare tactic. I went into my wardrobe, grabbed my crowbar because we don't have guns really in New Zealand here. Grabbed my crowbar, and I'm looking through the house for some supposed intruder. Didn't find anything but the cats just knocking stuff over in the garage, so that will explain it. But so I'm a little low on sleep, a little low on energy, so I'm really just zoned out here. Boy.
I appreciate you telling us that. Oh, scare tactic, my man.
Oh
my
my God,
man.
that's a great story. Of course, she's sending you off, right? You got to go figure that stuff out.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, she's 5'3", you know. I mean, she could maybe, I don't know what she's going to pull out. I don't think the crowbar's pretty much the size of her. So, well, yeah. Unfortunately, I've got to, that's got to be my job.
Yep. Got to do it. So are you like ground level in a neighborhood, or you're just like out in like the wilderness?
No, in the wilderness with some sheep. No, I'm in a neighborhood. I'm in suburbia. Yeah. Nice little quiet cul-de-sac.
America's gift to everybody, the suburbs.
Oh yeah.
All right, and you're welcome.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get the opinion of chat here. Chat, should I move my stop up or just let it roll? What are the options? I could go to break even, which I don't like. I could move it to 96 3/4, like right up here, and take my risk down from like 600 to 200. What do we think? What do you think, chat? Some say move it up.
Same.
Some say
I'm
break even.
gonna let it roll. Let it roll.
Let it roll. Move it up.
I'm along with you.
Move to the 9 EMA. I don't even use moving averages. So I'm gonna move it up here. So right, if we can get to 20 evens, I'll go to break even. But I really want this 26 3/4. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Add 12 more lots. I don't want to ruin my entry. I don't want to ruin my entry. I think that's something that a lot of traders struggle with. Like, Cammy, are you a type of trader who will average up into winning trades?
Oh, no. I've tried that before. Most times I just blow myself up doing that. So I typically get in full position at my original entry. Or if it retraces a little bit deeper and I still like the look of it, then I'll add another one. But not if it's going in the direction.
Yeah, maybe we can get a pull. I find it really hard day trading. It's like you just have to let positions run for so long, and you have to know that you're writing like a trend of some sort, it seems like, or else like your entry just gets all messed up. And then like it could still pull back on you, and you're going to be out of the trade even though the trade is still legit. So I'm actually kind of curious to see how many people in chat actually average up into positions.
Rips is very good at doing that. He'll add to winners.
Add to winners, yeah.
Yes, he will. He will.
Might have to watch more. Is it with micros or with E-minis? Both?
Mini. Nasdaq.
Oh, Nasdaq. Okay. I think it's really hard to do. I think it's one of the hardest things to do. Yes, nope, yes, never, rare. It's like half and half so far. Yeah, I've done some pretty like degenerate stuff in trading combines with averaging up, and it just like never works. Might be able to buy more though if it pulls back to my entry. We could do that. Let's do that.
There you go.
Let's see if we can find, what's this, a 10 lot? Let's see if we can buy more here.
Ooh,
We're already up. Maybe we'll pull back, test and run. Cool. So we'll see how this goes. But we're gonna add a working order for a 10 lot at 500 evens. Essentially, what I'm hoping for is for a pullback to my entry, and then let's see if we continue the upside. And then I'm not going to move my stop, so I'll just add all that risk to that 210 risk. We'll see how that goes. But we are up.
Big balls, though.
Yeah. Is it? Well, it's just all calculated.
Big tick energy, someone said. Damn.
oh, chat in your wordplay.
Yes.
Always so funny and creative. I mean, it's kind of addicting to trade larger size because the numbers go really, really big. But that's about it.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, it is not recommended. Not recommended. But if this is what you want to see, this is it. This is what it's like. We have MOC 2 minutes. What's the imbalance for MOC, or what are they trying to deliver?
Stand by. It is, last I saw, 52 million sell side.
Sell side? Okay.
Sell side, yes.
Going to trade. These are minis in a Topstep trading combine and Topstep X. I'm gonna have to get really fast here with this stop, actually. As soon as this gets filled, I'm gonna have to like move it up and so fast. One of the things with Nasdaq, it like teleports to levels sometimes, and it just
teleporting is right.
Dude, it's so scary. Like crude oil does not do that. Okay, we're getting really close here.
Did you get in more?
No. Yes. Oh, cool. So it moved all my stuff to that area. Oh, nice.
I'm taking heat.
Okay, so now we're only risking 860. So now we're long 13 contracts at 500 evens with a risk of 860, and our upside is 7,000. So we're at like 7-to-1 risk reward. There is the MOC.
Yes, we go. I'm up.
Actually, I can't even make 7,000. What the hell am I doing? Like, the most I can make is like 4,500. Hold
on this one?
Cool, there we go. Well, yeah, because of like the way the combine's structured. So let's just leave that there. Oh, look at chat. Chat was like, "Yeah, that was a stupid idea. Why are you doing that? Man, why would you ever take that trade?"
Love it.
How much risk did I take on that? How much risk did I take on that one? Almost.
It's got a game
zero?
plan until you get punched in the face. Yeah.
Oh my God! Let's go. Let's go.
About it.
All the
Go beyond one, dude.
All the
Go beyond one.
Oh yeah.
And Dolby, perfect timing. We've got breaking news coming in over the wire. Let's see. Oh,
what do we got?
Still running.
Oh no.
42 is what I have to beat. All right, let's see if we can do this.
Oh,
no.
Okay, welcome to the office.
Doing it live.
All right, here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25,
all right, let's go.
27, 28. Woo, baby. 29, 30, 31, 32. Come on.
You got him, Dolby.
Nope.
You got him, Dolby.
34, 35, 36. Shaking. 37.
Yeah.
Come on, Mike.
38.
Come on, Michael.
Yo.
Big Mike. Big Mike.
39.
Oh,
All right,
You
39.
call yourself.
You beat me. Good job, buddy.
That's awesome, dude.
You call
MP,
yourself a
quick
CEO.
turnaround, dude. That was badass, dude.
Wow.
That's the type of content we're talking about.
Ballmer could do
Oh
100.
man.
Dude, it's so funny. Anytime you bring up a video of someone doing push-ups, there's always someone's like, "Those aren't the right push-ups. Those aren't. That's bad form." Like, okay, how about we just do A for effort and good
Yes.
job on doing push-ups, right? How come we can't just reward the activity of doing it?
Good job, guys.
MP,
Michael,
congratulations. That's awesome.
He's a dad of three. He's a dad of three. Come on.
Yeah. Okay, so let's we can recap.
You still
that
on, Dolby?
trade.
I got out of mine.
No,
Turn my negative.
no.
Turn my negative day into a positive day. So I'm happy with that. Obviously, it's a little money, but
couldn't-
I'll take it.
Good
Listen,
job.
I'm in the trading combine, so I can't make more than 4,500 per day. So I just capped it at what, 44,000? Yeah, so 4,500 is the max, and I did 4,000 on that one.
Nice.
So we took almost zero. Like, I know Chad would be like, "Oh my god, so much risk." Well, it's like, not really. I mean, we averaged, we liked our entry, we bought a pullback, which we liked. It was our entry. We got the rally. Our total risk on 13 was a little under $1,000. Then we went 4-1. That's not bad. But if that's how you want to trade size, it's not a bad way to do it.
Yeah, man. Backseat traders, Dolby. I like that. That was good. Good play.
Yeah, it's still running. Still running.
Got our spirit emoji doing a little dance for us right now.
Oh
That
yeah.
Sick trade right there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and we took almost zero risk too. Like, we got filled on that 10, and it just like immediately zipped
bounced right
right
off
up.
that.
It was awesome. It was awesome. Actually, dude, that's a good point. MP, why do you hide all your hair? You have a nice head of hair. I don't. That's why I wear a hat. Cammy doesn't wear a hat. Nice head of hair. Andre,
Well,
probably terrible hair. He has a hat on.
Yeah.
Oh, shots fired.
I'm a walking billboard around here. I'm like a Formula One driver, just repping the brand, repping the culture.
Right? What do you got underneath there? See, I just have nothing. I have a
Here,
bald
hold on,
spot
hold on.
back here. Oh, that's good. You're doing all right. Yeah, you're doing all right.
Good to hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Terrible.
have a bald spot. Dude, I had like a midlife crisis like last year because I took my iPhone and then recorded video.
Hold on,
and
Dolby.
it was
Dolby, we
like,
got 5 minutes. Dolby, we got 5 minutes left. Hold on. Oh, we're still running here, baby.
What? No. Yeah, so I like a video recorded like the back of my head, and then I saw my big ass bald spot, and I was like, this is not good. This is not good. So now I wear hats perpetually.
Got 5 minutes left.
Yeah, we do. And that trade would have been worth like so much money, but
Oh, you got out. My bad.
I had to.
Shit,
Had
my
to.
bad. Yeah. That's
I'm still in the
4900's
trading
coming.
combine. When MP gives me my express funded account, then we can let this run. But until then, we got to play by the rules. I don't want to be one of those traders that makes too much money that it's in the Discord and is like, guys, how do I lose $4,000? And then they try to lose $4,000 and then make 4,000 more. It is so funny to see that happen.
Always happens. When you want to lose money, you make money. Inverse yourself. Always works.
It's so funny.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and if that does happen to you, I recommend maybe not posting that in Discord because you're gonna get piled on so hard. Because like there's so many traders who have a hard time making money, and then you show up being like, "Oh, I made too much," and it's like, "Okay, well, good luck losing that." And then they just make so much money. It's so funny. I love it. I love it.
Amazing. Don't you're on fire, man.
Yeah, we'll try losing money.
But-
man. you're making too much. Try the. I mean, Hoag actually said that though. Like Hoag was in the pit trading poorly, and he had someone tapped him on the shoulder and was like, "Hey, just do the opposite of everything you're doing." Right? I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
Open up a practice account and do it.
I always say the problem is though, what happens if you're right and you fade yourself and you're right for the first time? Then what do you do?
That's true. That's
Then
then
what?
you're just like double depressed. Like I literally can't do
Correct.
anything right.
Yeah, that's when I get scared. Shit, you're
That's
wrong.
true. No, you're wrong.
But yeah,
You're
shit, you're wrong, but you're right. So now what?
Yeah, right.
Uh-huh. All right, got 3 more minutes left into this close. We did get a pop. I were both long. That was cool. Made some bucks there. Went from negative to positive. Sure, a little bit in the afternoon. I got up my size. What's up, Jack?
Size up. Just came to say that.
Size up, right?
Also, we should show the quiz winners, so we will stop being asked.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we should definitely do that.
And there's 50 today, so go back and go on this frame if you want to see all of them. These are unedited, as usually is the case. Boostmeister among them.
Tilty
Nartwell.
Tilterson. That's pretty funny.
Oh, not too bad today. They haven't been too naughty today. That's not the worst one I've seen.
I feel like man meat MP is especially appropriate now after he just crushed those push-ups.
Man meat MP.
Chat is so good.
Yeah, chat's on
So
one right now.
good.
Michael and D are having a private combo or public combo that should be private. Incredible. Oh, what a day.
That is awesome. Oh man, I need
What
to
a
get.
day.
That's awesome, dude.
Yes,
I love
it
it when
is.
you get a quick turnaround like that and just have someone respond, post a video. That stuff's amazing.
Yeah, production. Shout out to production. Shout out to our chat moderators. Shout out to the Bell to Bell Club as we keep closing on these highs in the S&Ps. OBC 4900. We got 2 minutes left. Dolby, you're driving today. What do you got?
Give me just a moment as I pull up the thing that I need to say the stuff. Give me just a second.
Gotcha. We doing any post-market stuff? I know you did yesterday. That was really cool.
No, not today, but chat, did you guys like having that little segment from Tuckman? I know it was a little bit late, but I love hearing his opinions. Just so much knowledge. I mean, what a treat and a pleasure to be able to get access to that. I think it's unbelievable.
100%, dude. Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable. Yeah. It is so nice.
All right, so I
There's
just
like
want to say
nothing.
thank you to everyone. Yeah, hey, thanks for everyone for hanging out. Cammy, by all means, say what you got to say. Thanks for hanging out with us, with our nonsense and doing the power hour with us. You're the man. The crowd loves you. Don't be a stranger.
Thanks, man. Yeah, appreciate you guys having me on. And remember, if you have a home invasion, naked and reach for the crowbar always works. That's my final closing words today. No trade. No trade. Snooze fest for me today.
Oh, God. Oh, amazing.
Cool. Okay, so James Harden gave me the skinny. Here's what we got for tomorrow. Peter Tuckman and David Green are back. That's at 11 a.m. Central Time. We have KV on at 1 p.m. He'll be talking trading as well. He's a partner. He's actually my partner. I got him signed up. He's awesome. And then we have Isaac Suffren, another Topstep partner on Power Hour. And then we also got post-market recap with Peter at 3:15. So once again, stacked, absolutely stacked schedule. As always, this is by far the fastest hour of my day. I mean, already an hour has gone by. That's totally insane. Thanks to MP, moderators, everyone stopping by. Chat, you're amazing. Cammy, always a pleasure. Andre, always a pleasure.
My man.
Production, always a pleasure. And I think that's it. That's all I got. I mean, crushed 13 lot. And NQ, what else could you
Look at the pump,
what else could
Dolby.
you
This thing's
possibly
still
want?
Sucker run. Look at that. Hey, keep on Netflix earnings coming out here shortly. That might be Netflix going, so keep an eye on that.
Sick. Well, I got my bell-to-bell emojis in the chat. We will see you all tomorrow, 8 a.m., bright and early. Let's do it. See you guys all tomorrow. Peace out.
at these scars. Damn, we're forgetting our fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame, oh no, that we're playing this blame game. We're so out of touch, so far apart. Been way more than wrong. Just look at these scars. Damn, we're forgetting our fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame that we're playing this blame game. We've been so out of touch, we're so far apart. It's been more than just rough when you look at these scars. We're forgetting our fighting. No wrongs that we're righting. It's a shame that we're playing this blame game. We were so out of touch, so far apart. Been way more than wrong. Look at these scars. We're forgetting our fight.